Chapter 1 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and The Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 1. When Miss Fox Seton descended from the twopenny bus as it drew up, she gathered her trim tailor-made skirt about her with neatness and decorum, being well used to getting in and out of twopenny buses and to making her way across muddy London streets. A woman whose tailor-made suit must last 2 or 3 years soon learns how to protect it from splashes, and how to aid it to retain the freshness of its folds. During her trudging about this morning in the wet, Emily Fox Seton had been very careful, and in fact was returning to Mortimer Street as unspotted as she had left it. She had been thinking a good deal about her dress, this particular faithful one which she had already worn through a 12-month. Skirts had made one of their appalling changes, and as she walked down Regent Street and Bond Street, she had stopped at the windows of more than one shop bearing the sign "Ladies' Tailor and Habit Maker," and had looked at the tautly attired, preternaturally slim models, her large, honest hazel eyes wearing an anxious expression. She was trying to discover where seams were to be placed, and how gathers were to be hung, or if there were to be gathers at all, or if one had to be bereft of every seam in a style so unrelenting as to forbid the possibility of the honest and semi-penniless struggling with the problem of remodelling last season's skirt at all. "As it is only quite an ordinary brown," she had murmured to herself, "I might be able to buy a yard or so to match it, and I might be able to join the gore near the pleats at the back so that it would not be seen." She quite beamed as she reached the happy conclusion. She was such a simple, normal-minded creature that it took but little to brighten the aspect of her life for her and to cause her to break into her good-natured, childlike smile. A little kindness from any one, a little pleasure or a little comfort, made her glow with nice-tempered enjoyment. As she got out of the bus and picked up her rough brown skirt, prepared to tramp bravely through the mud of Mortimer Street to her lodgings, she was positively radiant. It was not only her smile which was childlike. Her face itself was childlike for a woman of her age and size. She was 34 and a well set-up creature, with fine square shoulders and a long small waist and good hips. She was a big woman, but carried herself well, and having solved the problem of obtaining, through marvels of energy and management, one good dress a year, wore it so well and changed her old ones so dexterously that she always looked rather smartly dressed. She had nice round, fresh cheeks, and nice big, honest eyes, plenty of mouse-brown hair, and a short, straight nose. She was striking and well-bred looking, and her plenitude of good-natured interest in everybody, and her pleasure in everything out of which pleasure could be wrested, gave her big eyes a fresh look which made her seem rather like a nice, overgrown girl than a mature woman whose life was a continuous struggle with the narrowest of mean fortunes. She was a woman of good blood and of good education, as the education of such women goes. She had few relatives, and none of them had any intention of burdening themselves with her pennilessness. They were people of excellent family, but had quite enough to do to keep their sons in the army or navy and find husbands for their daughters. When Emily's mother had died, and her small annuity had died with her, none of them had wanted the care of a big, raw-boned girl, and Emily had had the situation frankly explained to her. At 18 she had begun to work as assistant teacher in a small school. The year following she had taken a place as nursery governess. Then she had been reading companion to an unpleasant old woman in Northumberland. The old woman had lived in the country, and her relatives had hovered over her like vultures awaiting her decease. The household had been gloomy and gruesome enough to have driven into melancholy madness any girl not of the sanest and most matter-of-fact temperament. Emily Fox Seton had endured it with an unfailing good nature, which at last had actually awakened in the breast of her mistress a ray of human feeling. When the old woman at length died, and Emily was to be turned out into the world, it was revealed that she had been left a legacy of a few £100, and a letter containing some rather practical, if harshly expressed, advice. "Go back to London," Mrs. Maytham had written in her feeble, crabbed hand. "You are not clever enough to do anything remarkable in the way of earning your living, But you are so good-natured that you can make yourself useful to a lot of helpless creatures who will pay you a trifle for looking after them and the affairs they are too lazy or too foolish to manage for themselves. You might get on to one of the second-class fashion papers to answer ridiculous questions about housekeeping or wallpapers or freckles. You know the kind of thing I mean. You might write notes or do accounts and shopping for some lazy woman. You are a practical, honest creature, and you have good manners. I have often thought that you had just the kind of commonplace gifts that a host of commonplace people want to find at their service. An old servant of mine who lives in Mortimer Street would probably give you cheap, decent lodgings, and behave well to you for my sake. She has reason to be fond of me. Tell her I sent you to her, and that she must take you in for 10 shillings a week." Emily wept for gratitude, and ever afterward enthroned old Mrs. Maytham on an altar as a princely and sainted benefactor, though after she had invested her legacy she got only £20 a year from it. "It was so kind of her," she used to say with heartfelt humbleness of spirit. "I never dreamed of her doing such a generous thing. I hadn't a shadow of a claim upon her, not a shadow." It was her way to express her honest emotions with emphasis which italicised, as it were, her outpourings of pleasure or appreciation. She returned to London and presented herself to the ex-serving woman. Mrs. Cupp had indeed reason to remember her mistress gratefully. At a time when youth and indiscreet affection had betrayed her disastrously, she had been saved from open disgrace and taken care of by Mrs. Maytham. The old lady, who had then been a vigorous, sharp-tongued, middle-aged woman, had made the soldier lover marry his despairing sweetheart, and when he had promptly drunk himself to death, she had set her up in a lodging-house which had thriven and enabled her to support herself and her daughter decently. In the second story of a respectable, dingy house there was a small room, which she went to some trouble to furnish up for her dead mistress's friend. It was made into a bed-sitting room with the aid of a cot, which Emily herself bought and disguised decently as a couch during the daytime, by means of a red and blue Como blanket. The one window of the room looked out upon a black little back yard, and a sooty wall on which thin cats crept stealthily, or sat and mournfully gazed at fate. The Como rug played a large part in the decoration of the apartment. One of them, with a piece of tape run through a hem, hung over the door in the character of a portière. Another covered a corner which was Miss Fox Seton's sole wardrobe. As she began to get work, the cheerful, aspiring creature bought herself a Kensington carpet square, as red as Kensington art would permit it to be. She covered her chairs with turkey red cotton, frilling them round the seats. Over her cheap white muslin curtains, 8 and 11 a pair at Robson's, she hung turkey red draperies. She bought a cheap cushion at one of Liberty's sales, and some bits of twopenny halfpenny art china for her narrow mantelpiece. A lacquered tea tray and a tea set of a single cup and saucer, a plate and a teapot, made her feel herself almost sumptuous. After a day spent in trudging about in the wet or cold of the streets, doing other people's shopping, or searching for dressmakers or servants' characters for her patrons, she used to think of her bed-sitting-room with joyful anticipation. Mrs. Cupp always had a bright fire glowing in her tiny grate when she came in, and when her lamp was lighted under its home-made shade of crimson Japanese paper, its cheerful air, combining itself with the singing of her little fat black kettle on the hob, seemed absolute luxury to a tired, damp woman. Mrs. Cupp and Jane Cupp were very kind and attentive to her. No one who lived in the same house with her could have helped liking her. She gave so little trouble, and was so expansively pleased by any attention, that the Cupps, who were sometimes rather bullied and snubbed by the "professionals," who generally occupied their other rooms, quite loved her. Sometimes the "professionals," extremely smart ladies and gentlemen who did turns at the balls, or played small parts at theatres, were irregular in their payments, or went away leaving bills behind them, but Miss Fox Seton's payments were as regular as Saturday night. And in fact there had been times when, luck being against her, Emily had gone extremely hungry during a whole week, rather than buy her lunches at the ladies' tea shops with the money that would pay her rent. In the honest minds of the Cupps she had become a sort of possession of which they were proud. She seemed to bring into their dingy lodging-house a touch of the great world, that world whose people lived in Mayfair and had country houses where they entertained parties for the shooting and the hunting, and in which also existed the maids and matrons who on cold spring mornings sat, amid billows of satin and tulle and lace, surrounded with nodding plumes, waiting, shivering, for hours in their carriages, that they might at last enter Buckingham Palace and be admitted to the drawing-room. Mrs. Cupp knew that Miss Fox Seton was well connected. She knew that she possessed an aunt with a title, though her ladyship never took the slightest notice of her niece. Jane Cupp took modern society, and now and then had the pleasure of reading aloud to her young man little incidents concerning some castle or manor in which Miss Fox Seton's aunt, Lady Malfry, was staying with earls and special favourites of the prince's. Jane also knew that Miss Fox Seton occasionally sent letters addressed to the Right Honourable the Countess of So-and-so, and received replies stamped with coronets. Once even a letter had arrived adorned with strawberry leaves, an incident which Mrs. Cupp and Jane had discussed with deep interest over their hot buttered toast and tea. Emily Fox Seton, however, was far from making any professions of grandeur. As time went on, she had become fond enough of the Cupps to be quite frank with them about her connections with these grand people. The Countess had heard from a friend that Miss Fox Seton had once found her an excellent governess, and she had commissioned her to find for her a reliable young lady's serving-maid. She had done some secretarial work for a charity of which the Duchess was patroness. In fact, these people knew her only as a well-bred woman who, for a modest remuneration, would make herself extremely useful in numberless practical ways. She knew much more of them than they knew of her, and in her affectionate admiration for those who treated her with human kindness, sometimes spoke to Mrs. Cupp or Jane of their beauty or charity with a very nice ingenuous feeling. Naturally, some of her patrons grew fond of her, and as she was a fine, handsome young woman with a perfectly correct bearing, they gave her little pleasures, inviting her to tea or luncheon, or taking her to the theatre. Her enjoyment of these things was so frank and grateful that the Cupps counted them among their own joys. Jane Cupp, who knew something of dressmaking, felt it a brilliant thing to be called upon to renovate an old dress, or help in the making of a new one for some festivity. The Cupps thought their tall, well-built lodger something of a beauty, and when they had helped her to dress for the evening, baring her fine, big, white neck and arms, and adorning her thick braids of hair with some sparkling, trembling ornaments, after putting her in her four-wheeled cab, they used to go back to their kitchen and talk about her, and wonder that some gentleman who wanted a handsome, stylish woman at the head of his table did not lay himself and his fortune at her feet. "In the photograph shops in Regent Street you see many a lady in a coronet that hasn't got half the good looks she has," Mrs. Cupp remarked frequently. "She's got a nice complexion and a fine head of hair, and, if you ask me, she's got as nice a pair of clear eyes as a lady could have. Then look at her figure, her neck and her waist. That kind of big, long throat of hers would set off rows of pearls or diamonds beautiful. She's a lady born, too, for all her simple, everyday way, and she's a sweet creature, if ever there was one. For kind-heartedness and good nature I never saw her equal." Miss Fox Seton had middle-class patrons as well as noble ones. In fact, those of the middle class were far more numerous than the Duchess's, so it had been possible for her to do more than one good turn for the Cupp household. She had got sewing in Maida Vale and Bloomsbury for Jane Cupp many a time, and Mrs. Cupp's dining-room floor had been occupied for years by a young man Emily had been able to recommend. Her own appreciation of good turns made her eager to do them for others. She never let slip a chance to help any one in any way. It was a good-natured thing done by one of her patrons who liked her, which made her so radiant as she walked through the mud this morning. She was inordinately fond of the country, and having had what she called a bad winter, she had not seen the remotest chance of getting out of town at all during the summer months. The weather was beginning to be unusually hot, and her small red room, which seemed so cosy in winter, was shut in by a high wall from all chance of breezes. Occasionally she lay and panted a little in her cot, and felt that when all the private omnibuses, loaded with trunks and servants, had rattled away and deposited their burdens at the various stations, life in town would be rather lonely. Every one she knew would have gone somewhere, and Mortimer Street in August was a melancholy thing. And Lady Maria had actually invited her to Mallow. What a piece of good fortune! What an extraordinary piece of kindness! She did not know what a source of entertainment she was to Lady Maria, and how the shrewd, worldly old thing liked her. Lady Maria Bayne was the cleverest, sharpest-tongued, smartest old woman in London. She knew everybody, and had done everything in her youth. a good many things not considered highly proper. A certain royal duke had been much pleased with her, and people had said some very nasty things about it. But this had not hurt Lady Maria. She knew how to say nasty things herself, and as she said them wittily, they were usually listened to and repeated. Emily Fox Seton had gone to her first to write notes for an hour every evening. She had sent, declined, and accepted invitations, and put off charities and dull people. She wrote a fine, dashing hand, and had a matter-of-fact intelligence and knowledge of things. Lady Maria began to depend on her, and to find that she could be sent on errands, and depended on to do a number of things. Consequently, she was often at South Audley Street, and once when Lady Maria was suddenly taken ill, and was horribly frightened about herself, Emily was such a comfort to her that she kept her for 3 weeks. "The creature is so cheerful, and perfectly free from vice, that she's a relief," her ladyship said to her nephew afterward. "So many women are affected cats. She'll go out and buy you a box of pills or a porous plaster, but at the same time she has a kind of simplicity and freedom from spites and envies which might be the natural thing for a princess." So it happened that occasionally Emily put on her best dress and most carefully built hat and went to South Audley Street to tea. Sometimes she had previously gone in buses to some remote place in the city to buy a special tea of which there had been rumours. She met some very smart people, and rarely any stupid ones, Lady Maria being encased in a perfect frank armour of good-humoured selfishness which would have been capable of burning dulness at the stake. "I won't have dull people," she used to say. "I'm dull myself." When Emily Fox Seton went to her on the morning in which this story opens, she found her consulting her visiting book and making lists. "I'm arranging my parties for Mallow," she said rather crossly. "How tiresome it is! The people one wants at the same time are always nailed to the opposite ends of the earth. And then things are found out about people, and one can't have them till it's blown over. Those ridiculous Dexters! They were the nicest possible pair, both of them good-looking, and both of them ready to flirt with anybody. But there was too much flirting, I suppose. Good heavens, if I couldn't have a scandal and keep it quiet, I wouldn't have a scandal at all. Come and help me, Emily." Emily sat down beside her. "You see, it's my early August party," said her ladyship, rubbing her delicate little old nose with her pencil, "and Walderhurst is coming to me. It always amuses me to have Walderhurst. The moment a man like that comes into a room, the women begin to frisk about and swim and languish, except those who try to get up interesting conversations they think likely to attract his attention. They all think it is possible that he may marry them. If he were a Mormon, he might have marchionesses of Walderhurst of all shapes and sizes." "I suppose," said Emily, "that he was very much in love with his first wife, and will never marry again." "He wasn't in love with her any more than he was in love with his housemaid. He knew he must marry, and thought it very annoying. As the child died, I believe he thinks it is his duty to marry again, but he hates it. He's rather dull, and he can't bear women fussing about and wanting to be made love to." They went over the visiting book and discussed people and dates seriously. The list was made and the notes written before Emily left the house. It was not until she had got up and was buttoning her coat that Lady Maria bestowed her boon. "Emily," she said, "I am going to ask you to Mallow on the 2nd. I want you to help me to take care of people and keep them from boring me and one another, though I don't mind their boring one another half so much as I mind their boring me. I want to be able to go off and take my nap at any hour I choose. I will not entertain people. What you can do is to lead them off to gather things or look at church towers. I hope you'll come." Emily Fox Seton's face flushed rosily, and her eyes opened and sparkled. "Oh, Lady Maria, you are kind," she said. "You know how I should enjoy it. I have heard so much of Mallow. Every one says it is so beautiful, and that there are no such gardens in England." "They are good gardens. My husband was rather mad about roses. The best train for you to take is the 2:30 from Paddington. That will bring you to the Court just in time for tea on the lawn." Emily could have kissed Lady Maria if they had been on the terms which lead people to make demonstrations of affection. But she would have been quite as likely to kiss the butler when he bent over her at dinner and murmured in dignified confidence, "Port or sherry, miss?" Bibsworth would have been no more astonished than Lady Maria would, and Bibsworth certainly would have expired of disgust and horror. She was so happy when she hailed the twopenny bus that when she got into it her face was beaming with the delight which adds freshness and good looks to any woman. To think that such good luck had come to her! To think of leaving her hot little room behind her and going as a guest to one of the most beautiful old houses in England! How delightful it would be to live for a while quite naturally the life the fortunate people lived year after year. To be a part of the beautiful order and picturesqueness and dignity of it. To sleep in a lovely bedroom, to be called in the morning by a perfect housemaid, to have one's early tea served in a delicate cup, and to listen as one drank it to the birds singing in the trees in the park. She had an ingenuous appreciation of the simplest material joys, and the fact that she would wear her nicest clothes every day and dress for dinner every evening was a delightful thing to reflect upon. She got so much more out of life than most people, though she was not aware of it. She opened the front door of the house in Mortimer Street with her latch key, and went upstairs, almost unconscious that the damp heat was dreadful. She met Jane Cupp coming down, and smiled at her happily. "Jane," she said, "if you are not busy, I should like to have a little talk with you. Will you come into my room?" "Yes, miss," Jane replied, with her usual respectful lady's maid's air. It was in truth Jane's highest ambition to become some day maid to a great lady, and she privately felt that her association with Miss Fox Seton was the best possible training. She used to ask to be allowed to dress her when she went out, and had felt it a privilege to be permitted to do her hair. She helped Emily to remove her walking dress, and neatly folded away her gloves and veil. She knelt down before her as soon as she saw her seat herself to take off her muddy boots. "Oh, thank you, Jane," Emily exclaimed with her kind italicised manner. "That is good of you. I am tired, really. But such a nice thing has happened. I have had such a delightful invitation for the first week in August." "I'm sure you'll enjoy it, miss," said Jane. "It's so hot in August." "Lady Maria Bayne has been kind enough to invite me to Mallow Court," explained Emily, smiling down at the cheap slipper Jane was putting on her large, well-shaped foot. She was built on a large scale, and her foot was of no Cinderella-like proportions. "Oh, miss," exclaimed Jane, "how beautiful! I was reading about Mallow in Modern Society the other day, and it said it was lovely, and her ladyship's parties were wonderful for smartness. The paragraph was about the Marquis of Walderhurst." "He is Lady Maria's cousin," said Emily, "and he will be there when I am." She was a friendly creature, and lived a life so really isolated from any ordinary companionship that her simple little talks with Jane and Mrs. Cupp were a pleasure to her. The Cupps were neither gossiping nor intrusive, and she felt as if they were her friends. Once, when she had been ill for a week, she remembered suddenly realising that she had no intimates at all, and that if she died, Mrs. Cupp's and Jane's would certainly be the last faces, and the only ones she would see. She had cried a little the night she thought of it, but then, as she told herself, she was feverish and weak, and it made her morbid. "It was because of this invitation that I wanted to talk to you, Jane," she went on. "You see, we shall have to begin to contrive about dresses." "Yes, indeed, miss. It's fortunate that the summer sales are on, isn't it? I saw some beautiful coloured linens yesterday. They were so cheap, and they do make up so smart for the country. Then you've got your new tussore with the blue collar and waistband. It does become you." "I must say I think that a tussore always looks fresh," said Emily. "And I saw a really nice little tan toque, one of those soft straw ones, for 3 and 11. And just a twist of blue chiffon and a wing would make it look quite good." She was very clever with her fingers, and often did excellent things with a bit of chiffon and a wing, or a few yards of linen or muslin, and a remnant of lace picked up at a sale. She and Jane spent quite a happy afternoon in careful united contemplation of the resources of her limited wardrobe. They found that the brown skirt could be altered, and with the addition of new revers and collar, and a jabot of string-coloured lace at the neck, would look quite fresh. A black net evening dress, which a patron had good-naturedly given her the year before, could be remodelled and touched up delightfully. Her fresh face and her square white shoulders were particularly adorned by black. There was a white dress which could be sent to the cleaners, and an old pink one whose superfluous breadths could be combined with lace and achieve wonders. "Indeed, I think I shall be very well off for dinner dresses," said Emily. "Nobody expects me to change often. Every one knows, if they notice at all." She did not know she was humble-minded and of an angelic contentedness of spirit. In fact, she did not find herself interested in contemplation of her own qualities, but in contemplation and admiration of those of other people. It was necessary to provide Emily Fox Seton with food and lodging, and such a wardrobe as would be just sufficient credit to her more fortunate acquaintances. She worked hard to attain this modest end, and was quite satisfied. She found at the shops where the summer sales were being held a couple of cotton frocks to which her height and her small, long waist gave an air of actual elegance, a sailor hat with a smart ribbon and well-set quill, a few new trifles for her neck, a bow, a silk handkerchief daringly knotted, and some fresh gloves, made her feel that she was sufficiently equipped. During her last expedition to the sales, she came upon a nice white duck coat and skirt, which she contrived to buy as a present for Jane. It was necessary to count over the contents of her purse very carefully, and to give up the purchase of a slim umbrella she wanted, but she did it cheerfully. If she had been a rich woman, she would have given presents to every one she knew, and it was actually a luxury to her to be able to do something for the Cupps, who she always felt were continually giving her more than she paid for. The care they took of her small room, the fresh hot tea they managed to have ready when she came in, the penny bunch of daffodils they sometimes put on her table, were kindnesses, and she was grateful for them. "I am very much obliged to you, Jane," she said to the girl, when she got into the four-wheeled cab on the eventful day of her journey to Mallow. "I don't know what I should have done without you, I'm sure. I feel so smart in my dress now that you have altered it. If Lady Maria's maid ever thinks of leaving her, I am sure I could recommend you for her place." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. There were other visitors to Mallow Court travelling by the 2:30 from Paddington, but they were much smarter people than Miss Fox Seton, and they were put into a first-class carriage by a footman with a cockade and a long drab coat. Emily, who travelled third with some workmen with bundles, looked out of her window as they passed, and might possibly have breathed a faint sigh if she had not felt in such buoyant spirits. She had put on her revived brown skirt and a white linen blouse with a brown dot on it. A soft brown silk tie was knotted smartly under her fresh collar, and she wore her new sailor hat. Her gloves were brown, and so was her parasol. She looked nice and taut and fresh, but notably inexpensive. The people who went to sales and bought things at 3 and 11 or 4.3 a yard would have been able to add her up and work out her total, but there would be no people capable of the calculation at Mallow. Even the servants' hall was likely to know less of prices than this one guest did. The people the drab-coated footman escorted to the first-class carriage were a mother and daughter. The mother had regular little features, and would have been pretty if she had not been much too plump. She wore an extremely smart travelling dress and a wonderful dust cloak of cool, pale, thin silk. She was not an elegant person, but her appointments were luxurious and self-indulgent. Her daughter was pretty, and had a slim, swaying waist, soft pink cheeks, and a pouting mouth. Her large picture hat of pale blue straw, with its big gauze bow and crushed roses, had a slightly exaggerated Parisian air. "It is a little too picturesque," Emily thought, "but how lovely she looks in it. I suppose it was so becoming she could not help buying it. I'm sure it's Virot." As she was looking at the girl admiringly, a man passed her window. He was a tall man with a square face. As he passed close to Emily, he stared through her head as if she had been transparent or invisible. He got into the smoking carriage next to her. When the train arrived at Mallow Station, he was one of the first persons who got out. Two of Lady Maria's men were waiting on the platform. Emily recognised their liveries. One met the tall man, touching his hat, and followed him to a high cart, in the shafts of which a splendid iron grey mare was fretting and dancing. In a few moments the arrival was on the high seat, the footman behind, and the mare speeding up the road. Miss Fox Seton found herself following the second footman and the mother and daughter, who were being taken to the landau waiting outside the station. The footman piloted them, merely touching his hat quickly to Emily, being fully aware that she could take care of herself. This she did promptly, looking after her box, and seeing it safe in the Mallow omnibus. When she reached the landau, the 2 other visitors were in it. She got in, and in entire contentment sat down with her back to the horses. The mother and daughter wore for a few minutes a somewhat uneasy air. They were evidently sociable persons, but were not quite sure how to begin a conversation with an as yet unintroduced lady who was going to stay at the country house to which they themselves were invited. Emily herself solved the problem, producing her commonplace with a friendly, tentative smile. "Isn't it a lovely country?" she said. "It's perfect," answered the mother. "I've never visited Europe before, and the English country seems to me just exquisite. We have a summer place in America, but the country is quite different." She was good-natured and disposed to talk, and with Emily Fox Seton's genial assistance conversation flowed. Before they were half-way to Mallow, it had revealed itself that they were from Cincinnati, and after a winter spent in Paris, largely devoted to visits to Paquin, Doucet and Virot, they had taken a house in Mayfair for the season. Their name was Brooke. Emily thought she remembered hearing of them as people who spent a great deal of money and went incessantly to parties, always in new and lovely clothes. The girl had been presented by the American minister, and had had a sort of success because she dressed and danced exquisitely. She was the kind of American girl who ended by marrying a title. She had sparkling eyes and a delicate tip-tilted nose, but even Emily guessed that she was an astute little person. "Have you ever been to Mallow Court before?" she inquired. "No, and I am so looking forward to it. It is so beautiful." "Do you know Lady Maria very well?" "I've known her about 3 years. She has been very kind to me. Well, I shouldn't have taken her for a particularly kind person. She's too sharp." Emily amiably smiled. "She's so clever," she replied. "Do you know the Marquis of Walderhurst?" asked Mrs. Brooke. "No," answered Miss Fox Seton. She had no part in that portion of Lady Maria's life which was illumined by cousins who were marquises. Lord Walderhurst did not drop in to afternoon tea. He kept himself for special dinner parties. "Did you see the man who drove away in the high cart?" Mrs. Brooke continued with a touch of fevered interest. "Cora thought it must be the Marquis. The servant who met him wore the same livery as the man up there," with a nod toward the box. "It was one of Lady Maria's servants," said Emily. "I have seen him in South Audley Street, and Lord Walderhurst was to be at Mallow. Lady Maria mentioned it." "There, mother!" exclaimed Cora. "Well, of course, if he is to be there, it will make it interesting," returned her mother, in a tone in which lurked an admission of relief. Emily wondered if she had wanted to go somewhere else, and had been firmly directed toward Mallow by her daughter. "We heard a great deal of him in London this season," Mrs. Brooks went on. Miss Cora Brooke laughed. "We heard that at least half a dozen people were determined to marry him," she remarked with pretty scorn. "I should think that to meet a girl who is indifferent might be good for him." "Don't be too indifferent, Cora," said her mother with ingenuous ineptness. It was a very stupid bit of revelation, and Miss Brooke's eyes flashed. If Emily Fox Seton had been a sharp woman, she would have observed that, if the rôle of indifferent and piquant young person could be made dangerous to Lord Walderhurst, it would be made so during this visit. The man was in peril from this beauty from Cincinnati and her rather indiscreet mother, though upon the whole the indiscreet maternal parent might unconsciously form his protection. But Emily only laughed amiably, as at a humorous remark. She was ready to accept almost anything as humour. "Well, he would be a great match for any girl," she said. "He's so rich, you know. He is very rich." When they reached Mallow and were led out upon the lawn, where the tea was being served under embowering trees, they found a group of guests eating little hot cakes and holding teacups in their hands. There were several young women, and one of them, a very tall, very fair girl, with large eyes as blue as forget-me-nots, and with a lovely, limp and long blue frock of the same shade, had been one of the beauties of the past season. She was a Lady Agatha Slade, and Emily began to admire her at once. She felt her to be a sort of added boon bestowed by kind fate upon herself. It was so delightful that she should be of this particular house party. This lovely creature, whom she had only known previously through pictures in ladies' illustrated papers. If it should occur to her to wish to become the Marchioness of Walderhurst, what could possibly prevent the consummation of her desire? Surely not Lord Walderhurst himself, if he was human. She was standing leaning lightly against the trunk of an ilex tree, and a snow-white borzoi was standing close to her, resting his long, delicate head against her gown, encouraging the caresses of her fair, stroking hand. She was in this attractive pose when Lady Maria turned in her seat and said, "There's Walderhurst." The man who had driven himself over from the station in the cart was coming towards them across the grass. He was past middle life and plain, but was of good height and had an air. It was, perhaps, on the whole, rather an air of knowing what he wanted. Emily Fox Seton, who by that time was comfortably seated in a cushioned basket chair, sipping her own cup of tea, gave him the benefit of the doubt when she wondered if he was not really distinguished and aristocratic looking. He was really neither, but was well built and well dressed, and had good greyish-brown eyes, about the colour of his greyish-brown hair. Among these amiably worldly people, who were not in the least moved by an altruistic prompting, Emily's greatest capital consisted in the fact that she did not expect to be taken the least notice of. She was not aware that it was her capital, because the fact was so wholly a part of the simple contentedness of her nature that she had not thought about it at all. The truth was that she found all her entertainment and occupation in being an audience or a spectator. It did not occur to her to notice that, when the guests were presented to him, Lord Walderhurst barely glanced at her surface as he bowed, and could scarcely be said to forget her existence the next second because he had hardly gone to the length of recognizing it. As she enjoyed her extremely nice cup of tea and little buttered scone, she also enjoyed looking at his lordship discreetly, and trying to make an innocent summing up of his mental attitudes. Lady Maria seemed to like him and to be pleased to see him. He himself seemed, in an undemonstrative way, to like Lady Maria. He also was evidently glad to get his tea, and enjoyed it as he sat at his cousin's side. He did not pay very much attention to any one else. Emily was slightly disappointed to see that he did not glance at the beauty and the borzoi more than twice, and then that his examination seemed as much for the borzoi as for the beauty. She could not help also observing that since he had joined the circle it had become more animated, so far at least as the female members were concerned. She could not help remembering Lady Maria's remark about the effect he produced on women when he entered a room. Several interesting or sparkling speeches had already been made. There was a little more laughter and chattiness, which somehow it seemed to be quite open to Lord Walderhurst to enjoy, though it was not exactly addressed to him. Miss Cora Brooke, however, devoted herself to a young man in white flannels with an air of tennis about him. She sat a little apart and talked to him in a voice soft enough to even exclude Lord Walderhurst. Presently she and her companion got up and sauntered away. They went down the broad flight of ancient stone steps which led to the tennis court lying in full view below the lawn. There they began to play tennis. Miss Brooke skimmed and darted about like a swallow. The swirl of her lace petticoats was most attractive. "That girl ought not to play tennis in shoes with ridiculous heels," remarked Lord Walderhurst. "She will spoil the court." Lady Maria broke into a little chuckle. "She wanted to play at this particular moment," she said, "and as she has only just arrived, it did not occur to her to come out to tea in tennis shoes." "She'll spoil the court all the same," said the Marquis. "What clothes! It's amazing how girls dress now." "I wish I had such clothes," answered Lady Maria, and she chuckled again. "She's got beautiful feet." "She's got Louis XV heels," returned his lordship. At all events, Emily Fox Seton thought Miss Brooke seemed to intend to rather keep out of his way and to practise no delicate allurements. When her tennis playing was at an end, she sauntered about the lawn and terraces with her companion, tilting her parasol prettily over her shoulder, so that it formed an entrancing background to her face and head. She seemed to be entertaining the young man. His big laugh and the silver music of her own lighter merriment rang out a little tantalisingly. "I wonder what Cora is saying," said Mrs. Brooke to the group at large. "She always makes men laugh so." Emily Fox Seton felt an interest herself, the merriment sounded so attractive. She wondered if perhaps to a man who had been so much run after, a girl who took no notice of his presence and amused other men so much might not assume an agreeable aspect. But he took more notice of Lady Agatha Slade than of any one else that evening. She was placed next to him at dinner, and she really was radiant to look upon in palest green chiffon. She had an exquisite little head with soft hair piled with wondrous lightness upon it, and her long little neck swayed like the stem of a flower. She was lovely enough to arouse in the beholder's mind the anticipation of her being silly, but she was not silly at all. Lady Maria commented upon that fact to Miss Fox Seton when they met in her bedroom late that night. Lady Maria liked to talk and be talked to for half an hour after the day was over, and Emily Fox Seton's admiring interest in all she said she found at once stimulating and soothing. Her ladyship was an old woman who indulged and inspired herself with an epicurean wisdom. Though she would not have stupid people about her, she did not always want very clever ones. "They give me too much exercise," she said. "The epigrammatic ones keep me always jumping over fences. Besides, I like to make all the epigrams myself." Emily Fox Seton struck a happy mean, and she was a genuine admirer. She was intelligent enough not to spoil the point of an epigram when she repeated it, and she might be relied upon to repeat it and give all the glory to its originator. Lady Maria knew there were people who, hearing your good things, appropriated them without a scruple. Tonight she said a number of good things to Emily in summing up her guests and their characteristics. "Walderhurst has been to me 3 times when I made sure that he would not escape without a new marchioness attached to him. I should think he would take one to put an end to the annoyance of dangling unplucked upon the bough. A man in his position, if he has character enough to choose, can prevent even his wife's being a nuisance. He can give her a good house, hang the family diamonds on her, supply a decent elderly woman as a sort of lady-in-waiting, and turn her into the paddock to kick up her heels within the limits of decorum. His own rooms can be sacred to him. He has his clubs and his personal interests. Husbands and wives annoy each other very little in these days. Married life has become comparatively decent." "I should think his wife might be very happy," commented Emily. "He looks very kind." "I don't know whether he's kind or not. It has never been necessary for me to borrow money from him." Lady Maria was capable of saying odd things in her refined little drawling voice. "He's more respectable than most men of his age. The diamonds are magnificent, and he not only has 3 superb places, but has money enough to keep them up. Now there are 3 aspirants at Mallow in the present party. Of course you can guess who they are, Emily?" Emily Fox Seton almost blushed. She felt a little indelicate. "Lady Agatha would be very suitable," she said, "and Mrs. Ralph is very clever, of course, and Miss Brooke is really pretty." Lady Maria gave vent to her small chuckle. "Mrs. Ralph is the kind of woman who means business. She'll corner Walderhurst and talk literature and roll her eyes at him until he hates her. These writing women, who are intensely pleased with themselves, if they have some good looks into the bargain, believe themselves capable of marrying any one. Mrs. Ralph has fine eyes and rolls them. Walderhurst won't be ogled. The Brooke girl is sharper than Ralph. She was very sharp this afternoon. She began at once." I didn't see her," wondering. "Yes, you did, but you didn't understand. The tennis and the laughing with young Heriot on the terrace. She is going to be the piquant young woman who aggravates by indifference and disdains rank and splendour. The kind of girl who has her innings in novelettes, but not out of them. The successful women are those who know how to toady in the right way, and not obviously. Walderhurst has far too good an opinion of himself to be attracted by a girl who is making up to another man. He's not 25. Emily Fox Seton was reminded, in spite of herself, of Mrs. Brooke's plaint, "Don't be too indifferent, Cora." She did not want to recall it exactly, because she thought the Brookes agreeable, and would have preferred to think them disinterested. But, after all, she reflected, how natural that a girl who was so pretty should feel that the Marquis of Walderhurst represented prospects. Chiefly, however, she was filled with admiration at Lady Maria's cleverness. "How wonderfully you observe everything, Lady Maria!" she exclaimed. "How wonderfully! I have had 47 seasons in London. That's a good many, you know. 47 seasons of débutantes and mothers tend toward enlightenment. Now there is Agatha Slade, poor girl. She's of a kind I know by heart. With birth and beauty she's perfectly helpless. Her people are poor enough to be entitled to aid from the charity organisation, and they have had the indecency to present themselves with 6 daughters. 6! All with delicate skins and delicate little noses and heavenly eyes. Most men can't afford them, and they can't afford most men. As soon as Agatha begins to go off a little, she will have to step aside if she has not married. The others must be allowed their chance. Agatha has had the advertising of the illustrated papers this season, and she has gone well. In these days a new beauty is advertised like a new soap. They haven't given them sandwich men in the streets, but that is about all that has been denied them. But Agatha has not had any special offer, and I know both she and her mother are a little frightened. Alex must come out next season, and they can't afford frocks for two. Agatha will have to be sent to their place in Ireland, and to be sent to Castle Clare is almost like being sent to the Bastille. She'll never get out alive. She'll have to stay there and see herself grow thin instead of slim, and colourless instead of fair. Her little nose will grow sharp, and she will lose her hair by degrees." "Oh!" Emily Fox Seton gave forth sympathetically. "What a pity that would be! I really thought Lord Walderhurst seemed to admire her." "Oh, every one admires her for that matter. But if they go no further, that will not save her from the Bastille, poor thing. There, Emily, we must go to bed. We have talked enough." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 3. To awaken in a still, delicious room, with the summer morning sunshine breaking softly into it through leafy greenness, was a delightful thing to Miss Fox Seton, who was accustomed to opening her eyes upon four walls covered with cheap paper, to the sound of outside hammerings and the rattle and heavy roll of wheels. In a building at the back of her bed-sitting room there lived a man whose occupation, beginning early in the morning, involved banging of a persistent nature. She awakened to her first day at Mallow, stretching herself luxuriously with the smile of a child. She was so thankful for the softness of her lavender-fragrant bed, and so delighted with the lovely freshness of her chintz-hung room. As she lay upon her pillows she could see the boughs of the trees and hear the chatter of darting starlings. When her morning tea was brought, it seemed like nectar to her. She was a perfectly healthy woman, with a palate as unspoiled as that of a 6-year-old child in the nursery. Her enjoyment of all things was so normal as to be in her day and time an absolute abnormality. She rose and dressed at once, eager for the open air and sunshine. She was out upon the lawn before any one else but the borzoi, which rose from beneath the tree and came with stately walk toward her. The air was exquisite. The broad, beautiful stretch of view lay warm in the sun. The masses of flowers on the herbaceous borders showed leaves and flower cups adorned with glittering drops of dew. She walked across the spacious sweep of short-cropped sod, and gazed enraptured at the country spread out below. She could have kissed the soft white sheep dotting the fields, and lying in gentle, huddled groups under the trees. "The darlings!" she said in a little effusive outburst. She talked to the dog and fondled him. He seemed to understand her mood, and pressed close against her gown when she stopped. They walked together about the gardens, and presently picked up an exuberant retriever, which bounded and wriggled and at once settled into a steady trot beside them. Emily adored the flowers as she walked by their beds, and at intervals stopped to bury her face in bunches of spicy things. She was so happy that the joy in her hazel eyes was pathetic. She was startled as she turned into a rather narrow rose walk to see Lord Walderhurst coming toward her. He looked exceedingly clean in his fresh light knickerbocker suit, which was rather becoming to him. A gardener was walking behind, evidently gathering roses for him, which he put into a shallow basket. Emily Fox Seton cast about for a suitable remark to make, if he should chance to stop to speak to her. She consoled herself with the thought that there were things she really wanted to say about the beauty of the gardens and certain clumps of heavenly blue campanulas, which seemed made a feature of in the herbaceous borders. It was so much nicer not to be obliged to invent observations. But his lordship did not stop to speak to her. He was interested in his roses, which she heard afterward were to be sent to town to an invalid friend. And as she drew near, he turned aside to speak to the gardener. As Emily was just passing him when he turned again, and as the passage was narrow, he found himself unexpectedly gazing into her face. Being nearly the same height, they were so near each other that it was a little awkward. "I beg pardon," he said, stepping back a pace and lifting his straw hat. But he did not say, "I beg pardon, Miss Fox Seton," and Emily knew that he had not recognised her again, and had not the remotest idea who she was or where she came from. She passed him with her agreeable, friendly smile, and there returned to her mind Lady Maria's remarks of the night before. "To think that if he married poor pretty Lady Agatha she will be mistress of 3 places quite as beautiful as Mallow, 3 lovely old houses, 3 sets of gardens, with thousands of flowers to bloom every year. How nice it would be for her! She is so lovely that it seems as if he must fall in love with her. Then, if she was Marchioness of Walderhurst, she could do so much for her sisters." After breakfast she spent her morning in doing 100 things for Lady Maria. She wrote notes for her, and helped her to arrange plans for the entertainment of her visitors. She was very busy and happy. In the afternoon she drove across the moor to Maundell, a village on the other side of it. She really went on an errand for her hostess, but as she was fond of driving, and the brown cob was a beauty, she felt that she was being given a treat on a level with the rest of her ladyship's generous hospitalities. She drove well, and her straight, strong figure showed to much advantage on the high seat of the cart. Lord Walderhurst himself commented on her as he saw her drive away. "She has a nice, flat, straight back, that woman," he remarked to Lady Maria. "What is her name? One never hears people's names when one is introduced." "Her name is Emily Fox Seton," her ladyship answered, "and she's a nice creature." "That would be an inhuman thing to say to most men. But if one is a thoroughly selfish being, and has some knowledge of one's own character, one sees that a nice creature might be a nice companion." "You are quite right," was Lady Maria's reply, as she held up her lorgnette and watched the cart spin down the avenue. "I am selfish myself, and I realise that is the reason why Emily Fox Seton is becoming the lodestar of my existence. There is such comfort in being pandered to by a person who is not even aware that she is pandering. She doesn't suspect that she is entitled to thanks for it." That evening Mrs. Ralph came shining to dinner in amber satin, which seemed to possess some quality of stimulating her to brilliance. She was witty enough to collect an audience, and Lord Walderhurst was drawn within it. This was Mrs. Ralph's evening. When the men returned to the drawing room she secured his lordship at once and managed to keep him. She was a woman who could talk pretty well, and perhaps Lord Walderhurst was amused. Emily Fox Seton was not quite sure that he was, but at least he listened. Lady Agatha Slade looked a little listless and pale. Lovely as she was, she did not always collect an audience, and this evening she said she had a headache. She actually crossed the room, and taking a seat by Miss Emily Fox Seton, began to talk to her about Lady Maria's charity knitting, which she had taken up. Emily was so gratified that she found conversation easy. She did not realise that at that particular moment she was a most agreeable and comforting companion for Agatha Slade. She had heard so much of her beauty during the season, and remembered so many little things that a girl who was a thought depressed might like to hear referred to again. Sometimes to Agatha the balls where people had collected in groups to watch her dancing, the flattering speeches she had heard, the dazzling hopes which had been raised, seemed a little unreal, as if after all they could have been only dreams. This was particularly so, of course, when life had dulled for a while, and the atmosphere of unpaid bills became heavy at home. It was so to-day, because the girl had received a long, anxious letter from her mother, in which much was said of the importance of an early preparation for the presentation of Alex, who had really been kept back a year, and was in fact nearer 20 than 19. "If we were not in Debrett and Burke, one might be reserved about such matters," poor Lady Claraway wrote. "But what is one to do when all the world can buy one's daughters' ages at the booksellers'?" Miss Fox Seton had seen Lady Agatha's portrait at the Academy, and the way in which people had crowded about it. She had chanced to hear comments also, and she agreed with a number of persons who had not thought the picture did the original justice. "Sir Bruce Norman was standing by me with an elderly lady the first time I saw it. she said as she turned a new row of the big white wool scarf her hostess was knitting for a deep-sea fishermen's charity. He really looked quite annoyed. I heard him say, "It is not good at all. She is far, far lovelier. Her eyes are like blue flowers. The moment I saw you, I found myself looking at your eyes. I hope I didn't seem rude." Lady Agatha smiled. She had flushed delicately and took up in her slim hand a skein of the white wool. "There are some people who are never rude," she sweetly said, "and you are one of them, I am sure. That knitting looks nice. I wonder if I could make a comforter for a deep-sea fisherman." "If it would amuse you to try," Emily answered, "I will begin one for you. Lady Maria has several pairs of wooden needles. Shall I?" "Do, please. How kind of you." In a pause of her conversation, Mrs. Ralph, a little later, looked across the room at Emily Fox Seton bending over Lady Agatha and the knitting, as she gave her instructions. "What a good-natured creature that is," she said. Lord Walderhurst lifted his monocle and inserted it in his unillumined eye. He also looked across the room. Emily wore the black evening dress which gave such opportunities to her square white shoulders and firm column of throat. The country air and sun had deepened the colour on her cheek, and the light of the nearest lamp fell kindly on the big twist of her nut-brown hair and burnished it. She looked soft and warm, and so generously interested in her pupil's progress that she was rather sweet. Lord Walderhurst simply looked at her. He was a man of but few words. Women who were sprightly found him somewhat unresponsive. In fact, he was aware that a man in his position need not exert himself. The women themselves would talk. They wanted to talk because they wanted him to hear them. Mrs. Ralph talked. "She is the most primeval person I know. She accepts her fate without a trace of resentment. She simply accepts it." "What is her fate?" asked Lord Walderhurst, still gazing in his unbiassed manner through his monocle, and not turning his head as he spoke. "It is her fate to be a woman who is perfectly well born, and who is as penniless as a charwoman, and works like one. She is at the beck and call of any one who will give her an odd job to earn a meal with. That is one of the new ways women have found of making a living." "Good skin," remarked Lord Walderhurst irrelevantly. "Good hair. Quite a lot." "She has some of the nicest blood in England in her veins, and she engaged my last cook for me," said Mrs. Ralph. "Hope she was a good cook." "Very. Emily Fox Seton has a faculty of finding decent people. I believe it is because she is so decent herself," with a little laugh. "Looks quite decent," commented Walderhurst. The knitting was getting on famously. "It was odd you should see Sir Bruce Norman that day," Agatha Slade was saying. "It must have been just before he was called away to India." "It was. He sailed the next day. I happened to know because some friends of mine met me only a few yards from your picture and began to talk about him. I had not known before that he was so rich. I had not heard about his collieries in Lancashire. Oh," opening her big eyes in heartfelt yearning, "how I wish I owned a colliery. It must be so nice to be rich." "I never was rich," answered Lady Agatha with a bitter little sigh. "I know it is hideous to be poor." "I never was rich," said Emily, "and I never shall be. You," a little shyly, "are so different." Lady Agatha flushed delicately again. Emily Fox Seton made a gentle joke. "You have eyes like blue flowers," she said. Lady Agatha lifted the eyes like blue flowers, and they were pathetic. "Oh," she gave forth almost impetuously, "sometimes it seems as if it does not matter whether one has eyes or not." It was a pleasure to Emily Fox Seton to realise that after this the beauty seemed to be rather drawn toward her. Their acquaintance became almost a sort of intimacy over the wool scarf for the deep-sea fisherman, which was taken up and laid down and even carried out on the lawn and left under the trees for the footmen to restore when they brought in the rugs and cushions. Lady Maria was amusing herself with the making of knitted scarfs and helmets just now, and bits of white or grey knitting were the fashion at Mallow. Once Agatha brought hers to Emily's room in the afternoon to ask that a dropped stitch might be taken up, and this established a sort of precedent. Afterward they began to exchange visits. The strenuousness of things was becoming, in fact, almost too much for Lady Agatha. Most unpleasant things were happening at home, and occasionally Castle Clare loomed up greyly in the distance like a spectre. Certain tradespeople who ought, in Lady Claraway's opinion, to have kept quiet and waited in patience until things became better, were becoming hideously persistent. In view of the fact that Alex's next season must be provided for, it was most awkward. A girl could not be presented and properly launched in the world in a way which would give her a proper chance without expenditure. To the Claraways expenditure meant credit, and there were blots as of tears on the letters in which Lady Claraway reiterated that the tradespeople were behaving horribly. Sometimes, she said once in desperation, things looked as if they would all be obliged to shut themselves up in Castle Clare to retrench, and then what was to become of Alex and her season? And there were Millicent and Hilda and Eve. More than once there was the mist of tears in the flower blue eyes when Lady Agatha came to talk. Confidence between two women establishes itself through processes at once subtle and simple. Emily Fox Seton could not have told when she first began to know that the beauty was troubled and distressed. Lady Agatha did not know when she first slipped into making frank little speeches about herself. But these things came about. Agatha found something like comfort in her acquaintance with the big, normal, artless creature, something which actually raised her spirits when she was depressed. Emily Fox Seton paid constant kindly tribute to her charms, and helped her to believe in them. When she was with her, Agatha always felt that she really was lovely, after all, and that loveliness was a great capital. Emily admired and revered it so, and evidently never dreamed of doubting its omnipotence. She used to talk as if any girl who was a beauty was a potential duchess. In fact, this was a thing she quite ingenuously believed. She had not lived in a world where marriage was a thing of romance, and for that matter neither had Agatha. It was nice if a girl liked the man who married her, but if he was a well-behaved, agreeable person, of good means, it was natural that she would end by liking him sufficiently, and to be provided for comfortably or luxuriously for life, and not left upon one's own hands or one's parents', was a thing to be thankful for in any case. It was such a relief to everybody to know that a girl was settled, and especially it was such a relief to the girl herself. Even novels and plays were no longer fairy stories of entrancing young men and captivating young women who fell in love with each other in the first chapter, and after increasingly picturesque incidents were married in the last one in the absolute surety of being blissfully happy for evermore. Neither Lady Agatha nor Emily had been brought up on this order of literature, nor in an atmosphere in which it was accepted without reservation. They had both had hard lives, and knew what lay before them. Agatha knew she must make a marriage or fade out of existence in prosaic and narrow dulness. Emily knew that there was no prospect for her of desirable marriage at all. She was too poor, too entirely unsupported by social surroundings, and not sufficiently radiant to catch the roving eye. To be able to maintain herself decently, to be given an occasional treat by her more fortunate friends, and to be allowed by fortune to present to the face of the world the appearance of a woman who was not a pauper, was all she could expect. But she felt that Lady Agatha had the right to more. She did not reason the matter out and ask herself why she had the right to more, but she accepted the proposition as a fact. She was ingenuously interested in her fate and affectionately sympathetic. She used to look at Lord Walderhurst quite anxiously at times when he was talking to the girl. An anxious mother could scarcely have regarded him with a greater desire to analyse his sentiments. The match would be such a fitting one. He would make such an excellent husband. And there were 3 places, and the diamonds were magnificent. Lady Maria had described to her a certain tiara which she frequently pictured to herself as glittering above Agatha's exquisite low brow. It would be infinitely more becoming to her than to Miss Brooke or Mrs. Ralph, though either of them would have worn it with spirit. She could not help feeling that both Mrs. Ralph's brilliancy and Miss Brooke's insouciant prettiness were not unworthy of being counted in the running, but Lady Agatha seemed somehow so much more completely the thing wanted. She was anxious that she should always look her best, and when she knew that disturbing letters were fretting her, and saw that they made her look pale and less luminous, she tried to raise her spirits. "Suppose we take a brisk walk," she would say, "and then you might try a little nap. You look a little tired." "Oh," said Agatha one day, "how kind you are to me. I believe you actually care about my complexion, about my looking well." "Lord Walderhurst said to me the other day," was Emily's angelically tactful answer, "that you were the only woman he had ever seen who always looked lovely." "Did he?" exclaimed Lady Agatha, and flushed sweetly. "Once Sir Bruce Norman actually said that to me. I told him it was the nicest thing that could be said to a woman. It is all the nicer," with a sigh, "because it isn't really true." "I am sure Lord Walderhurst believed it true," Emily said. "He is not a man who talks, you know. He is very serious and dignified." She had herself a reverence and admiration for Lord Walderhurst bordering on tender awe. He was indeed a well-mannered person, of whom painful things were not said. He also conducted himself well towards his tenantry, and was patron of several notable charities. To the unexacting and innocently respectful mind of Emily Fox Seton, this was at once impressive and attractive. She knew, though not intimately, many noble personages quite unlike him. She was rather early Victorian and touchingly respectable. "I have been crying," confessed Lady Agatha. "I was afraid so, Lady Agatha," said Emily. "Things are getting hopeless in Curzon Street. I had a letter from Millicent this morning. She is next in age to Alex, and she says, oh, a number of things. When girls see everything passing by them, it makes them irritable. Millicent is 17, and she is too lovely. Her hair is like a red gold cloak, and her eyelashes are twice as long as mine." She sighed again, and her lips, which were like curved rose petals, unconcealedly quivered. "They were all so cross about Sir Bruce Norman going to India," she added. "He will come back," said Emily benignly. "But he may be too late. Has he," ingenuously, "seen Alex?" Agatha flushed oddly this time. Her delicate skin registered every emotion exquisitely. "He has seen her, but she was in the schoolroom, and I don't think—" She did not finish, but stopped uneasily, and sat and gazed out of the open window into the park. She did not look happy. The episode of Sir Bruce Norman was brief and even vague. It had begun well. Sir Bruce had met the beauty at a ball, and they had danced together more than once. Sir Bruce had attractions other than his old baronetcy and his coal mines. He was a good-looking person, with a laughing brown eye and a nice wit. He had danced charmingly and paid gay compliments. He would have done immensely well. Agatha had liked him. Emily sometimes thought she had liked him very much. Her mother had liked him, and had thought he was attracted. But after a number of occasions of agreeable meetings, they had encountered each other on the lawn at Goodwood, and he had announced that he was going to India. Forthwith he had gone, and Emily had gathered that somehow Lady Agatha had been considered somewhat to blame. Her people were not vulgar enough to express this frankly, but she had felt it. Her younger sisters had upon the whole made her feel it most. It had been borne in upon her that if Alex, or Millicent with the red gold cloak, or even Eve, who was a gipsy, had been given such a season and such Doucet frocks, they would have combined them with their wonderful complexions and lovely little chins and noses in such a manner as would at least have prevented desirable acquaintances from feeling free to take P&O steamers to Bombay. In her letter of this morning, Millicent's temper had indeed got somewhat the better of her taste and breeding, and lovely Agatha had cried large tears. So it was comforting to be told that Lord Walderhurst had said such an extremely amiable thing. If he was not young, he was really very nice, and there were exalted persons who absolutely had rather a fad for him. It would be exceptionally brilliant. The brisk walk was taken, and Lady Agatha returned from it blooming. She was adorable at dinner, and in the evening gathered an actual court about her. She was all in pink, and a wreath of little pink wild roses lay close about her head, making her, with her tall young slimness, look like a Botticelli nymph. Emily saw that Lord Walderhurst looked at her a great deal. He sat on an extraordinarily comfortable corner seat and stared through his monocle. Lady Maria always gave her, Emily, plenty to do. She had a nice taste in floral arrangement, and early in her visit it had fallen into her hands as a duty to "do" the flowers. The next morning she was in the gardens early, gathering roses with the dew on them, and was in the act of cutting some adorable Mrs. Sharman Crawfords, when she found it behoved her to let down her carefully tucked up petticoats, as the Marquis of Walderhurst was walking straight toward her. An instinct told her that he wanted to talk to her about Lady Agatha Slade. "You get up earlier than Lady Agatha," he remarked, after he had wished her good morning. "She is oftener invited to the country than I am," she answered. "When I have a country holiday, I want to spend every moment of it out of doors, and the mornings are so lovely. They are not like this in Mortimer Street." "Do you live in Mortimer Street?" "Yes." "Do you like it?" "I am very comfortable. I am fortunate in having a nice landlady. She and her daughter are very kind to me." The morning was indeed heavenly. The masses of flowers were drenched with dew, and the already hot sun was drawing fragrance from them and filling the warm air with it. The Marquis, with his monocle fixed, looked up into the cobalt blue sky and among the trees, where a wood dove or two cooed with musical softness. "Yes," he observed with a glance which swept the scene. "It is different from Mortimer Street, I suppose. Are you fond of the country?" "Oh yes," sighed Emily. "Oh yes." She was not a specially articulate person. She could not have conveyed in words all that her "oh yes" really meant of simple love for and joy in rural sights and sounds and scents. But when she lifted her big, kind hazel eyes to him, the earnestness of her emotion made them pathetic, as the unspeakableness of her pleasures often did. Lord Walderhurst gazed at her through the monocle, with an air he sometimes had of taking her measure without either unkindliness or particular interest. "Is Lady Agatha fond of the country?" he inquired. "She is fond of everything that is beautiful," she replied. "Her nature is as lovely as her face, I think." "Is it?" Emily walked a step or two away to a rose climbing up the grey-red wall, and began to clip off blossoms which tumbled sweetly into her basket. "She seems lovely in everything," she said, "in disposition and manner and everything. She never seems to disappoint one or make mistakes." "You are fond of her?" "She has been so kind to me." "You often say people are kind to you." Emily paused and felt a trifle confused. Realising that she was not a clever person, and being a modest one, she began to wonder if she was given to a parrot phrase which made her tiresome. She blushed up to her ears. "People are kind," she said hesitatingly. You see, I have nothing to give, and I always seem to be receiving." "What luck!" remarked his lordship, calmly gazing at her. He made her feel rather awkward, and she was at once relieved and sorry when he walked away to join another early riser who had come out upon the lawn. For some mysterious reason, Emily Fox Seton liked him. Perhaps his magnificence and the constant talk she had heard of him had warmed her imagination. He had never said anything particularly intelligent to her, but she felt as if he had. He was a rather silent man, but never looked stupid. He had made some good speeches in the House of Lords, not brilliant, but sound and of a dignified respectability. He had also written 2 pamphlets. Emily had an enormous respect for intellect, and frequently, it must be admitted, for the thing which passed for it. She was not exacting. During her stay at Mallow in the summer, Lady Maria always gave a village treat. She had given it for 40 years, and it was a lively function. Several hundred wildly joyous village children were fed to repletion with exhilarating buns and cake, and tea in mugs, after which they ran races for prizes, and were entertained in various ways with the aid of such of the house party as were benevolently inclined to make themselves useful. Everybody was not so inclined, though people always thought the thing amusing. Nobody objected to looking on, and some were agreeably stimulated by the general sense of festivity. But Emily Fox Seton was found by Lady Maria to be invaluable on this occasion. It was so easy, without the least sense of ill feeling, to give her all the drudgery to do. There was plenty of drudgery, though it did not present itself to Emily Fox Seton in that light. She no more realised that she was giving Lady Maria a good deal for her money, so to speak, than she realised that her ladyship, though an amusing and delightful, was an absolutely selfish and inconsiderate old woman. So long as Emily Fox Seton did not seem obviously tired, it would not have occurred to Lady Maria that she could be so, that after all her legs and arms were mere human flesh and blood, that her substantial feet were subject to the fatigue unending trudging to and fro induces. Her ladyship was simply delighted that the preparations went so well, that she could turn to Emily for service and always find her ready. Emily made lists and calculations. She worked out plans and made purchases. She interviewed the village matrons who made the cake and buns, and boiled the tea in bags in a copper. She found the women who could be engaged to assist in cutting cake and bread and butter and helping to serve it. She ordered the putting up of tents and forms and tables. The innumerable things to be remembered she called to mind. "Really, Emily," said Lady Maria, "I don't know how I have done this thing for 40 years without you. I must always have you at Mallow for the treat." Emily was of the genial nature which rejoices upon even small occasions, and is invariably stimulated to pleasure by the festivities of others. The festal atmosphere was a delight to her. In her numberless errands to the village, the sight of the excitement in the faces of the children she passed on her way to this cottage and that filled her eyes with friendly glee and wreathed her face with smiles. When she went into the cottage where the cake was being baked, children hovered about in groups and nudged each other, giggling. They hung about, partly through thrilled interest, and partly because their joy made them eager to curtsy to her as she came out, the obeisance seeming to identify them even more closely with the coming treat. They grinned and beamed rosily, and Emily smiled at them and nodded, uplifted by a pleasure almost as infantile as their own. She was really enjoying herself so honestly that she did not realize how hard she worked during the days before the festivity. She was really ingenious, and invented a number of new methods of entertainment. It was she who, with the aid of a couple of gardeners, transformed the tents into bowers of green boughs, and arranged the decorations of the tables and the park gates. "What a lot of walking you do," Lord Walderhurst said to her once as she passed the group on the lawn. "Do you know how many hours you've been on your feet to-day?" "I like it," she answered, and as she hurried by, she saw that he was sitting a shade nearer to Lady Agatha than she had ever seen him sit before, and that Agatha, under a large hat of white gauze frills, was looking like a seraph, so sweet and shining were her eyes, so flower fair her face. She looked actually happy. "Perhaps he has been saying things," Emily thought. "How happy she will be. He has such a nice pair of eyes. He would make a woman very happy." A faint sigh fluttered from her lips. She was beginning to be physically tired, and was not yet quite aware of it. If she had not been physically tired, she would not even vaguely have had at this moment recalled to her mind the fact that she was not of the women to whom things are said, and to whom things happen. "Emily Fox Seton," remarked Lady Maria, fanning herself, as it was frightfully hot, "has the most admirable effect on me. She makes me feel generous. I should like to present her with the smartest things from the wardrobes of all my relations." "Do you give her clothes?" asked Walderhurst. "I haven't any to spare, but I know they would be useful to her. The things she wears are touching. They are so well contrived, and produce such a decent effect with so little." Lord Walderhurst inserted his monocle, and gazed after the straight, well set up back of the disappearing Miss Fox Seton. "I think," said Lady Agatha gently, "that she is really handsome." "So she is," admitted Walderhurst. "Quite a good-looking woman." That night Lady Agatha repeated the amiability to Emily, whose grateful amazement really made her blush. "Lord Walderhurst knows Sir Bruce Norman," said Agatha. "Isn't it strange? He spoke of him to me to-day. He says he's clever." "You had a nice talk this afternoon, hadn't you?" said Emily. "You both looked so as if you were enjoying yourselves when I passed." "Did he look as if he were enjoying himself? He was very agreeable. I did not know he could be so agreeable." "I have never seen him look as much pleased," answered Emily Fox Seton, "though he always looks as if he liked talking to you, Lady Agatha. That large white gauze garden hat," reflectively, "is so very becoming." "It was very expensive," sighed lovely Agatha, "and they last such a short time. Mamma said it really seemed almost criminal to buy it." "How delightful it will be," remarked cheering Emily, when you need not think of things like that." "Oh!" with another sigh, this time a catch of the breath, "it would be like heaven. People don't know. They think girls are frivolous when they care, and that it isn't serious. But when one knows one must have things, that they are like bread, it is awful. The things you wear really matter." Emily was bringing all her powers to bear upon the subject, and with an anxious kindness which was quite angelic. Each dress makes you look like another sort of picture. Have you," contemplatively, "anything quite different to wear tonight and tomorrow?" "I have 2 evening dresses I have not worn here yet," a little hesitatingly. I saved them. One is a very thin black one with silver on it. It has a trembling silver butterfly for the shoulder, and one for the hair." "Oh, put that on tonight," said Emily eagerly. "When you come down to dinner you will look so new. I always think that to see a fair person suddenly for the first time all in black gives one a kind of delighted start, though start isn't the word quite. Do put it on." Lady Agatha put it on. Emily Fox Seton came into her room to help to add the last touches to her beauty before she went down to dinner. She suggested that the fair hair should be dressed even higher and more lightly than usual, so that the silver butterfly should poise the more airily over the knot, with its quivering, outstretched wings. She herself poised the butterfly high upon the shoulder. "Oh, it is lovely!" she exclaimed, drawing back to gaze at the girl. "Do let me go down a moment or so before you do, so that I can see you come into the room." She was sitting in a chair quite near Lord Walderhurst when her charge entered. She saw him really give something quite like a start when Agatha appeared. His monocle, which had been in his eye, fell out of it, and he picked it up by its thin cord and replaced it. "Psyche," she heard him say in his odd voice, which seemed merely to make a statement without committing him to an opinion. "Psyche." He did not say it to her, or to any one else. It was simply a kind of exclamation, appreciative and perceptive without being enthusiastic, and it was curious. He talked to Agatha nearly all the evening. Emily came to Lady Agatha before she retired, looking even a little flushed. "What are you going to wear at the treat to-morrow?" she asked. "A white muslin, with entre deux of lace, and the gauze garden hat, and a white parasol and shoes." Lady Agatha looked a little nervous. Her pink fluttered in her cheek. "And to-morrow night?" said Emily. "I have a very pale blue. Won't you sit down, dear Miss Fox Seton?" "We must both go to bed and sleep. You must not get tired." But she sat down for a few minutes because she saw the girl's eyes asking her to do it. The afternoon post had brought a more than usually depressing letter from Curzon Street. Lady Claraway was at her motherly wits' ends, and was really quite touching in her distraction. A dressmaker was entering a suit. The thing would get into the papers, of course. "Unless something happens, something to save us by staving off things, we shall have to go to Castle Clare at once. It will be all over. No girl could be presented with such a thing in the air. They don't like it." They, of course, meant persons whose opinions made London society's law. "To go to Castle Clare," faltered Agatha, "will be like being sentenced to starve to death. Alex and Hilda and Millicent and Eve and I will be starved, quite slowly, for the want of the things that make girls' lives bearable when they have been born in a certain class, and even if the most splendid thing happened in 3 or 4 years, it would be too late for us four. Almost too late for Eve. If you are out of London, of course you are forgotten. People can't help forgetting. Why shouldn't they, when there are such crowds of new girls every year?" Emily Fox Seton was sweet. She was quite sure that they would not be obliged to go to Castle Clare. Without being indelicate, she was really able to bring hope to the fore. She said a good deal of the black gauze dress and the lovely effect of the silver butterflies. "I suppose it was the butterflies which made Lord Walderhurst say 'Psyche, Psyche,' when he first saw you," she added en passant. "Did he say that?" And immediately Lady Agatha looked as if she had not intended to say the words. "Yes," answered Emily, hurrying on with a casual air, which had a good deal of tact in it. "And black makes you so wonderfully fair and aerial. You scarcely look quite real in it. You might float away. But you must go to sleep now." Lady Agatha went with her to the door of the room to bid her good night. Her eyes looked like those of a child who might presently cry a little. "Oh, Miss Fox Seton," she said in a very young voice, "you are so kind." Chapter 4. Of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and The Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 4. The parts of the park nearest to the house already presented a busy aspect when Miss Fox Seton passed through the gardens the following morning. Tables were being put up, and baskets of bread and cake and groceries were being carried into the tent where the tea was to be prepared. The workers looked interested and good-humoured. The men touched their hats as Emily appeared, and the women curtsied smilingly. They had all discovered that she was amiable and to be relied on in her capacity of her ladyship's representative. "She's a worker, that Miss Fox Seton," one said to the other. "I never seen one that was a lady fall to as she does. Ladies, even when they means well, has a way of standing about and telling you to do things without seeming to know quite how they ought to be done. She's coming to help with the bread and butter cutting herself this morning, and she put up all them packages of sweets yesterday with her own hands. She did 'em up in different coloured papers and tied 'em with bits of ribbon, because she said she knowed children was prouder of coloured things than plain. They was like that. And so they are. A bit of red or blue goes a long way with a child." Emily cut bread and butter and cake, and placed seats and arranged toys on tables all the morning. The day was hot, though beautiful, and she was so busy that she had scarcely time for her breakfast. The household party was in the gayest spirits. Lady Maria was in her most amusing mood. She had planned a drive to some interesting ruins for the afternoon of the next day, and a dinner party for the evening. Her favourite neighbours had just returned to their country seat 5 miles away, and they were coming to the dinner, to her great satisfaction. Most of her neighbours bored her, and she took them in doses at her dinners, as she would have taken medicine. But the Lockyers were young and good-looking and clever, and she was always glad when they came to Loche during her stay at Mallow. "There is not a frump or a bore among them," she said. "In the country people are usually frumps when they are not bores, and bores when they are not frumps, and I am in danger of becoming both myself. 6 weeks of unalloyed dinner parties, composed of certain people I know, would make me begin to wear moreen petticoats and talk about the deplorable condition of London society." She led all her flock out onto the lawn under the ilex trees after breakfast. "Let us go and encourage industry," she said. "We will watch Emily Fox Seton working. She is an example." Curiously enough, this was Miss Cora Brooke's day. She found herself actually walking across the lawn with Lord Walderhurst by her side. She did not know how it happened, but it seemed to occur accidentally. "We never talk to each other," he said. "Well," answered Cora, "we have talked to other people a great deal. At least, I have." "Yes, you have talked a good deal," said the Marquis. "Does that mean I have talked too much?" He surveyed her prettiness through his glass. Perhaps the holiday stir in the air gave him a festive moment. "It means that you haven't talked enough to me. You have devoted yourself too much to the laying low of young Herriot." She laughed a trifle saucily. "You are a very independent young lady," remarked Walderhurst with a lighter manner than usual. "You ought to say something deprecatory, or a little coy, perhaps." "I shan't," said Cora composedly. "Shan't or won't?" he inquired. "They are both bad words for little girls, or young ladies, to use to their elders." "Both," said Miss Cora Brooke, with a slightly pleased flush. "Let us go over to the tents and see what poor Emily Fox Seton is doing." "Poor Emily Fox Seton," said the Marquis non-committally. They went, but they did not stay long. The treat was taking form. Emily Fox Seton was hot and deeply engaged. People were coming to her for orders. She had 1,000 things to do and to superintend the doing of. The prizes for the races and the presents for the children must be arranged in order. Things for boys and things for girls, presents for little children and presents for big ones. Nobody must be missed, and no one must be given the wrong thing. "It would be dreadful, you know," Emily said to the two when they came into her tent and began to ask questions, "if a big boy should get a small wooden horse, or a little baby should be given a cricket bat and ball. Then it would be so disappointing if a tiny girl got a work box and a big one got a doll. One has to get things in order. They look forward to this so, and it's heartbreaking to a child to be disappointed, isn't it?" Walderhurst gazed uninspiringly. "Who did this for Lady Maria when you were not here?" he inquired. "Oh, other people, but she says it was tiresome." Then, with an illuminated smile, "She has asked me to Mallow for the next 20 years for the treats. She is so kind." "Maria is a kind woman." with what seemed to Emily delightful amiability. "She is kind to her treats, and she is kind to Maria Bayne." "She is kind to me," said Emily. "You don't know how I am enjoying this." "That woman enjoys everything," Lord Walderhurst said when he walked away with Cora. "What a temperament to have! I would give 10,000 a year for it." "She has so little," said Cora, "that everything seems beautiful to her." "One doesn't wonder either. She's very nice. Mother and I quite admire her. We are thinking of inviting her to New York and giving her a real good time." "She would enjoy New York. Have you ever been there, Lord Walderhurst?" "No." "You ought to come, really. So many Englishmen come now, and they all seem to like it." "Perhaps I will come," said Walderhurst. "I have been thinking of it. One is tired of the Continent, and one knows India. One doesn't know Fifth Avenue and Central Park and the Rocky Mountains." "One might try them," suggested pretty Miss Cora. This certainly was her day. Lord Walderhurst took her and her mother out in his own particular high phaeton before lunch. He was fond of driving, and his own phaeton and horses had come to Mallow with him. He took only his favourites out, and though he bore himself on this occasion with a calm air, the event caused a little smiling flurry on the lawn. At least, when the phaeton spun down the avenue with Miss Brooke and her mother looking slightly flushed and thrilled in their high seats of honour, several people exchanged glances and raised eyebrows. Lady Agatha went to her room and wrote a long letter to Curzon Street. Mrs. Ralph talked about the problem play to young Heriot and a group of others. The afternoon, brilliant and blazing, brought new visitors to assist by their presence at the treat. Lady Maria always had a large house party, and added guests from the neighbourhood to make for gaiety. At 2 o'clock a procession of village children and their friends and parents, headed by the village band, marched up the avenue and passed before the house on their way to their special part of the park. Lady Maria and her guests stood upon the broad steps and welcomed the jocund crowd as it moved by, with hospitable bows and nods and becks and wreathed smiles. Everybody was in a delighted good humour. As the villagers gathered in the park, the house party joined them by way of the gardens. A conjurer from London gave an entertainment under a huge tree, and children found white rabbits taken from their pockets and oranges from their caps, with squeals of joy and shouts of laughter. Lady Maria's guests walked about and looked on, laughing with the children. The great affair of tea followed the performance. No treat is fairly under way until the children are filled to the brim with tea and buns and cake, principally cake in plummy wedges. Lady Agatha and Mrs. Ralph handed cake along rows of children seated on the grass. Miss Brooke was talking to Lord Walderhurst when the work began. She had poppies in her hat and carried a poppy-coloured parasol, and sat under a tree looking very alluring. "I ought to go and help to hand cake," she said. "My cousin Maria ought to do it," remarked Lord Walderhurst, "but she will not. Neither shall I. Tell me something about the elevated railroad and 550,000th Street." He had a slightly rude, gracefully languid air, which Cora Brooke found somewhat impressive after all. Emily Fox Seton handed cake and regulated supplies with cheerful tact and good spirits. When the older people were given their tea, she moved about their tables, attending to every one. She was too heart-whole in her interest in her hospitalities to find time to join Lady Maria and her party at the table under the ilex trees. She ate some bread and butter, and drank a cup of tea while she talked to some old women she had made friends with. She was really enjoying herself immensely, though occasionally she was obliged to sit down for a few moments just to rest her tired feet. The children came to her as to an omnipotent and benign being. She knew where the toys were kept, and what prizes were to be given for the races. She represented law and order and bestowal. The other ladies walked about in wonderful dresses, smiling and exalted. The gentlemen aided the sports in an amateurish way, and made patrician jokes among themselves. But this one lady seemed to be part of the treat itself. She was not so grandly dressed as the others. Her dress was only blue linen with white bands on it, and she had only a sailor hat with a buckle and bow. But she was of her ladyship's world of London people nevertheless, and they liked her more than they had ever liked a lady before. It was a fine treat, and she seemed to have made it so. There had never been quite such a varied and jovial treat at Mallow before. The afternoon waxed and waned. The children played games and raced and rejoiced until their young limbs began to fail them. The older people sauntered about or sat in groups to talk and listen to the village band. Lady Maria's visitors, having had enough of rural festivities, went back to the gardens in excellent spirits, to talk and to watch a game of tennis which had taken form on the court. Emily Fox Seton's pleasure had not abated, but her colour had done so. Her limbs ached, and her still smiling face was pale as she stood under the beech tree regarding the final ceremonies of the festal day, to preside over which Lady Maria and her party returned from their seats under the ilex trees. The national anthem was sung loudly, and there were 3 tremendous cheers given for her ladyship. They were such joyous and hearty cheers that Emily was stirred almost to emotional tears. At all events, her hazel eyes looked nice and moistly bright. She was an easily moved creature. Lord Walderhurst stood near Lady Maria and looked pleased also. Emily saw him speak to her ladyship and saw Lady Maria smile. Then he stepped forward with his non-committal air and his monocle glaring calmly in his eye. "Boys and girls," he said in a clear, far-reaching voice, "I want you to give 3 of the biggest cheers you are capable of for the lady who has worked to make your treat the success it has been. Her ladyship tells me she has never had such a treat before. 3 cheers for Miss Fox Seton." Emily gave a gasp and felt a lump rise in her throat. She felt as if she had been without warning suddenly changed into a royal personage, and she scarcely knew what to do. The whole treat, juvenile and adult, male and female, burst into 3 cheers, which were roars and bellows. Hats and caps were waved and tossed into the air, and every creature turned toward her as she blushed and bowed in tremulous gratitude and delight. "Oh, Lady Maria! Oh, Lord Walderhurst!" she said, when she managed to get to them. "How kind you are to me!" End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and The Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 5. After she had taken her early tea in the morning, Emily Fox Seton lay upon her pillows and gazed out upon the tree branches near her window in a state of bliss. She was tired but happy. How well everything had gone off! How pleased Lady Maria had been, and how kind of Lord Walderhurst to ask the villagers to give 3 cheers for herself. She had never dreamed of such a thing. It was the kind of attention not usually offered to her. She smiled her childlike smile and blushed at the memory of it. Her impression of the world was that people were really very amiable as a rule. They were always good to her, at least, she thought, and it did not occur to her that if she had not paid her way so remarkably well by being useful, they might have been less agreeable. Never once had she doubted that Lady Maria was the most admirable and generous of human beings. She was not aware in the least that her ladyship got a good deal out of her. In justice to her ladyship, it may be said that she was not wholly aware of it herself, and that Emily absolutely enjoyed being made use of. This morning, however, when she got up, she found herself more tired than she ever remembered being before, and it may be easily argued that a woman who runs about London on other people's errands often knows what it is to be aware of aching limbs. She laughed a little when she discovered that her feet were actually rather swollen, and that she must wear a pair of her easiest slippers. "I must sit down as much as I can to-day," she thought, "and yet with the dinner party and the excursion this morning, there may be a number of little things Lady Maria would like me to do." There were, indeed, numbers of things Lady Maria was extremely glad to ask her to do. The drive to the ruins was to be made before lunch, because some of the guests felt that an afternoon jaunt would leave them rather fagged for the dinner party in the evening. Lady Maria was not going, and as presently became apparent, the carriages would be rather crowded if Miss Fox Seton joined the party. On the whole, Emily was not sorry to have an excuse for remaining at home, and so the carriages drove away comfortably filled, and Lady Maria and Miss Fox Seton watched their departure. I have no intention of having my venerable bones rattled over hill and dale the day I give a dinner party," said her ladyship. "Please ring the bell, Emily. I want to make sure of the fish. Fish is one of the problems of country life. Fishmongers are demons, and when they live 5 miles from one they can arouse the most powerful human emotions." Mallow Court was at a distance from the country town, delightful in its effects upon the rusticity of the neighbourhood, but appalling when considered in connection with fish. One could not dine without fish. The town was small and barren of resources, and the one fishmonger of weak mind and unreliable nature. The footman who obeyed the summons of the bell informed her ladyship that the cook was rather anxious about the fish, as usual. The fishmonger had been a little doubtful as to whether he could supply her needs, and his cart never arrived until 12:30. "Great goodness!" exclaimed her ladyship when the man retired. "What a situation if we found ourselves without fish! Old General Barnes is the most ferocious old gourmand in England, and he loathes people who give him bad dinners. We are all rather afraid of him, the fact is, and I will own that I am vain about my dinners. That is the last charm nature leaves a woman, the power to give decent dinners. I shall be fearfully annoyed if any ridiculous thing happens." They sat in the morning room together, writing notes and talking, and as 12:30 drew near, watching for the fishmonger's cart. Once or twice Lady Maria spoke of Lord Walderhurst. "He is an interesting creature to my mind," she said. "I have always rather liked him. He has original ideas, though he's not in the least brilliant. I believe he talks more freely to me, on the whole, than to most people, though I can't say he has a particularly good opinion of me. He stuck his glass in his eye and stared at me last night, in that weird way of his, and said to me, 'Maria, in an ingenuous fashion of your own, you are the most abominably selfish woman I ever beheld.' Still, I know he rather likes me. I said to him, 'That isn't quite true, James. I am selfish, but I'm not abominably selfish. Abominably selfish people always have nasty tempers, and no one can accuse me of having a nasty temper. I have the disposition of a bowl of bread and milk. Emily," as wheels rattled up the avenue, "is that the fishmonger's cart?" "No," answered Emily at the window. "It is the butcher." "His attitude toward the women here has made my joy," Lady Maria proceeded, smiling over the deep-sea fisherman's knitted helmet she had taken up. "He behaves beautifully to them all, but not one of them has really a leg to stand on as far as he is responsible for it. But I will tell you something, Emily." She paused. Miss Fox Seton waited with interested eyes. "He is thinking of bringing the thing to an end and marrying some woman. I feel it in my bones." "Do you think so?" exclaimed Emily. "Oh, I can't help hoping—" But she paused also. "You hope it will be Agatha Slade," Lady Maria ended for her. "Well, perhaps it will be. I sometimes think it is Agatha, if it's any one. And yet I'm not sure. One never could be sure with Walderhurst. He has always had a trick of keeping more than his mouth shut. I wonder if he could have any other woman up his sleeve." "Why do you think—" began Emily. Lady Maria laughed. "For an odd reason. The Walderhursts have a ridiculously splendid ring in the family, which they have a way of giving to the women they become engaged to. It's ridiculous because a ruby as big as a trouser's button is ridiculous. You can't get over that. There is a story connected with this one, centuries and things, and something about the woman the first Walderhurst had it made for. She was a Dame something or other who had snubbed the King for being forward, and the snubbing was so good for him that he thought she was a saint and gave the ruby for her betrothal. Well, by the merest accident I found Walderhurst had sent his man to town for it. It came 2 days ago." "Oh, how interesting!" said Emily, thrilled. "It must mean something. It is rather a joke. Wheels again, Emily. Is that the fishmonger?" Emily went to the window once more. "Yes," she answered, "if his name is Buggle." "His name is Buggle," said Lady Maria, "and we are saved." But 5 minutes later the cook herself appeared at the morning room door. She was a stout person who panted, and respectfully removed beads of perspiration from her brow with a clean handkerchief. She was as nearly pale as a heated person of her weight may be. "And what has happened now, cook?" asked Lady Maria. "That Buggle, your ladyship," said cook, "says your ladyship can't be no sorrier than he is, but when fish goes bad in a night, it can't be made fresh in the morning. He brought it that I might see it for myself,
and it is in a state as could not be used by any one. I was that upset, your ladyship, that I felt like I must come and explain myself."
"What can be done?" exclaimed Lady Maria. "Emily, do suggest something."
"We can't even be sure," said the cook, "that Batch has what would suit us. Batch sometimes has it, but he's the fishmonger at Maundell, and that's 4 miles away, and we are short-handed, your ladyship, now the house is so full, and not a servant that could be spared."
"Dear me," said Lady Maria. "Emily, this is really enough to drive one quite mad. If everything was not out of the stables, I know you would drive over to Maundell. You are such a good walker," catching a gleam of hope. "Do you think you could walk?" Emily tried to look cheerful. Lady Maria's situation was really an awful one for a hostess. It would not have mattered in the least if her strong, healthy body had not been so tired. She was an excellent walker, and ordinarily 8 miles would have meant nothing in the way of fatigue. She was kept in good training by her walking in town. Springy moorlands swept by fresh breezes was not like London streets. "I think I can manage it," she said nice-temperedly. "If I had not run about so much yesterday it would be a mere nothing. You must have the fish, of course. I will walk over the moor to Maundell and tell Batch it must be sent at once. Then I will come back slowly. I can rest on the heather by the way. The moor is lovely in the afternoon." "You dear soul!" Lady Maria broke forth. "What a boon you are to a woman!" She felt quite grateful. There arose in her mind an impulse to invite Emily Fox Seton to remain the rest of her life with her, but she was too experienced an elderly lady to give way to impulses. She privately resolved, however, that she would have her a good deal in South Audley Street, and would make her some decent presents. When Emily Fox Seton, attired for her walk in her shortest brown linen frock and shadiest hat, passed through the hall, the post-boy was just delivering the midday letters to a footman. The servant presented his salver to her with a letter for herself lying upon the top of one addressed in Lady Claraway's handwriting, to the Lady Agatha Slade. Emily recognised it as one of the epistles of many sheets which so often made poor Agatha shed slow and depressed tears. Her own letter was directed in the well-known hand of Mrs. Cupp, and she wondered what it could contain. "I hope the poor things are not in any trouble," she thought. "They were afraid the young man in the sitting-room was engaged. If he got married and left them, I don't know what they would do. He has been so regular." Though the day was hot, the weather was perfect, and Emily, having exchanged her easy slippers for an almost equally easy pair of tan shoes, found her tired feet might still be used. Her disposition to make the very best of things inspired her to regard even an 8-mile walk with courage. The moorland air was so sweet, the sound of the bees droning as they stumbled about in the heather was such a comfortable, peaceful thing, that she convinced herself that she should find the 4 miles to Maundell quite agreeable. She had so many nice things to think of that she temporarily forgot that she had put Mrs. Cupp's letter in her pocket, and was half-way across the moor before she remembered it. "Dear me!" she exclaimed when she recalled it. "I must see what has happened." She opened the envelope and began to read as she walked. But she had not taken many steps before she uttered an exclamation and stopped. "How very nice for them!" she said, but she turned rather pale. From a worldly point of view, the news the letter contained was indeed very nice for the Cupps, but it put a painful aspect upon the simple affairs of poor Miss Fox Seton. "It is a great piece of news in one way," wrote Mrs. Cupp, "and yet me and Jane can't help feeling a bit low at the thought of the changes it will make, and us living where you won't be with us, if I may take the liberty, miss. My brother William made a good bit of money in Australia, but he's always been homesick for the old country, as he always calls England. His wife was a colonial, and when she died a year ago he made up his mind to come home to settle in Chichester, where he was born. He says there's nothing like the feeling of a cathedral town. He's bought such a nice house a bit out, with a big garden, and he wants me and Jane to come and make an home with him. He says he's worked hard all his life, and now he means to be comfortable, and he can't be bothered with housekeeping. He promises to provide well for us both, and he wants us to sell up Mortimer Street and come as quick as possible. But we shall miss you, miss. And though her Uncle William keeps a trap and everything according, and Jane is grateful for his kindness, she broke down and cried hard last night, and says to me,
"Oh, mother, if Miss Fox Seton could just manage to take me as a maid, I would rather be it than anything. Traps don't feed the heart, mother, and I've a feeling for Miss Fox Seton as is perhaps unbecoming to my station. But we've got the men in the house ticketing things, miss, and we want to know what we shall do with the articles in your bed-sitting room."
The friendliness of the two faithful cups and the humble turkey-red comforts of the bed-sitting room had meant home to Emily Fox Seton. When she had turned her face and her tired feet away from discouraging errands and small humiliations and discomforts, she had turned them toward the bed-sitting room, the hot little fire, the small fat black kettle singing on the hob, and the 2 and 11 penny tea set. Not being given to crossing bridges before she reached them, she had never contemplated the dreary possibility that her refuge might be taken away from her. She had not dwelt upon the fact that she had no other real refuge on earth. As she walked among the sun-heated heather and the luxuriously droning bees, she dwelt upon it now with a suddenly realizing sense. As it came home to her soul, her eyes filled with big tears, which brimmed over and rolled down her cheeks. They dropped upon the breast of her linen blouse and left marks. "I shall have to find a new bed-sitting room somewhere," she said, the breast of the linen blouse lifting itself sharply. "It will be so different to be in a house with strangers. Mrs. Cupp and Jane—" She was obliged to take out her handkerchief at that moment. "I am afraid I can't get anything respectable for 10 shillings a week. It was very cheap, and they were so nice." All her fatigue of the early morning had returned. Her feet began to burn and ache, and the sun felt almost unbearably hot. The mist in her eyes prevented her seeing the path before her. Once or twice she stumbled over something. "It seems as if it must be farther than 4 miles," she said. "And then there is the walk back. I am tired, but I must get on, really." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The drive to the ruins had been a great success. It was a drive of just sufficient length to put people in spirits without fatiguing them. The party came back to lunch with delightful appetites. Lady Agatha and Miss Cora Brooke had pink cheeks. The Marquis of Walderhurst had behaved charmingly to both of them. He had helped each of them to climb about among the ruins, and had taken them both up the steep, dark stairway of one of the towers, and stood with them looking over the turrets into the courtyard and the moat. He knew the history of the castle, and could point out the banquet hall and the chapel and the serving places, and knew legends about the dungeons. "He gives us all a turn, mother," said Miss Cora Brooke. "He even gave a turn yesterday to poor Emily Fox Seton. He's rather nice." There was a great deal of laughter at lunch after their return. Miss Cora Brooke was quite brilliant in her gay little sallies, but though she was more talkative than Lady Agatha, she did not look more brilliant. The letter from Curzon Street had not made the beauty shed tears. Her face had fallen when it had been handed to her on her return, and she had taken it upstairs to her room with rather a flagging step. But when she came down to lunch she walked with the movement of a nymph. Her lovely little face wore a sort of tremulous radiance. She laughed like a child at every amusing thing that was said. She might have been 10 years old instead of 22. Her colour, her eyes, her spirits seemed of a freshness so infantine. She was leaning back in her chair laughing enchantingly at one of Miss Brooke's sparkling remarks, when Lord Walderhurst, who sat next to her, said suddenly, glancing round the table, "But where is Miss Fox Seton?" It was perhaps a significant fact that up to this moment nobody had observed her absence. It was Lady Maria who replied. "I am almost ashamed to answer," she said. "As I have said before, Emily Fox Seton has become the lodestar of my existence. I cannot live without her. She has walked over to Maundell to make sure that we do not have a dinner party without fish tonight." "She has walked over to Maundell," said Lord Walderhurst, "after yesterday?"
"There was not a pair of wheels left in the stable," answered Lady Maria. "It is disgraceful, of course, but she is a splendid walker, and she said she was not too tired to do it. It is the kind of thing she ought to be given the Victoria Cross for, saving one from a dinner party without fish." The Marquis of Walderhurst took up the cord of his monocle and fixed the glass rigidly in his eye. "It is not only 4 miles to Maundell," he remarked, staring at the tablecloth, not at Lady Maria, "but it is 4 miles back." "By a singular coincidence," said Lady Maria. The talk and laughter went on, and the lunch also. But Lord Walderhurst, for some reason best known to himself, did not finish his. For a few seconds he stared at the tablecloth, then he pushed aside his nearly disposed of cutlet, then he got up from his chair quietly. "Excuse me, Maria," he said, and without further ado went out of the room and walked toward the stables. There was excellent fish at Maundell. Batch produced it at once, fresh, sound, and desirable. Had she been in her normal spirits, Emily would have rejoiced at the sight of it and have retraced her 4 miles to Mallow in absolute jubilation. She would have shortened and beguiled her return journey by depicting to herself Lady Maria's pleasure and relief. But the letter from Mrs. Cupp lay like a weight of lead in her pocket. It had given her such things to think of as she walked, that she had been oblivious to heather and bees and fleece-bedecked summer blue sky, and had felt more tired than in any tramp through London streets that she could call to mind. Each step she took seemed to be carrying her farther away from the few square yards of home the bed-sitting room had represented under the dominion of the Cupps. Every moment she recalled more strongly that it had been home, home. Of course it had not been the third-floor back room so much as it had been the Cupps who made it so, who had regarded her as a sort of possession, who had liked to serve her and had done it with actual affection. "I shall have to find a new place," she kept saying. "I shall have to go among quite strange people." She had suddenly a new sense of being without resource. That was one of the proofs of the curious heaviness of the blow the simple occurrence was to her. She felt temporarily almost as if there were no other lodging-houses in London, though she knew that really there were tens of thousands. The fact was that though there might be other Cupps, or their counterparts, she could not make herself believe such a good thing possible. She had been physically worn out before she had read the letter, and its effect had been proportionate to her fatigue and lack of power to rebound. She was vaguely surprised to feel that the tears kept filling her eyes and falling on her cheeks in big, heavy drops. She was obliged to use her handkerchief frequently, as if she was suddenly developing a cold in her head. "I must take care," she said once, quite prosaically, but with more pathos in her voice than she was aware of, "or I shall make my nose quite red." Though Batch was able to supply fish, he was unfortunately not able to send it to Mallow. His cart had gone out on a round just before Miss Fox Seton's arrival, and there was no knowing when it would return. "Then I must carry the fish myself," said Emily. "You can put it in a neat basket." "I'm very sorry, miss, I am indeed, miss," said Batch, looking hot and pained. "It will not be heavy," returned Emily, "and her ladyship must be sure of it for the dinner party." So she turned back to recross the moor with a basket of fish on her arm, and she was so pathetically unhappy that she felt that so long as she lived the odour of fresh fish would make her feel sorrowful. She had heard of people who were made sorrowful by the odour of a flower or the sound of a melody, but in her case it would be the smell of fresh fish that would make her sad. If she had been a person with a sense of humour, she might have seen that this was a thing to laugh at a little. But she was not a humorous woman, and just now, "Oh, I shall have to find a new place," she was thinking, "and I have lived in that little room for years." The sun got hotter and hotter, and her feet became so tired that she could scarcely drag one of them after another. She had forgotten that she had left Mallow before lunch, and that she ought to have got a cup of tea at least at Maundell. Before she had walked a mile on her way back she realized that she was frightfully hungry and rather faint. "There is not even a cottage where I could get a glass of water," she thought. The basket, which was really comparatively light, began to feel heavy on her arm, and at length she felt sure that a certain burning spot on her left heel must be a blister which was being rubbed by her shoe. How it hurt her, and how tired she was, how tired! And when she left Mallow,
lovely, luxurious Mallow, she would not go back to her little room all fresh from the Cupps' autumn house cleaning, which included the washing and ironing of her turkey red hangings and chair covers. She would be obliged to huddle into any poor place she could find, and Mrs. Cupp and Jane would be in Chichester. "But what good fortune it is for them," she murmured. "They need never be anxious about the future again. How wonderful it must be to know that one need not be afraid of the future. Indeed, I think I really must sit down." She sat down upon the sun-warmed heather and actually let her tear-wet face drop upon her hands. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," she said helplessly. "I must not let myself do this. I mustn't. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." She was so overpowered by her sense of her own weakness that she was conscious of nothing but the fact that she must control it. Upon the elastic moorland road wheels stole upon one without a sound. So the wheels of a rapidly driven high cart approached her and were almost at her side before she lifted her head, startled by a sudden consciousness that a vehicle was near her. It was Lord Walderhurst's cart, and even as she gazed at him with alarmed wet eyes, his lordship descended from it and made a sign to his groom, who at once impassively drove on. Emily's lips tried to tremble into a smile. She put out her hand fumblingly toward the fish-basket, and having secured it, began to rise. "I sat down to rest," she faltered, even apologetically. "I walked to Maundell, and it was so hot." Just at that moment a little breeze sprang up and swept across her cheek. She was so grateful that her smile became less difficult. "I got what Lady Maria wanted," she added, and the childlike dimple in her cheek endeavoured to defy her eyes. The Marquis of Walderhurst looked rather odd. Emily had never seen him look like this before. He took a silver flask out of his pocket in a matter-of-fact way and filled its cup with something. "That is sherry," he said. "Please drink it. You are absolutely faint." She held out her hand eagerly. She could not help it. "Oh, thank you," she said. "I am so thirsty." And she drank it as if it were the nectar of the gods. "Now, Miss Fox Seton," he said, "please sit down again. I came here to drive you back to Mallow, and the cart will not come back for a quarter of an hour." "You came on purpose?" she exclaimed, feeling in truth somewhat awestruck. "But how kind of you, Lord Walderhurst! How good!" It was the most unforeseen and amazing experience of her life, and at once she sought for some reason which could connect with his coming some more interesting person than mere Emily Fox Seton. Oh! the thought flashed upon her. He had come for some reason connected with Lady Agatha. He made her sit down on the heather again, and he took a seat beside her. He looked straight into her eyes. "You have been crying," he remarked. There was no use denying it. And what was there in the good grey-brown eye, gazing through the monocle, which so moved her by its suggestion of kindness and some new feeling? "Yes, I have," she admitted. "I don't often, but well, yes, I have." "What was it?" It was the most extraordinary thump her heart gave at this moment. She had never felt such an absolute thump. It was perhaps because she was tired. His voice had lowered itself. No man had ever spoken to her before like that. It made one feel as if he was not an exalted person at all, only a kind, kind one. She must not presume upon his kindness and make much of her prosaic troubles. She tried to smile in a proper, casual way. "Oh, it was a small thing, really," was her effort at treating the matter lightly. "But it seems more important to me than it would to any one with a family. The people I live with, who have been so kind to me, are going away." "The Cupps?" he asked. She turned quite round to look at him. "How," she faltered, "did you know about them?" "Maria told me," he answered. "I asked her." It seemed such a human sort of interest to have taken in her. She could not understand. And she had thought he scarcely realised her existence. She said to herself that was so often the case. People were so much kinder than one knew. She felt the moisture welling in her eyes and stared steadily at the heather, trying to wink it away. "I am really glad," she explained hastily. "It is such good fortune for them. Mrs. Cupp's brother has offered them such a nice home. They need never be anxious again." "But they will leave Mortimer Street, and you will have to give up your room." Yes, I must find another." A big drop got the better of her and flashed on its way down her cheek. "I can find a room, perhaps, but I can't find—" She was obliged to clear her throat. "That was why you cried?" "Yes." After which she sat still. "You don't know where you will live?" "No." She was looking so straight before her and trying so hard to behave discreetly that she did not see that he had drawn nearer to her. But a moment later she realised it because he took hold of her hand. His own closed over it firmly. "Will you—" he said. "I came here, in fact, to ask you if you will come and live with me." Her heart stood still, quite still. London was so full of ugly stories about things done by men of his rank, stories of transgressions, of follies, of cruelties. So many were open secrets. There were men who, even while keeping up an outward aspect of respectability, were held accountable for painful things. The lives of well-born, struggling women were so hard. Sometimes such nice ones went under because temptation was so great. But she had not thought, she could not have dreamed. She got on her feet and stood upright before him. He rose with her, and because she was a tall woman, their eyes were on a level. Her own big and honest ones were wide and full of crystal tears. "Oh!" she said in helpless woe. "Oh!" It was perhaps the most effective thing a woman ever did. It was so simple that it was heartbreaking. She could not have uttered a word, he was such a powerful and great person, and she was so without help or stay. Since the occurring of this incident, she has often been spoken of as a beauty, and she has without doubt had her fine hours. But Walderhurst has never told her that the most beautiful moment of her life was undoubtedly that in which she stood upon the heather, tall and straight and simple, her hands hanging by her sides, her large, tear-filled hazel eyes gazing straight into his. In the femininity of her frank defencelessness there was an appeal to nature's self in man which was not quite of earth, and for several seconds they stood so and gazed into each other's souls. The usually unilluminated nobleman and the prosaic young woman who lodged on a third floor back in Mortimer Street. Then quite quickly something was lighted in his eyes and he took a step towards her. "Good heavens!" he demanded. "What do you suppose I'm asking of you?" "I don't know," she answered. "I don't know." "My good girl," he said, even with some irritation, "I am asking you to be my wife. I am asking you to come and live with me in an entirely respectable manner as the Marchioness of Walderhurst." Emily touched the breast of her brown linen blouse with the tips of her fingers. "You are asking me?" she said. "Yes," he answered. His glass had dropped out of his eye and he picked it up and replaced it. "There is Black with the cart," he said. "I will explain myself with greater clearness as we drive back to Mallow." The basket of fish was put in the cart, and Emily Fox Seton was put in. Then the Marquis got in himself and took the reins from his groom. "You will walk back, Black," he said, "by that path," with a wave of the hand in a diverging direction. As they drove across the heather, Emily was trembling softly from head to foot. She could have told no human being what she felt. Only a woman who had lived as she had lived, and who had been trained as she had been trained, could have felt it. The brilliance of the thing which had happened to her was so unheard of and so undeserved, she told herself. It was so incredible that even with the splendid grey mare's high-held head before her and Lord Walderhurst by her side, she felt that she was only part of a dream. Men had never said things to her, and a man was saying them. The Marquis of Walderhurst was saying them. They were not the kind of things every man says, or said in every man's way, but they so moved her soul that she quaked with joy. "I am not a marrying man," said his lordship, "but I must marry, and I like you better than any woman I have ever known. I do not generally like women. I am a selfish man, and I want an unselfish woman. Most women are as selfish as I am myself. I used to like you when I heard Maria speak of you. I have watched you and thought of you ever since I came here. You are necessary to every one, and you are so modest that you know nothing about it. You are a handsome woman, and you are always thinking of other women's good looks." Emily gave a soft little gasp. "But Lady Agatha," she said. "I was sure it was Lady Agatha."
"I don't want a girl," returned his lordship. "A girl would bore me to death. I am not going to dry nurse a girl at the age of 54. I want a companion." "But I am so far from clever," faltered Emily. The Marquis turned in his driving seat to look at her. It was really a very nice look he gave her. It made Emily's cheeks grow pink and her simple heart beat. "You are the woman I want," he said. "You make me feel quite sentimental." When they reached Mallow, Emily had upon her finger the ruby which Lady Maria had graphically described as being as big as a trouser button. It was, indeed, so big that she could scarcely wear her glove over it. It was still incredible, but she was blooming like a large rose. Lord Walderhurst had said so many things to her that she seemed to behold a new heaven and a new earth. She had been so swept off her feet that she had not really been allowed time to think after that first gasp of Lady Agatha. When she reached her bedroom she almost returned to earth as she remembered it. Neither of them had dreamed of this. Neither of them. What could she say to Lady Agatha? What would Lady Agatha say to her, though it had not been her fault? She had not dreamed that such a thing could be possible. How could she? Oh, how could she? She was standing in the middle of her room with clasped hands. There was a knock upon the door, and Lady Agatha herself came to her. What had occurred? Something. It was to be seen in the girl's eyes, and in a certain delicate shyness in her manner. "Something very nice has happened," she said. "Something nice?" repeated Emily. Lady Agatha sat down. The letter from Curzon Street was in her hand half unfolded. "I have had a letter from mamma. It seems almost bad taste to speak of it so soon, but we have talked to each other so much, and you are so kind, that I want to tell you myself. Sir Bruce Norman has been to talk to papa about me." Emily felt that her cup filled to the brim at that moment. "He is in England again?" Agatha nodded gently. "He only went away to test his own feelings before he spoke. Mamma is delighted with him. I am going home to morrow." Emily made a little swoop forward. "You always liked him?" she said. Lady Agatha's delicate mounting colour was adorable. "I was quite unhappy," she owned, and hid her lovely face in her hands. In the morning room Lord Walderhurst was talking to Lady Maria. "You need not give Emily Fox Seton any more clothes, Maria," he said. "I am going to supply her in future. I have asked her to marry me." Lady Maria lightly gasped, and then began to laugh. "Well, James," she said, "you have certainly much more sense than most men of your rank and age." Chapter 7 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. When Miss Emily Fox Seton was preparing for the extraordinary change in her life which transformed her from a very poor, hard-working woman into one of the richest marchionesses in England, Lord Walderhurst's cousin, Lady Maria Bayne, was extremely good to her. She gave her advice, and though advice is a cheap present as far as the giver is concerned, there are occasions when it may be a very valuable one to the recipient. Lady Maria's was valuable to Emily Fox Seton, who had but one difficulty, which was to adjust herself to the marvellous fortune which had befallen her. There was a certain thing Emily found herself continually saying. It used to break from her lips when she was alone in her room, when she was on her way to her dressmaker's, and in spite of herself sometimes when she was with her whilom patroness. "I can't believe it's true. I can't believe it." "I don't wonder, my dear girl," Lady Maria answered the second time she heard it. "But what circumstances demand of you is that you should learn to." "Yes," said Emily, "I know I must, but it seems like a dream. Sometimes," passing her hand over her forehead with a little laugh, "I feel as if I should suddenly find myself wakened in the room in Mortimer Street by Jane Cupp bringing in my morning tea. And I can see the wallpaper and the turkey red cotton curtains. One of them was an inch or so too short. I never could afford to buy the new bit, though I always intended to. "How much was the stuff a yard?" Lady Maria inquired. "Sevenpence." "How many yards did you need?" "Two. It would have cost 1 and 2pence, you see, and I really could get on without it." Lady Maria put up her lorgnette and looked at her protégée with an interest which bordered on affection. It was so enjoyable to her epicurean old mind. "I didn't suspect it was as bad as that, Emily," she said. "I should never have dreamed it. You managed to do yourself with such astonishing decency. You were actually nice, always." "I was very much poorer than any one knew," said Emily. "People don't like one's troubles, and when one is earning one's living as I was, one must be agreeable, you know. It would never do to seem tiresome." "There's cleverness in realising that fact," said Lady Maria. "You were always the most cheerful creature. That was one of the reasons Walderhurst admired you." The future Marchioness blushed all over. Lady Maria saw even her neck itself blush, and it amused her ladyship greatly. She was intensely edified by the fact that Emily could be made to blush by the mere mention of her mature fiancé's name. "She's in such a state of mind about the man that she's delightful," was the old woman's internal reflection. "I believe she's in love with him, as if she was a nursemaid and he was a butcher's boy." "You see," Emily went on in her nice confiding way, one of the most surprising privileges of her new position was that it made it possible for her to confide in old Lady Maria. It was not only the living from day to day that made one anxious, it was the future. Lady Maria knew that the word began in this case with a capital letter. No one knows what the future is to poor women. One knows that one must get older, and one may not keep well. And if one could not be active and in good spirits, if one could not run about on errands and things fell off, what could one do? It takes hard work, Lady Maria, to keep up even the tiniest nice little room and the plainest presentable wardrobe, if one isn't clever. If I had been clever it would have been quite different, I dare say. I have been so frightened sometimes in the middle of the night, when I wakened and thought about living to be 65, that I have lain and shaken all over. You see," her blush had so far disappeared that she looked for the moment pale at the memory, "I had nobody, nobody." "And now you are going to be the Marchioness of Walderhurst," remarked Lady Maria. Emily's hands, which rested on her knee, wrung themselves together. "That is what it seems impossible to believe," she said, "or to be grateful enough for to " and she blushed all over again. "Say James," put in Lady Maria, with a sinful if amiable sense of comedy. "You will have to get accustomed to thinking of him as James sometimes, at all events." But Emily did not say James. There was something interesting in the innocent fineness of her feeling for Lord Walderhurst. In the midst of her bewildered awe and pleasure at the material splendours looming up in her horizon, her soul was filled with a tenderness as exquisite as the religion of a child. It was a combination of intense gratitude and the guileless passion of a hitherto wholly unawakened woman, a woman who had not hoped for love or allowed her thoughts to dwell upon it, and who therefore had no clear understanding of its full meaning. She could not have explained her feeling if she had tried, and she did not dream of trying. If a person less inarticulate than herself had translated it to her, she would have been amazed and abashed. So would Lord Walderhurst have been amazed. So would Lady Maria. But her ladyship's amazement would have expressed itself after its first opening of the eyes with a faint elderly chuckle. When Miss Fox Seton had returned to town, she had returned with Lady Maria to South Audley Street. The Mortimer Street episode was closed, as was the Cupps' house. Mrs. Cupp and Jane had gone to Chichester, Jane leaving behind her a letter the really meritorious neatness of which was blotted by 2 or 3 distinct tears. Jane respectfully expressed her affectionate rapture at the wondrous news which modern society had revealed to her before Miss Fox Seton herself had time to do so. "I am afraid, miss," she ended her epistle, "that I am not experienced enough to serve a lady in a grand position, but hoping it is not a liberty to ask it, if at any time your own maid should be wanting a young woman to work under her, I should be grateful to be remembered. Perhaps having learned your ways and being a good needlewoman and fond of it might be a little recommendation for me." "I should like to take Jane for my maid," Emily had said to Lady Maria. "Do you think I might make her do?" "She would probably be worth half a dozen French minxes who would amuse themselves by getting up intrigues with your footman," was Lady Maria's astute observation. I would pay an extra £10 a year myself for slavish affection, if it was to be obtained at agency offices. Send her to a French hairdresser to take a course of lessons, and she will be worth anything. To turn you out perfectly will be her life's ambition." To Jane Cupp's rapture, the next post brought her the following letter: "Dear Jane, it is just like you to write such a nice letter to me, and I can assure you I appreciated all your good wishes very much. I feel that I have been most fortunate, and am of course very happy. I have spoken to Lady Maria Bayne about you, and she thinks that you might make me a useful maid if I gave you the advantage of a course of lessons in hairdressing. I myself know that you would be faithful and interested, and that I could not have a more trustworthy young woman. If your mother is willing to spare you, I will engage you. The wages would be £35 a year, and beer, of course, to begin with, and an increase later as you became more accustomed to your duties. I am glad to hear that your mother is so well and comfortable. Remember me to her kindly. Yours truly, Emily Fox Seton." Jane Cupp trembled and turned pale with joy as she read her letter. "Oh, mother!" she said, breathless with happiness. "And to think she is almost a marchioness this very minute. I wonder if I shall go with her to Ostwith Castle first, or to Mowbray, or to Hurst." "My word," said Mrs. Cupp, "you are in luck, Jane, being as you'd rather be a lady's maid than live private in Chichester. You needn't go out to service, you know. Your uncle's always ready to provide for you." "I know he is," answered Jane, a little nervous lest obstacles might be put in the way of her achieving her long-cherished ambition. "And it's kind of him, and I'm sure I'm grateful. But, though I wouldn't hurt his feelings by mentioning it, it is more independent to be earning your own living, and there's more life, you see, in waiting on a titled lady, and dressing her for drawing-rooms and parties and races and things, and travelling about with her to the grand places she lives in and visits. Why, mother, I've heard tell that the society in the servants' halls is almost like high life. Butlers and footmen and maids to high people has seen so much of the world and get such manners. Do you remember how quiet and elegant Susan Hill was, that maid to Lady Cosbourne? And she'd been to Greece and to India. If Miss Fox Seton likes travel, and his lordship likes it, I may be taken to all sorts of wonderful places. Just think!" She gave Mrs. Cupp a little clutch in her excitement. She had always lived in the basement kitchen of a house in Mortimer Street, and had never had reason to hope she might leave it. And now— "You're right, Jane," her mother said, shaking her head. "There's a great deal in it, particular when you're young. There's a great deal in it." When the engagement of the Marquis of Walderhurst had been announced, to the consternation of many, Lady Maria had been in her element. She was really fine at times in her attitude towards the indiscreetly or tactlessly inquiring. Her management of Lady Malfry in particular had been a delightful thing. On hearing of her niece's engagement, Lady Malfry had naturally awakened to a proper and well-behaved, if belated, interest in her. She did not fling herself upon her breast after the manner of worldly aunts in ancient comedies in which Cinderella attains fortune. She wrote a letter of congratulation, after which she called at South Audley Street, and with not too great obviousness placed herself and her house at the disposal of such female relatives as required protection during the period of their preparation for becoming marchionesses. She herself could not have explained exactly how it was that, without being put through any particular process, she understood before her call was half over that Emily's intention was to remain with Lady Maria Bayne, and that Lady Maria's intention was to keep her. The scene between the three was far too subtle to be of the least use upon the stage, but it was a good scene nevertheless. Its expression was chiefly, perhaps, a matter of inclusion and exclusion, and may also have been largely telepathic. But after it was over, Lady Maria chuckled several times softly to herself, like an elderly bird of much humour, and Lady Malfry went home feeling exceedingly cross. She was in so perturbed a humour that she dropped her eyelids and looked rather coldly down the bridge of her nose when her stupidly cheery little elderly husband said to her, "Well, Geraldine?" "I beg pardon," she replied. "I don't quite understand." "Of course you do. How about Emily Fox Seton?" "She seems very well, and of course she is well satisfied. It would not be possible for her to be otherwise. Lady Maria Bayne has taken her up." "She's Walderhurst's cousin. Well, well. It will be an immense position for the girl." "Immense," granted Lady Malfry with a little flush. A certain tone in her voice conveyed that discussion was terminated. Sir George knew that her niece was not coming to them,
and that the immense position would include themselves but slightly. Emily was established temporarily at South Audley Street, with Jane Cupp as her maid. She was to be married from Lady Maria's lean old arms, so to speak. Her ladyship derived her usual epicurean enjoyment from the whole thing, from two obviously thwarted mothers and daughters, from Walderhurst, who received congratulations with the civilly inexpressive countenance which usually baffled the observer, from Emily, who was overwhelmed by her emotions, and who was of a candour in action such as might have appealed to any heart not adapted by the flintiness of its nature to the macadamising of roads. If she had not been of the most unpretentious, nice breeding and unaffected taste, Emily might have been ingenuously funny in her process of transformation. "I keep forgetting that I can afford things," she said to Lady Maria. "Yesterday I walked such a long way to match a piece of silk, and when I was tired I got into a penny bus. I did not remember until it was too late that I ought to have called a hansom. Do you think," a shade anxiously, "that Lord Walderhurst would mind? Just for the present, perhaps, it would be as well that I should see that you shop in the carriage," her ladyship answered with a small grin. "When you are a marchioness you may make penny buses a feature of the distinguished insouciance of your character, if you like. I shouldn't myself, because they jolt and stop to pick up people, but you can, with originality and distinction, if it amuses you." "It doesn't," said Emily. "I hate them. I have longed to be able to take hansoms. Oh, how I have longed, when I was tired." The legacy left her by old Mrs. Maytham had been realised and deposited as a solid sum in a bank. Since she need no longer hoard the income of £20 a year, it was safe to draw upon her capital for her present needs. The fact made her feel comfortable. She could make her preparations for the change in her life with a decent independence. She would have been definitely unhappy if she had been obliged to accept favours at this juncture. She felt as if she could scarcely have borne it. It seemed as if everything conspired to make her comfortable as well as blissfully happy in these days. Lord Walderhurst found an interest in watching her and her methods. He was a man who, in certain respects, knew himself very well and had few illusions respecting his own character. He had always been rather given to matter-of-fact analysis of his own emotions, and at Mallow he had once or twice asked himself if it was not disagreeably possible that the first moderate glow of his St. Martin's summer might die away and leave him feeling slightly fatigued and embarrassed by the new aspect of his previously regular and entirely self-absorbed existence. You might think that you would like to marry a woman, and then you might realize that there were objections, that even the woman herself, with all her desirable qualities, might be an objection in the end, that any woman might be an objection. In fact, that it required an effort to reconcile oneself to the fact of a woman's being continually about. Of course, the arriving at such a conclusion after one had committed oneself would be annoying. Walderhurst had in fact only reflected upon this possible aspect of affairs before he had driven over the heath to pick Emily up. Afterwards he had, in some remote portion of his mentality, vaguely awaited developments. When he saw Emily day by day at South Audley Street, he found he continued to like her. He was not clever enough to analyse her, he could only watch her, and he always looked on at her with curiosity and a novel sensation rather like pleasure. She wakened up at sight of him, when he called, in a way that was attractive even to an unimaginative man. Her eyes seemed to warm, and she often looked flushed and softly appealing. He began to note vaguely that her dresses were better and oftener changed than they had been at Mallow. A more observant man might have been touched by the suggestion that she was unfolding, petal by petal, like a flower, and that each carefully chosen costume was a new petal. He did not in the least suspect the reverent eagerness of her care of herself as an object hoping to render itself worthy of his qualities and tastes. His qualities and tastes were of no exalted importance in themselves, but they seemed so to Emily. It is that which by one chance or another so commends itself to a creature as to incite it to the emotion called love, which is really of importance, and which, not speaking in figures, holds the power of life and death. Personality sometimes achieves this, circumstances always aid it, but in all cases the result is the same and sways the world it exists in, during its existence. Emily Fox Seton had fallen deeply and touchingly in love with this particular, prosaic, well-behaved nobleman, and her whole feminine being was absorbed in her adoration of him. Her tender fancy described him by adjectives such as no other human being would have assented to. She felt that he had condescended to her with a generosity which justified worship. This was not true, but it was true for her. As a consequence of this, she thought out and purchased her wardrobe with a solemnity of purpose such as might well have been part of a religious ceremonial. When she consulted fashion plates and Lady Maria, or when she ordered a gown at her ladyship's dressmaker's, she had always before her mind, not herself, but the Marchioness of Walderhurst, a Marchioness of Walderhurst whom the Marquis would approve of and be pleased with. She did not expect from him what Sir Bruce Norman gave to Lady Agatha. Agatha and her lover were of a different world. She saw them occasionally, not often, because the simple selfishness of young love so absorbed them that they could scarcely realize the existence of other persons than themselves. They were to be married and to depart for fairyland as soon as possible. Both were fond of travel, and when they took ship together their intention was to girdle the world at leisure, if they felt so inclined. They could do anything they chose, and were so blissfully sufficient for each other that there was no reason why they should not follow their every errant fancy. The lines which had been increasing in Lady Claraway's face had disappeared, and left her blooming with the beauty her daughters had reproduced. This delightful marriage had smoothed away every difficulty. Sir Bruce was the most charming fellow in England. That fact acted as a charm in itself, it seemed. It was not necessary to go into details as to the mollifying of tradespeople and rearranging of the entire aspect of life at Curzon Street. When Agatha and Emily Fox Seton met in town for the first time, it was in the drawing-room at South Audley Street, they clasped each other's hands with an exchange of entirely new looks. "You look so well, Miss Fox Seton," said Agatha with actual tenderness. If she had not been afraid of seeming a little rudely effusive, she would have said handsome instead of well, for Emily was sweetly blooming. "Happiness is becoming to you," she added. "May I say how glad I am?" Thank you," Emily answered. "Everything in the world seems changed, doesn't it?" "Yes, everything." They stood and gazed into each other's eyes for a few seconds, and then loosed hands with a little laugh, and sat down to talk. It was in fact Lady Agatha who talked most, because Emily Fox Seton led her on and aided her to delicate expansion by her delight in all that in these days made up her existence of pure bliss. It was as if an old-time fairy story were being enacted before Emily's eyes. Agatha without doubt had grown lovelier, she thought. She seemed even fairer, more willowy. The forget-me-not eyes were of a happier blue, as forget-me-nots growing by clear watersides are bluer than those grown in a mere garden. She appeared perhaps even a little taller, and her small head had, if such a thing were possible, a prettier, flower-like poise. This at least Emily thought, and found her own happiness added to by her belief in her fancy. She felt that nothing was to be wondered at when she heard Agatha speak of Sir Bruce. She could not utter his name or refer to any act of his without a sound in her voice which had its parallel in the light floating haze of blush on her cheeks. In her intercourse with the world in general, she would have been able to preserve her customary sweet composure, but Emily Fox Seton was not the world. She represented a something which was so primitively of the emotions that one's heart spoke and listened to her. Agatha was conscious that Miss Fox Seton had seen at Mallow, she could never quite understand how it had seemed so naturally to happen, a phase of her feelings which no one else had seen before. Bruce had seen it since, but only Bruce. There had actually been a sort of confidence between them, a confidence which had been like intimacy, though neither of them had been effusive. "Mamma is so happy," the girl said. "It is quite wonderful. And Alex and Hilda and Millicent and Eve, oh, it makes such a difference to them. I shall be able," with a blush which expressed a world of relieved affection, "to give them so much pleasure. Any girl who marries happily and well, can alter everything for her sisters, if she remembers. You see, I shall have reason to remember. I know things from experience. And Bruce is so kind and gay and proud of their prettiness. Just imagine their excitement at all being bridesmaids. Bruce says we shall be like a garden of spring flowers. I am so glad," her eyes suddenly quite heavenly in their joyful relief, "that he is young." The next second the heavenly relieved look died away. The exclamation had been involuntary. It had sprung from her memory of the days when she had dutifully accepted, as her portion, the possibility of being smiled upon by Walderhurst, who was 2 years older than her father. and her swift realization of this fact troubled her. It was indelicate to have referred to the mental image even ever so vaguely. But Emily Fox Seton was glad too that Sir Bruce was young, that they were all young, and that happiness had come before they had had time to tire of waiting for it. She was so happy herself that she questioned nothing. "Yes, it is nice," she answered, and glowed with honest sympathy. "You will want to do the same things. It is so agreeable when people who are married like to do the same things. Perhaps you will want to go out a great deal and to travel, and you could not enjoy it if Sir Bruce did not." She was not reflecting in the least upon domestic circles whose male heads are capable of making themselves extremely nasty under stress of invitations it bores them to accept, and the inclination of wives and daughters to desire acceptance. She was not contemplating with any premonitory regrets a future in which, when Walderhurst did not wish to go out to dinner or disdained a ball, she should stay at home. Far from it. She simply rejoiced with Lady Agatha, who was 22, marrying 28. "You are not like me," she explained further. "I have had to work so hard and contrive so closely that everything will be a pleasure to me. Just to know that I never need starve to death or go into the workhouse is such a relief that—" "Oh!" exclaimed Lady Agatha, quickly and involuntarily laying a hand on hers, startled by the fact that she spoke as if referring to a wholly matter-of-fact possibility. Emily smiled, realizing her feeling. "Perhaps I ought not to have said that. I forgot. But such things are possible when one is too old to work and has nothing to depend on. You could scarcely understand. When one is very poor one is frightened, because occasionally one cannot help thinking of it. But now, oh, how different!" exclaimed Agatha with heartfelt earnestness. "Yes, now I need never be afraid. It makes me so grateful to Lord Walderhurst." Her neck grew pink as she said it, just as Lady Maria had seen it grow pink on previous occasions. Moderate as the words were, they expressed ardour. Lord Walderhurst came in half an hour later and found her standing smiling by the window. "You look particularly well, Emily. It's that white frock, I suppose. You ought to wear a good deal of white," he said. "I will," Emily answered. He observed that she wore the nice flush and the soft appealing look, as well as the white frock. "I wish—" Here she stopped, feeling a little foolish. "What do you wish?" "I wish I could do more to please you than wear white, or black, when you like." He gazed at her, always through the single eyeglass. Even the vaguest approach to emotion or sentiment invariably made him feel stiff and shy. Realizing this, he did not quite understand why he rather liked it in the case of Emily Fox Seton, though he only liked it remotely and felt his own inaptness a shade absurd. "Wear yellow or pink occasionally?" he said with a brief, awkward laugh. What large, honest eyes the creature had, like a fine retriever's or those of some nice animal one saw in the Zoo. "I will wear anything you like," she said, the nice eyes meeting his, not the least stupidly, he reflected, though women who were affectionate often looked stupid. "I will do anything you like. You don't know what you have done for me, Lord Walderhurst." They moved a trifle nearer to each other, this inarticulate pair. He dropped his eyeglass and patted her shoulder. "Say Walderhurst, or James, or my dear," he said. "We are going to be married, you know," and he found himself going to the length of kissing her cheek with some warmth. "I sometimes wish," she said feelingly, "that it was the fashion to say 'my lord,' as Lady Castlewood used to do in Esmond. I always thought it nice." "Women are not so respectful to their husbands in these days," he answered with his short laugh, "and men are not so dignified." Lord Castlewood was not very dignified, was he? He chuckled a little. "No, but his rank was in the reign of Queen Anne. These are democratic days. I'll call you my lady, if you like." "Oh, no, no," with fervour. "I wasn't thinking of anything like that." "I know you were not," he reassured her. "You are not that kind of woman." "Oh, how could I be?" "You couldn't," good-naturedly. "That's why I like you." Then he began to tell her his reason for calling at this particular hour. He came to prepare her for a visit from the Osborns, who had actually just returned from India. Captain Osborn had chosen, or chance had chosen for him, this particular time for a long leave. As soon as she heard the name of Osborn, Emily's heart beat a little quickly. She had naturally learned a good deal of detail from Lady Maria since her engagement. Alec Osborn was the man who, since Lord Walderhurst's becoming a widower, had lived in the gradually strengthening belief that the chances were that it would be his enormous luck to inherit the title and estates of the present Marquis of Walderhurst. He was not a very near relation, but he was the next of kin. He was a young man and a strong one, and Walderhurst was 54 and could not be called robust. His medical man did not consider him a particularly good life, though he was not often ill. "He's not the kind of chap who lives to be 150, I'll say that for him," Alec Osborn had said at mess after dinner had made him careless of speech, and he had grinned not too pleasantly when he uttered the words. "The only thing that would completely wipe my eye isn't as likely to happen to him as to most men. He's unsentimental and level-headed and doesn't like marriage. You can imagine how he's chivied by women. A fellow in his position couldn't be let alone, but he doesn't like marriage, and he's a man who knows jolly well what he likes and what he doesn't. The only child died, and if he doesn't marry again, I'm in a safe place. Good Lord, the difference it would make!" And his grin extended itself. It was 3 months after this that the Marquis of Walderhurst followed Emily Fox Seton out upon the heath, and finding her sitting footsore and depressed in spirit beside the basket of Lady Maria's fish, asked her to marry him. When the news reached him, Alec Osborn went and shut himself up in his quarters and blasphemed until his face was purple and big drops of sweat ran down it. It was black bad luck. It was black bad luck, and it called for black curses. What the articles of furniture in the room in the bungalow heard was rather awful, but Captain Osborn did not feel that it did justice to the occasion. When her husband strode by her to his apartment, Mrs. Osborn did not attempt to follow him. She had only been married 2 years, but she knew his face too well, and she also knew too well all the meaning of the fury contained in the words he flung at her as he hurled himself past her. "Walderhurst is going to be married." Mrs. Osborn ran into her own room and sat down clutching at her hair as she dropped her face in her little dark hands. She was an Anglo-Indian girl who had never been home, and had not had much luck in life at any time, and her worst luck had been in being handed over by her people to this particular man, chiefly because he was the next of kin to Lord Walderhurst. She was a curious, passionate creature, and had been in love with him in her way. Her family had been poor and barely decently disreputable. She had lived on the outskirts of things, full of intense girlish vanity and yearnings for social recognition, poorly dressed, passed over and snubbed by people she aspired to know socially, seeing other girls with less beauty and temperament enjoying flirtations with smart young officers, biting her tongue out with envy and bitterness of thwarted spirit. So when Captain Osborn cast an eye on her and actually began a sentimental episode, her relief and excitement at finding herself counting as other girls did wrought itself up into a passion. Her people were prompt and sharp enough to manage the rest, and Osborn was married before he knew exactly whither he was tending. He was not pleased with himself when he wakened to face facts. He could only console himself for having been cleverly led and driven into doing the thing he did not want to do, by the facts that the girl was interesting and clever, and had a good deal of odd, un-English beauty. It was a beauty so un-English that it would perhaps appear to its greatest advantage in the contrasts afforded by life in England. She was so dark, of heavy hair and drooping lidded eyes and fine-grained skin, and so sinuous of lithe, slim body, that among native beauties she seemed not to be sufficiently separated by marks of race. She had tumbled up from childhood among native servants, who were almost her sole companions, and who had taught her curious things. She knew their stories and songs, and believed in more of their occult beliefs than any one but herself knew. She knew things which made her interesting to Alec Osborn, who had a bullet head and a cruel lower jaw, despite a degree of the ordinary good looks. The fact that his chances were good for becoming Marquis of Walderhurst and taking her home to a life of English luxury and splendour was a thing she never forgot. It haunted her in her sleep. She had often dreamed of Oswyth Castle, and of standing amidst great people on the broad lawns her husband had described feelingly during tropical days when they had sat together panting for breath. When there had been mention made of the remote, awful possibility that Walderhurst might surrender to the siege laid to him, she had turned sick at the thought. It made her clench her hands until the nails almost pressed into the skin of her palms. She could not bear it. She had made Osborn burst into a big, harsh laugh one day, when she had hinted to him that there were occult things to be done which might prevent ill luck. He had laughed first and scowled afterwards, cynically saying that she might as well be working them up. He had not come out to India followed by regrets and affection. He had been a black sheep at home, and had rather been hustled away than otherwise. If he had been a more admirable kind of fellow, Walderhurst would certainly have made him an allowance, but his manner of life had been such as the Marquis had no patience with in men of any class, and especially abhorred in men whom the accident of birth connected with good names. He had not been lavish in his demonstrations of interest in the bullet-headed young man. Osborn's personableness was not of a kind attractive to the unbiassed male observer. Men saw his cruel young jowl and low forehead, and noticed that his eyes were small. He had a good, swaggering military figure to which uniform was becoming, and a kind of animal good looks which would deteriorate early. His colour would fix and deepen with the aid of steady daily drinking, and his features would coarsen and blur until, by the time he was 40, the young jowl would have grown heavy and would end by being his most prominent feature. While he had remained in England, Walderhurst had seen him occasionally, and had only remarked and heard unpleasant things of him: a tendency to selfish bad manners, reckless living, and low flirtation. He once saw him on the top of a bus with his arm round the waist of an awful, giggling, shop girl kind of person, who was adorned with tremendous feathers and a thick fringe coming unfrizzled with the heat and sticking out here and there in straight locks on her moist forehead. Osborn thought that the arm business had been cleverly managed with such furtiveness that no one could see it, but Walderhurst was driving solemnly by in his respectable barouche, and he found himself gazing through his monocle directly at his relative, and seeing from the street below the point at which the young man's arm lost itself under the profusely beaded short cape. A dull flush rose to his countenance, and he turned away without showing any sign of recognition, but he was annoyed and disgusted because this particular kind of blatantly vulgar bad taste was the sort of thing he loathed. It was the sort of thing which made duchesses of women who did alluring turns at music halls, or sang suggestive songs in comic opera, and transformed into the chatelaines of ancient castles young persons who had presided at the ribbon counter. He saw as little as possible of his heir presumptive after this, and if the truth were told, Captain Alec Osborn was something of a factor in the affair of Miss Emily Fox Seton. If Walderhurst's infant son had lived, or if Osborn had been a refined, even if dull, fellow, there are 10 chances to 1 his lordship would have chosen no second marchioness. Captain Osborn's life in India had not ended in his making no further debts. He was not a man to put the brake on in the matter of self-indulgence. He got into debt so long as a shred of credit remained to him, and afterwards he tried to add to his resources by cards and betting at races. He made and lost by turn, and was in a desperate state when he got his leave. He applied for it because he had conceived the idea that his going home as a married man might be a good thing for him. Hester, it seemed not at all improbable, might accomplish something with Walderhurst. If she talked to him in her interesting semi-Oriental way, and was fervid and picturesque in her story-telling, he might be attracted by her. She had her charm, and when she lifted the heavy lids of her long black eyes and fixed her gaze upon her hearer as she talked about the inner side of native life, of which she knew curious, intimate things, people always listened, even in India, where the thing was not so much of a novelty, and in England she might be a sort of sensation. Osborn managed to convey to her gradually, by a process of his own, a great deal of what he wanted her to do. During the months before the matter of the leave was quite decided, he dropped a word here and there which carried a good deal of suggestion to a mind used to seizing on passing intimations. The woman who had been Hester's ayah when she was a child had become her maid. She was a woman with a wide, silent acquaintance with her own people. She was seldom seen talking to any one, and seldom seemed to leave the house, but she always knew everything. Her mistress was aware that if at any time she chose to ask her a question about the secret side of things concerning black or white peoples, she would receive information to be relied upon. She felt that she could have heard from her many things concerning her husband's past, present, and future, and that the matter of the probable succession was fully comprehended by her. When she called her into the room after recovering outwardly from her blow of desperation, she saw that the woman was already aware of the blow that had fallen upon the household. What they said to each other need not be recorded here, But there was more in the conversation than the mere words uttered, and it was one of several talks held before Mrs. Osborn sailed for England with her husband. "He may be led into taking into consideration the fact that he has cut the ground from under a fellow's feet and left him dangling in the air," said Osborn to his wife. "Best thing will be to make friends with the woman, hang her." "Yes, Alec, yes," Hester Osborn answered just a little feverishly. "We must make friends with her. They say she is a good sort, and was frightfully poor herself." "She won't be poor now, hang her," remarked Captain Osborn with added fervour. "I should like to break her neck. I wonder if she rides?" "I'm sure she has not been well off enough to do anything like that." "Good idea to begin to teach her." And he laughed as he turned on his heel and began to walk the deck with a fellow passenger. It was these people Lord Walderhurst had come to prepare her for. "Maria has told you about them, I know," he said. "I dare say she has been definite enough to explain that I consider Osborn altogether undesirable. Under the veneer of his knowledge of decent customs he is a cad. I am obliged to behave civilly to the man, but I dislike him. If he had been born in a low class of life, he would have been a criminal." "Oh!" Emily exclaimed. "Any number of people would be criminals if circumstances did not interfere. It depends a good deal on the shape of one's skull." "Oh!" exclaimed Emily again. "Do you think so?" She believed that people who were bad from preference, though she did not at all understand the preference. She had accepted from her childhood everything she had ever heard said in a pulpit. That Walderhurst should propound ideas such as ministers of the Church of England might regard as heretical startled her, but he could have said nothing startling enough to shake her affectionate allegiance. "Yes, I do," he answered. "Osborn's skull is quite the wrong shape." But when, a short time after, Captain Osborn brought the skull in question into the room, covered in the usual manner with neatly brushed, close-cropped hair, Emily thought it a very nice shape indeed. Perhaps a trifle hard and round-looking and low of forehead, but not shelving or bulging as the heads of murderers in illustrated papers generally did. She owned to herself that she did not see what Lord Walderhurst evidently saw, but then she did not expect of herself an intelligence profound enough to follow his superior mental flights. Captain Osborn was well groomed and well mannered, and his demeanour towards herself was all that the most conventional could have demanded. When she reflected that she herself represented in a way the possible destruction of his hopes of magnificent fortune, she felt almost tenderly towards him, and thought his easy politeness wonderful. Mrs. Osborn, too! How interesting and how beautiful in an odd way Mrs. Osborn was! Every movement of her exceeding slimness was curiously graceful. Emily remembered having read novels whose heroines were described as undulating. Mrs. Osborn was undulating. Her long, drooping and dense black eyes were quite unlike other girls' eyes. Emily had never seen anything like them. And she had such a lovely, slow, shy way of lifting them to look at people. She was obliged to look up at tall Emily. She seemed a schoolgirl as she stood near her. Emily was the kind of mistaken creature whose conscience, awakening to unnecessary remorses, causes its owner at once to assume all the burdens which fate has laid upon the shoulders of others. She began to feel like a criminal herself, irrespective of the shape of her skull. Her own inordinate happiness and fortune had robbed this unoffending young couple. She wished that it had not been so, and vaguely reproached herself without reasoning the matter out to a conclusion. At all events, she was remorsefully sympathetic in her mental attitude towards Mrs. Osborn, and being sure that she was frightened of her husband's august relatives, felt nervous herself because Lord Walderhurst bore himself with undated courtesy and kept his monocle fixed in his eye throughout the interview. If he had let it drop and allowed it to dangle in an unbiassed manner from its cord, Emily would have felt more comfortable, because she was sure his demeanour would have appeared a degree more encouraging to the Osborns. "Are you glad to be in England again?" she asked Mrs. Osborn. "I never was here before," answered the young woman. "I have never been anywhere but in India." In the course of the conversation she explained that she had not been a delicate child, and also conveyed that even if she had been one, her people could not have afforded to send her home. Instinct revealed to Emily that she had not had many of the good things of life, and that she was not a creature of buoyant spirits. The fact that she had spent a good many hours of most of her young days in reflecting on her ill luck had left its traces on her face, particularly in the depths of her slow-moving black eyes. They had come, it appeared, in the course of duty, to pay their respects to the woman who was to be their destruction. To have neglected to do so would have made them seem to assume an indiscreet attitude towards the marriage. "They can't like it, of course," Lady Maria summed them up afterwards, "but they have made up their minds to lump it as respectably as possible." "I am so sorry for them," said Emily. "Of course you are, and you will probably show them all sorts of indiscreet kindnesses. But don't be too altruistic, my good Emily. The man is odious, and the girl looks like a native beauty. She rather frightens me." "I don't think Captain Osborn is odious," Emily answered. "And she is pretty, you know. She's frightened of us, really." Remembering days when she herself had been at a disadvantage with people who were fortunate enough to be of importance, and recalling what her secret tremor before them had been, Emily was very nice indeed to little Mrs. Osborn. She knew from experience things which would be of use to her, things about lodgings and things about shops. Osborn had taken lodgings in Duke Street, and Emily knew the quarter thoroughly. Walderhurst watched her being nice, through his fixed eyeglass, and he decided that she had really a very good manner. Its goodness consisted largely in its directness. While she never brought forth unnecessarily recollections of the days when she had done other people's shopping, and had purchased for herself articles at sales marked 11s. 3 and 4d., she was interestingly free from any embarrassment in connection with the facts. Walderhurst, who had been much bored by himself and other people in time past, actually found that it gave a fillip to existence to look on at a woman who, having been one of the hardest worked of the genteel labouring classes, was adapting herself to the rôle of marchioness by the simplest of processes, and making a very nice figure at it too, in her entirely unbrilliant way. If she had been an immensely clever woman, there would have been nothing special in it. She was not clever at all, yet Walderhurst had seen her produce effects such as a clever woman might have laboured for and only attained by a stroke of genius. As, for instance, when she had met for the first time after her engagement a certain particularly detestable woman of rank, to whom her relationship to Walderhurst was peculiarly bitter. The Duchess of Merwold had counted the Marquis as her own, considering him fitted by nature to be the spouse of her eldest girl, a fine young woman with projecting teeth, who had hung fire. She felt Emily Fox Seton's incomprehensible success to be a piece of impudent presumption, and she had no reason to restrain the expression of her sentiments so long as she conveyed them by methods of inference and inclusion. "You must let me congratulate you very warmly, Miss Fox Seton," she said, pressing her hand with maternal patronage. "Your life has changed greatly since we last saw each other." "Very greatly indeed." Emily flushed frankly in innocent gratitude as she answered, "You are very kind. Thank you, thank you." "Yes, a great change." Walderhurst saw that her smile was feline, and asked himself what the woman was going to say next. "The last time we met you called to ask me about the shopping you were to do for me. Do you remember? Stockings and gloves, I think." Walderhurst observed that she expected Emily to turn red and show herself at a loss before the difficulties of the situation. He was on the point of cutting into the conversation and disposing of the matter himself, when he realized that Emily was neither gaining colour nor losing it, but was looking honestly into her Grace's eyes with just a touch of ingenuous regret. "It was stockings," she said. "There were some marked down to 1 and 11 halfpenny at Barrett's. They were really quite good for the price, and you wanted 4 pairs, and when I got there they were all gone, and those at 2 and 3 were not the least bit better. I was so disappointed. It was too bad." Walderhurst fixed his monocle firmly to conceal the fact that he was verging upon a cynical grin. The woman was known to be the stingiest of small great persons in London. Her economies were noted, and this incident was even better than many others society had already rejoiced over. The picture raised in the minds of the hearers of her Grace foiled in the purchase of stockings marked down to 1 and 11 halfpenny would be a source of rapture for some time to come. And Emily's face! The regretful kindness of it, the retrospective sympathy and candid feeling, it was incredibly good. "And she did it quite by accident," he repeated to himself in his inward glee. "She did it quite by accident. She's not clever enough to have done it on purpose. What a brilliantly witty creature she would be if she had invented it." As she had been able unreluctantly to recall her past upon this occasion, So she was able to draw for Mrs. Osborn's benefit from the experience it had afforded her. She wanted to make up to her, in such ways as she could, for the ill turn she had inadvertently done her. As she had at once arranged herself as an aide on the side of Lady Agatha, so she ranged herself entirely without unobtrusiveness on the side of the Osborns. "It's true that she's a good sort," Hester said when they went away. "Her days of being hard up are not far enough away to be forgotten. She hasn't any affectation, at any rate. It makes it easier to stand her." "She looks like a strong woman," said Osborn. "Walderhurst got a good deal for his money. She'll make a strapping British matron." Hester winced, and a dusky red shot up in her cheek. "So she will," she sighed. It was quite true, and the truer it was, the worse for people who despairingly hung on and were foolish enough to hope against hope. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The marriage of Lady Agatha came first and was a sort of pageant. The female writers for fashion papers lived upon it for weeks before it occurred, and for some time after. There were numberless things to be written about. Each flower of the garden of girls was to be described, with her bridesmaid's dress, and the exquisite skin and eyes and hair which would stamp her as the beauty of her season when she came out. There yet remained 5 beauties in Lady Claraway's possession, and the 5th was a baby thing of 6, who ravished all beholders as she toddled into church carrying her sister's train, aided by a little boy page in white velvet and point lace. The wedding was the most radiant of the year. It was indeed a fairy pageant of youth and beauty and happiness and hope. One of the most interesting features of the occasion was the presence of the future Marchioness of Walderhurst, the beautiful Miss Fox Seton. The fashion papers were very strenuous on the subject of Emily's beauty. One of them mentioned that the height and poise of her majestic figure and the cut of her profile suggested the Venus of Milo. Jane Cupp cut out every paragraph she could find, and after reading them aloud to her young man, sent them in a large envelope to Chichester. Emily, faithfully endeavouring to adjust herself to the demands of her approaching magnificence, was several times alarmed by descriptions of her charms and accomplishments which she came upon accidentally in the course of her reading of various periodicals. The Walderhurst wedding was dignified and distinguished, but not radiant. The emotions Emily passed through during the day, from her awakening almost at dawn to the silence of her bedroom at South Audley Street, until evening closed in upon her sitting in the private parlour of an hotel in the company of the Marquis of Walderhurst, it would require too many pages to describe. Her first realization of the day brought with it the physical consciousness that her heart was thumping, steadily thumping, which is quite a different matter from the ordinary beating, at the realization of what had come at last. An event which a year ago the wildest dream could not have depicted for her was to-day an actual fact. A fortune such as she would have thought of with awe if it had befallen another woman, had befallen her unpretending self. She passed her hand over her forehead and gasped as she thought of it. "I hope I shall be able to get accustomed to it and not be a disappointment," she said. "Oh," with a great rising wave of a blush, "how good of him! How can I ever—" She lived through the events of the day in a sort of dream within a dream. When Jane Cupp brought her tea, she found herself involuntarily making a mental effort to try to look as if she was really awake. Jane, who was an emotional creature, was inwardly so shaken by her feelings that she herself had stood outside the door a few moments, biting her lips to keep them from trembling, before she dared entirely trust herself to come in. Her hand was far from steady as she set down the tray. "Good morning, Jane," Emily said, by way of trying the sound of her voice. "Good morning, miss," Jane answered. "It's a beautiful morning, miss. I hope you are very well." And then the day had begun. Afterwards it marched on with solemn thrill and stately movement through hours of wondrous preparation for an imposing function, through the splendid gravity of the function itself, accompanied by brilliant crowds collected and looking on in a fashionable church, and motley crowds collected to look on outside the edifice, the latter pushing and jostling each other and commenting in more or less respectful if excited undertones, but throughout devouring with awe-struck or envious eyes. Great people whom Emily had only known through the frequent mention of their names in newspapers, or through their relationship or intimacy with her patrons, came to congratulate her in the rôle of bride. She seemed to be for hours the centre of a surging, changing crowd, and her one thought was to bear herself with an outward semblance of composure. No one but herself could know that she was saying internally over and over again, to steady herself, making it all seem real, "I am being married. This is my wedding. I am Emily Fox Seton, being married to the Marquis of Walderhurst. For his sake I must not look stupid or excited. I am not in a dream." How often she said this after the ceremony was over and they returned to South Audley Street for the wedding breakfast could scarcely be computed. When Lord Walderhurst helped her from the carriage and she stepped on to the strip of red carpet and saw the crowd on each side of it and the coachman and footmen with their big white wedding favours and the line of other equipages coming up, her head whirled. "That's the Marchioness," a young woman with a bandbox exclaimed, nudging her companion. "That's her. Looks a bit pale, doesn't she? But, oh Gawd, look at them diamonds and pearls. Just look at 'em!" cried the other. "Wish it was me." The breakfast seemed splendid and glittering and long. People seemed splendid and glittering and far off. And by the time Emily went to change her bridal magnificence for her travelling costume, she had borne as much strain as she was equal to. She was devoutly grateful for the relief of finding herself alone in her bedroom with Jane Cupp. "Jane," she said, "you know exactly how many minutes I can dress in and just when I must get into the carriage. Can you give me 5 minutes to lie down quite flat and dab my forehead with eau de Cologne? 5 minutes, Jane, but be quite sure." "Yes, miss, I do beg your pardon, my lady. You can have 5, safe." She took no more. Jane went into the dressing room and stood near its door holding the watch in her hand, but even 5 minutes did her good. She felt less delirious when she descended the stairs and passed through the crowds again on Lord Walderhurst's arm. She seemed to walk through a garden in resplendent bloom. Then there were the red carpet once more, and the street people, and the crowd of carriages and liveries and big white favours. Inside the carriage, and moving away to the echo of the street people's cheer, she tried to turn and look at Lord Walderhurst with an unalarmed, if faint, smile. "Well," he said, with the originality which marked him, "it is really over." "Yes," Emily agreed with him, "and I never can forget Lady Maria's goodness." Walderhurst gazed at her with a dawning inquiry in his mind. He himself did not know what the inquiry was, but it was something a trifle stimulating. It had something to do with the way in which she had carried herself throughout the whole thing. Really few women could have done it as well. The pale violet of her travelling costume, which was touched with sable, was becoming to her fine, straight figure, and at the moment her eyes rested on his with the suggestion of trustful appeal. Despite the inelasticity of his mind, he vaguely realised his bridegroom honours. "I can begin now," he said with stiff lightness, if such a paradox can be, "to address you as the man in Esmond addressed his wife. I can call you my lady." "Oh," she said, still trying to smile, but quivering. "You look very nice," he said. "Upon my word you do," and kissed her trembling, honest mouth almost as if he had been a man, not quite, but almost. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being the Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. They began the new life at Palstrey Manor, which was ancient and most beautiful. Nothing Walderhurst owned was as perfect an example of olden time beauty, and as wonderful for that reason. Emily almost wept before the loveliness of it, though it would not have been possible for her to explain or particularize the grounds for her emotion. She knew nothing whatever of the venerable wonders of the architecture. To her the place looked like an immense, low-built, rambling fairy palace, the palace of some sleeping beauty, during whose 100 years of slumber rich dark green creepers had climbed and overgrown its walls and towers, enfolding and festooning them with leaves and tendrils and actual branches. The huge park held an enchanted forest of trees. The long avenue of giant limes, their writhen limbs arching and interlocking, their writhen roots deep in velvet moss, was an approach suited to a fairy story. During her first month at Palstrey, Emily went about still in her dream. It became more a dream every day. The old house was part of it, the endless rooms, the wonderful corridors, the gardens with their revelations of winding walks, labyrinths of evergreens, and grass paths leading into beautiful unexpected places, where one suddenly came upon deep, clear pools, where water plants grew and slow carp had dreamed centuries away. The gardens caused Emily to disbelieve in the existence of Mortimer Street, but the house at times caused her to disbelieve in herself. The picture gallery especially had this effect upon her. The men and women, once as alive as her everyday self, now gazing down at her from their picture frames, sometimes made her heart beat as if she stood in the presence of things eerie. Their strange, rich, ugly or beautiful garments, their stolid or fervid, ugly or beautiful faces, seemed to demand something of her. At least she had just enough imagination to feel somewhat as if they did. Walderhurst was very kind to her, but she was afraid she might bore him by the exceeding ignorance of her questions about people whom he had known from his childhood as his own kith and kin. It was not unlikely that one might have become so familiar with a man in armour or a woman in a farthingale that questions connected with them might seem silly. Persons whose ancestors had always gazed intimately at them from walls might not unnaturally forget that there were other people to whom they might wear only the far-away aspect of numbers in catalogues of the Academy or exhibitions of that order. There was a very interesting catalogue of the Palstrey pictures, and Emily found and studied it with deep interest. She cherished a touching secret desire to know what might be discoverable concerning the women who had been Marchionesses of Walderhurst before. None of them but herself, she gathered, had come to their husbands from bed-sitting rooms in obscure streets. There had been noble Hursts in the reign of Henry I, and the period since then elapsed had afforded time for numerous bridals. Lady Walderhurst was overcome at moments by her reflections upon what lay behind and before her, but not being a complex person, or of fervid imagination, she was spared by nature the fevers of complex emotions. In fact, after a few weeks had passed, she came out of her dream and found her happiness enduring and endurable. Each day's awakening was a delight to her, and would probably be so to the end of her existence, absolutely because she was so sane and uncomplex a creature. To be deftly assisted in her dressing by Jane Cupp, and to know that each morning she might be fittingly and becomingly attired, without anxiety as to where her next gown was to come from, was a lovely thing. To enjoy the silent, perfect workings of the great household, to drive herself or to be driven, to walk and read, to loiter through walled gardens and hothouses at will, such things to a healthy woman with an unobscured power of enjoyment were luxuries which could not pall. Walderhurst found her an actual addition to his comfort. She was never in the way. She seemed to have discovered the trick of coming and going undisturbingly. She was docile and affectionate, but not in the least sentimental. He had known men whose first years of marriage, not to speak of the first months, had been rendered unbearable by the fact that their wives were constantly demanding or expecting the expressions of sentiments which unsentimental males had not at their fingers' ends. So the men had been annoyed or bored, and the women had been dissatisfied. Emily demanded nothing of the sort, and was certainly not dissatisfied. She looked very handsome and happy, her looks positively improved, and when people began to call and she to pay visits, she was very much liked. He had certainly been quite right in deciding to ask her to marry him. If she had a son, he should congratulate himself greatly. The more he saw of Osborn, the more he disliked him. It appeared that there was a prospect of a child there. This last was indeed true, and Emily had been much touched and awakened to sympathy. It had gradually become revealed to her that the Osborns were poorer than they could decently admit. Emily had discovered that they could not even remain in the lodgings in Duke Street, though she did not know the reason, which was that Captain Osborn had been obliged to pay certain moneys to stave off a scandal not entirely unconnected with the young woman his arm had encircled the day Walderhurst had seen him on the top of the bus. He was very well aware that if he was to obtain anything from Lord Walderhurst,
there were several things which must be kept entirely dark. Even a scandal belonging to the past could be made as unpleasant as an error of to-day. Also, the young woman of the bead cape knew how to manage him. But they must remove to cheaper lodgings, and the rooms in Duke Street had been far from desirable. Lady Walderhurst came in one morning from a walk, with a fresh colour and bright eyes, and before taking off her hat went to her husband's study. "May I come in?" Walderhurst had been writing some uninteresting letters and looked up with a smile. "Certainly," he answered. "What a colour you have! Exercise agrees with you. You ought to ride." "That was what Captain Osborn said. If you don't mind, I should like to ask you something." "I don't mind. You are a reasonable woman, Emily. One's safe with you." "It is something connected with the Osborns." "Indeed?" chilling slightly. "I don't care about them, you know." "You don't dislike her, do you?" "No, not exactly." The truth is, she's not at all well," with a trifle of hesitance. "She ought to be better taken care of than she is in lodgings, and they are obliged to take very cheap ones." "If he had been a more respectable fellow, his circumstances would have been different," rather stiffly. Emily felt alarmed. She had not dreamed of the temerity of any remark suggestive of criticism. "Yes," hastily, "of course. I'm sure you know best, but I thought perhaps—" Walderhurst liked her timidity. To see a fine, tall, upstanding creature colour in that way was not disagreeable, when one realized that she coloured because she feared she might offend one. "What did you think, perhaps?" was his lenient response. Her colour grew warmer, but this time from a sense of relief, because he was evidently not as displeased as he might have been. "I took a long walk this morning," she said. "I went through the High Wood and came out by the place called the Kennel Farm. I was thinking a good deal of poor Mrs. Osborn, because I had heard from her this morning, and she seemed so unhappy. I was looking at her letter again when I turned into the lane leading to the house. Then I saw that no one was living there, and I could not help going in to look. It is such a delightful old building, with its queer windows and chimneys, and the ivy which seems never to have been clipped. The house is so roomy and comfortable. I peeped in at windows and saw big fireplaces with benches inside them. It seems a pity that such a place should not be lived in, and, well, I thought how kind it would be of you to lend it to the Osborns while they are in England." "It would indeed be kind," remarked his lordship, without fervour. Her momentary excitement led Emily to take the liberty of putting out her hand to touch his. She always felt as if connubial familiarities were rather a liberty. At least, she had not so far been able to overcome a feeling rather of that order. And this was another thing Walderhurst by no means disliked. He himself was not aware that he was a man with a good deal of internal vanity, which enjoyed something good. In fact, he had not a sufficiently large brain to know very much about himself, or to be able to analyse his reasons for liking or disliking people or things. He thought he knew his reasons for his likes and dislikes, but he was frequently very far away from the clear impersonal truth about them. Only the brilliant logic and sensitiveness of genius really approaches knowledge of itself, and as a result it is usually extremely unhappy. Walderhurst was never unhappy. He was sometimes dissatisfied or annoyed, but that was as far as his emotions went. Being pleased by the warm touch of Emily's hand, he patted her wrist and looked agreeably marital. "The place was built originally for a family huntsman, and the pack was kept there. That's why it's called the Kennel Farm. When the last lease fell out, it remained unlet because I don't care for an ordinary tenant. It's the kind of house that is becoming rare, and the bumpkin farmer and his family don't value antiquities." "If it were furnished as it could be furnished," said Emily, "it would be beautiful. One can get old things in London if one can afford them. I've seen them when I've been shopping. They are not cheap, but you can get them if you really search." "Would you like to furnish it?" Walderhurst inquired. The consciousness that he could, if he chose, do the utmost thing of its kind in this way, at the moment assumed a certain proportion of interest to him under the stimulation of the wonder and delight which leaped into Emily's eyes as the possibility confronted her. Having been born without imagination, his wealth had not done for him anything out of the ordinary everyday order. "Would I like to do it? Oh dear!" she exclaimed. "Why, in all my life I have never dreamed of being able to do such things." That, of course, was true, he reflected, and the fact added to his appreciation of the moment. There were, of course, many people to whom it would be impossible to contemplate the spending of a sum of money of any importance in the indulgence of a wish founded on mere taste. He had not thought of the thing particularly in detail before, And now that he realised the significance of the fact as a fact, Emily had afforded him a new sensation. "You may do it now, if you wish," he said. "I once went over the place with an architect, and he said the whole thing could be made comfortable, and the atmosphere of the period wholly retained, for about £1,000. It is not really dilapidated, and it is worth saving. The gables and chimneys are very fine. I will attend to that, and you can do the rest in your own way." "It may take a good deal of money to buy the old things," gasped Emily. "They are not cheap in these days. People have found out that they are wanted." "It won't cost £20,000," Walderhurst answered. "It is a farmhouse, after all, and you are a practical woman. Restore it. You have my permission." Emily put her hands over her eyes. This was being the Marchioness of Walderhurst, and made Mortimer Street a thing still more incredible. When she dropped her hands she laughed even a trifle hysterically. "I couldn't thank you," she said. "It is as I said. I never quite believed there were people who were able to think of doing such things." "There are such people," he said. "You are one of them." And she put it to him with a sudden recollection of the thing her emotions had momentarily swept away. "Oh, I must not forget, because I'm so pleased. When it is furnished—" "Oh, the Osborns. Well, we will let them have it for a few months at any rate." "They will be so thankful," emotionally. "You will be doing them such a favour." "I am doing it for you, not for them. I like to see you pleased." She went to take off her hat with moisture in her eyes, being overpowered by his munificence. When she reached her room she walked about a little because she was excited, and then sat down to think of the relief her next letter would carry to Mrs. Osborn. Suddenly she got up and, going to her bedside, knelt down. She respectfully poured forth devout thanks to the deity she appealed to when she aided in the intoning of the litany on Sundays. Her conception of this power was of the simplest conventional nature. She would have been astonished and frightened if she had been told that she regarded the omnipotent being as possessing many of the attributes of the Marquis of Walderhurst. This was, in fact, true, without detracting from her reverence in either case. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The Osborns were breakfasting in their unpleasant sitting-room in Duke Street when Lady Walderhurst's letter arrived. The toast was tough and smoked, and the eggs were of the variety labelled 18 a shilling in the shops. The apartment was also redolent of kippered herring, and Captain Osborn was scowling over the landlady's weekly bill when Hester opened the envelope stamped with a coronet. Each time Emily wrote a note and found herself confronting the coronet on the paper, she blushed a little and felt that she must presently awake from her dream. Mrs. Osborn herself was looking far from amiable. She was ill and nervous and irritable, and had in fact just been crying and wishing that she was dead, which had given rise to unpleasantness between herself and her husband, who was not in the mood to feel patient with nerves. "Here's one from the Marchioness," she remarked slightingly. "I have had none from the Marquis," sneered Osborn. "He might have condescended a reply, the cold-blooded beggar." Hester was reading her letter. As she turned the first page her expression changed. As has previously been suggested, the epistolary methods of Lady Walderhurst were neither brilliant nor literary, and yet Mrs. Osborn seemed to be pleased by what she read. During the reading of a line or so she wore an expression of slowly questioning wonder, which a little later on settled into relief. "I can only say I think it's very decent of them," she ejaculated at last. "Really decent." Alec Osborn looked up, still scowlingly. "I don't see any cheque," he observed. "That would be the most decent thing. It's the thing we want most, with this damned woman sending in bills like this for the fourth-rate things we live on, and for her confounded tenth-rate rooms." "This is better than cheques. It means our having something we couldn't hope for cheques enough to pay for. They are offering to lend us a beautiful old place to live in for the rest of our stay." "What?" Osborn exclaimed. "Where?" "Near Palstrey Manor, where they're staying now." "Near Palstrey? How near?"
He had been slouching in his chair and now sat up and leaned forward on the table. He was eager. Hester referred to the letter again. "She doesn't say. It's a sort of antiquity, I gather. It's called the Kennel Farm. Have you ever been to Palstrey?" "Not as a guest." He was generally somewhat sardonic when he spoke of anything connected with Walderhurst. "But once I was in the nearest county town by chance and rode over. By Jove," starting a little, "I wonder if it can be a rum old place I passed and reined in to have a look at. I hope it is." "Why?" "It's near enough to the Manor to be convenient." "Do you think," hesitating, "that we shall see much of them?" "We shall if we manage things decently. She likes you, and she's the kind of woman to be sympathising and make a fuss over another woman, particularly one who's under the weather and can be sentimentalised over." Hester was pushing crumbs about on the tablecloth with her knife, and a dull red showed itself on her cheek. "I'm not going to make capital of circumstances," she said sullenly. "I won't." She was not a woman easily managed, and Osborn had had reason on more than one occasion to realize a certain wicked stubbornness in her. There was a look in her eye now which frightened him. It was desperately necessary that she should be kept in a tractable mood. As she was a girl with affections, and he was a man without any, he knew what to do. He got up and went to her side, putting his arm round her shoulders as he sat in a chair near her. "Now, little woman," he said, "now. For God's sake, don't take it that way. Don't think I don't understand how you feel." "I don't believe you know anything about the way I feel," she said, setting her narrow white teeth and looking more like a native woman than he had ever seen her. A thing which did not aid his affection for her, such as it was, happened to be that in certain moods she suggested a Hindu beauty to him in a way which brought back to him memories of the past he did not care to have awakened. "Yes, I do, yes, I do," he protested, getting hold of her hand and trying to make her look at him. "There are things such a woman as you can't help feeling. It's because you feel them that you must be on your mettle. Lord knows you've got pluck enough, and stand by a fellow now. What shall I do, my God, if you don't?" He was, in fact, in such straits that the ring of emotion in his voice was not by any means assumed. "My God," he repeated, "what shall we all do if you won't?" She lifted her eyes then to look at him. She was in a sufficiently nervous condition to be conscious that tears were always near. "Are there worse things than you have told me?" she faltered. "Yes, worse things than it would be fair to bother you with. I don't want you to be tormented. I was a deuced fool before I met you and began to run straight. Things pile in now that would have lain quiet enough if Walderhurst had not married. Hang it all, he ought to do the decent thing by me. He owes something to the man who may stand in his shoes after all." Hester lifted her slow eyes again. "You've not much of a chance now," she said. "She's a fine, healthy woman." Osborn sprang up and paced the floor, set upon by a sudden spasm of impotent rage. He snapped his teeth rather like a dog. "Oh, curse her!" he gave forth. "The great fresh-coloured lumping brute! What did she come into it for? Of all the devilish things that can happen to a man, the worst is to be born to the thing I was born to. To know through your whole life that you're just a stone's throw from rank and wealth and splendour, and to have to live and look on as an outsider. Upon my word, I felt more of an outsider just because of it. There's a dream I've had every month or so for years. It's a dream of opening a letter that tells me he's dead, or of a man coming into the room or meeting me in the street and saying suddenly, 'Walderhurst died last night. Walderhurst died last night.' They're always the same words, 'Walderhurst died last night,' and I wake up shaking and in a cold sweat for joy at the gorgeous luck that's come at last." Hester gave a low cry like a little howl, and dropped her head on her arms on the table among the cups and saucers. "She'll have a son! She'll have a son!" she cried. "And then it won't matter whether he dies or not." "Ugh!" was the sound wrenched from Osborn's fury. "And our son might have been in it. Ours might have had it all. Damn! Damn!" "He won't! He won't now, even if he lives to be born," she sobbed, and clutched at the dingy tablecloth with her lean little hands. It was hard on her. She had had 1,000 feverish dreams he had never heard of. She had lain awake hours at night and stared with wide open eyes at the darkness, picturing to her inner soul the dream of splendour that she would be part of, the solace for past miseries, the high revenges for past slights that would be hers after the hour in which she heard the words Osborn had just quoted: "Walderhurst died last night." Oh, if luck had only helped them! If the spells her Ayah had taught her in secret had only worked as they would have worked if she'd been a native woman and had really used them properly. There was a spell she had wrought once which Ameerah had sworn to her was to be relied on. It took 10 weeks to accomplish its end. In secret she had known of a man on whom it had worked. She had found out about it partly from the remote hints which had aided her half knowledge of strange things, and by keeping a close watch. The man had died. He had died. She herself, and with her own eyes, had seen him begin to ail, had heard of his fevers and pains and final death. He had died. She knew that, and she had tried the thing herself in dead secrecy. And at the 5th week, just as with the native who had died, she heard that Walderhurst was ill. During the next 4 weeks she was sick with the tension of combined horror and delight. But he did not die in the 10th week. They heard that he had gone to Tangiers with a party of notable people, and that his slight indisposition had passed, leaving him in admirable health and spirits. Her husband had known nothing of her frenzy. She would not have dared to tell him. There were many things she did not tell him. He used to laugh at her native stories of occult powers, though she knew that he had seen some strange things done, as most foreigners had. He always explained such things contemptuously, on grounds which presupposed in the performers of the mysteries powers of agility, dexterity, and universal knowledge quite as marvellous as anything occult could have been. He did not like her to show belief in the "tricks of natives," as he called them. It made a woman look a fool, he said, to be so credulous. During the last few months a new fever had tormented her. Feelings had awakened in her which were new. She thought things she had never thought before. She had never cared for children, or suspected herself of being the maternal woman. But nature worked in her after her weird fashion. She began to care less for some things and more for others. She cared less for Osborn's moods and was better able to defy them. He began to be afraid of her temper, and she began to like at times to defy his. There had been some fierce scenes between them, in which he had found her meet with a flare of fury words she would have once been cowed by. He had spoken one day with the coarse slightingness of a selfish, irritable brute of the domestic event which was before them. He did not speak twice. She sprang up before him and shook her clenched fist in his face, so near that he started back. "Don't say a word," she cried. "Don't dare! Don't dare! I tell you, look out if you don't want to be killed." During the outpouring of her frenzy he saw her in an entirely new light, and made discoveries. She would fight for her young as a tigress fights for hers. She was nursing a passion of secret feeling of which he had known nothing. He had not for a moment suspected her of it. She had not seemed that kind of girl. She had been of the kind that cares for finery and social importance and the world's favour, not for sentiments. On this morning of the letter's arrival he watched her sobbing and clutching the tablecloth, and reflected. He walked up and down and pondered. There were a lot of things to be thought over. "We may as well accept the invitation at once," he said. "Grovel as much as you choose. The more the better. They'll like it." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The Osborns arrived at the Kennel Farm on a lovely rainy morning. The green of the fields and trees and hedges was sweetly drenched, and the flowers held drops which sparkled when the fitful sun broke forth and searched for the hidden light in them. A Palstrey carriage comfortably met them and took them to their destination. As they turned into the lane, Osborn looked out at the red gables and chimneys showing themselves among the trees. "It's the old place I looked at," he said, "and a jolly old place it is." Hester was drinking in the pure sweetness of the fresh air and filling her soul with the beauty of such things as she had never seen before. In London she had grown hopeless and sick of spirit. The lodgings in Duke Street, the perpetual morning haddock and questionable eggs and unpaid bills had been evil things for her. She had reached a point at which she had felt she could bear them no longer. Here, at all events, there would be green trees and clean air and no landlady. With no rent to pay, there would be freedom from one torment at least. She had not expected much more than this freedom, however. It had seemed highly probable that there might be discomforts in an ancient farmhouse of the kind likely to be lent to impecunious relatives. But before they crossed the threshold, it was plain to her that for some reason they had been given more. The old garden had been put in order, a picturesque and sweet, disorderly order, which had allowed creepers to luxuriate and toss, and flowers to spring out of crannies, and clumps of things to mass themselves without restraint. The girl's wretched heart lifted itself as they drove up to the venerable brick porch, which had somewhat the air of a little church vestibule. Through the opened door she saw a quaint comfort she had not dreamed of. She had not the knowledge of things which would have told her what wonders Emily had done with the place, but she could see that its quaint furnishings were oddly beautiful in their harmony. The heavy chairs and benches and settles seemed to have been part of centuries of farmhouse life, and to belong to the place as much as the massive beams and doors. Hester stood in the middle of the hall and looked about her. Part of it was oak panelled and part was whitewashed. There were deep, low windows cut in the thick walls. "I never saw anything the least like it," she said. "You wouldn't expect to see anything like it in India," her husband answered. "And you won't find many places like it in England. I should like a look at the stables." He went out almost immediately and took the look in question, finding the result unexpectedly satisfactory. Walderhurst had lent him a decent horse to ride, and there was a respectable little cart for Hester. Palstrey Manor had "done them" very well. This was a good deal more than he had expected. He knew such hospitality would not have been shown him if he had come to England unmarried. Consequently, his good luck was partly a result of Hester's existence in his life. At the same time, there awakened in him a consciousness that Hester would not have been likely to produce such results unless in combination with another element in the situation, the element of another woman who was sympathetic and had some power, the new Lady Walderhurst, in fact. And yet, confound her, he thought, as he walked into the loose box to look the mare over and pat her sleekness. The relations which established themselves between Palstrey and the Kennel Farm were marked by two characteristic features. One of these was that Lord Walderhurst did not develop any warmer interest in the Osborns, and that Lady Walderhurst did. Having acceded to Emily's wishes, and really behaved generously in the matter of providing for his heir presumptive and his wife, Lord Walderhurst felt impelled to no further demonstration of feeling. "I don't like him any better than I did," he remarked to Emily, "and I cannot say that Mrs. Osborn attracts me. Of course, there is a reason why a kind-hearted woman like yourself should be specially good to her just now. Do anything you wish for them while they are in the neighbourhood. But as for me, the fact that a man is one's heir presumptive is not enough in itself alone to endear him to one. Rather the contrary." Between these two, it is to be confessed, there existed that rancour which is not weakened by the fact that it remains unexpressed and lurks in the deeps of the inward being. Walderhurst would not have been capable of explaining to himself that the thing he chiefly disliked in this robust, warm-blooded young man was that when he met him striding about with his gun over his shoulder and a keeper behind him, the almost unconscious realization of the unpleasant truth that he was striding over what might prove to be his own acres, and shooting birds which in the future he would himself possess the right to preserve, to invite other people to shoot, to keep less favoured persons from shooting, as lord of the manor. This was a truth sufficiently irritating to accentuate all his faults of character and breeding. Emily, whose understanding of his nature developed with every day of her life, grew into a comprehension of this by degrees. Perhaps her greatest leap forward was taken on the day when, as he was driving her in the cart which had picked her up on the moor, they saw Osborn tramping through a cover with his gun. He did not see them, and a shade of irritation swept Walderhurst's face. "He seems to feel very much at home," he commented. Then he was silent for a space during which he did not look pleased.
"If he were my son," he said, "it would be a different matter. If Audrey's child had lived—" He stopped and gave the tall mare a light cut with his whip. He was evidently annoyed with himself for having spoken. A hot wave of colour submerged Emily. She felt it rush over her whole body. She turned her face away, hoping Walderhurst would not observe her. This was the first time she had heard him utter his dead wife's name. She had never heard any one speak it. Audrey had evidently not been a much beloved or regretted person, but she had had a son. Her primitive soul had scarcely dared to approach, even with awe, the thought of such a possibility for herself. As in the past she had not had the temerity to dream of herself as a woman who possessed attractions likely to lead to marriage, so she was mentally restrained in these days. There was something spinster-like in the tenor of her thoughts, but she would have laid down her life for this dull man's happiness, and of late she had more than once blamed herself for accepting so much unthinkingly. "I did not realize things properly," she had said to herself in humble pain. "I ought to have been a girl, young and strong and beautiful. His sacrifice was too great. It was immense." It had been nothing of the sort. He had pleased himself and done what was likely to tend, and had tended, altogether to his own ease and comfort. In any case, Emily Fox Seton was a fine creature and only 34, and with Alec Osborn at the other side of the globe the question of leaving an heir had been less present and consequently had dwindled in importance. The nearness of the Osborns fretted him just now. If their child was a son he would be more fretted still. He was rather glad of a possibility, just looming, of his being called away from England through affairs of importance. He had spoken to Emily of this possibility, and she had understood that, as his movements and the length of his stay would be uncertain, she would not accompany him. "There is one drawback to our marriage," he said. Is it anything I can remove?" Emily asked. "No, though you are responsible for it. People seldom can remove the drawbacks they are responsible for. You have taught me to miss you." "Have I? Have I?" cried Emily. "Oh, I am happy." She was so happy that she felt that she must pass on some of her good fortune to those who had less. She was beautifully kind to Hester Osborn. Few days passed without the stopping of a Walderhurst carriage before the door of the Kennel Farm. Sometimes Emily came herself to take Mrs. Osborn to drive. Sometimes she sent for her to come to lunch and spend the day or night at Palstrey. She felt an interest in the young woman which became an affection. She would have felt interested in her if there had not existed a special reason to call forth sympathy. Hester had many curious and new subjects for conversation. Emily liked her descriptions of Indian life and her weird little stories of the natives. She was charmed with Ameerah, whose nose rings and native dress, combining themselves with her dark, mystic face, rare speech and gliding, silent movements, awakened awe in the rustics and mingled distrust and respect in the servants' hall at Palstrey. "She's most respectably behaved, my lady, though foreign and strange in her manners," was Jane Cupp's comment. "But she has a way of looking at a person, almost stealthy, that's upset me many a time when I've noticed it suddenly. They say that she knows things like fortune-telling and spells and love potions, but she will only speak of them quite secret." Emily gathered that Jane Cupp was afraid of the woman, and kept a cautious eye upon her. "She is a very faithful servant, Jane," she answered. "She is devoted to Mrs. Osborn." "I'm sure she is, my lady. I've read in books about the faithfulness of black people. They say they're more faithful than white ones." "Not more faithful than some white ones," said Lady Walderhurst with her good smile. "Ameerah is not more faithful than you, I'm very sure." "Oh, my lady!" ejaculated Jane, turning red with pleasure. "I do hope not. I shouldn't like to think she could be." In fact, the tropic suggestion of the Ayah's personality had warmed the imagination of the servants' hall, and there had been much talk of many things, of the Osborns as well as of their servants, and thrilling stories of East Indian life had been related by Walderhurst's man, who was a travelled person. Captain Osborn had good sport on these days, and sport was the thing he best loved. He was of the breed of men who can fish, hunt, or shoot all day, eat robust meals and sleep heavily all night, who can do this every day of a year, and in so doing reach his highest point of desire in existence. He knew no other aspirations in life than such as the fortunes of a man like Walderhurst could put him in possession of. Nature herself had built him after the model of the primeval type of English country landowner.
India, with her blasting and stifling hot seasons and her steaming rains, gave him nothing that he desired, and filled him with revolt against fate every hour of his life. His sanguine body loathed and grew restive under heat. At the Kennel Farm, when he sprang out of his bed in the fresh sweetness of the morning and plunged into his tub, he drew every breath with a physical rapture. The air which swept in through the diamond-paned, ivy-hung casements was a joy. "Good Lord!" he would cry out to Hester through her half-opened door. "What mornings! How a man lives and feels the blood rushing through his veins! Rain or shine, it's all the same to me. I can't stay indoors. Just to tramp through wet or dry heather or under dripping or shining trees is enough. How can one believe one has ever lain sweating with one's tongue lolling out and listened to the whining creak of the punkah through nights too deadly hot to sleep in? It's like remembering hell while one lives in paradise." "We shan't live in paradise long," Hester said once with some bitterness. "Hell is waiting for us." "Damn it, don't remind a man. There are times when I don't believe it." He almost snarled the answer. It was true that his habit was to enhance the pleasure of his days by thrusting into the background all recollections of the reality of any other existence than that of the hour. As he tramped through fern and heather, he would remember nothing but that there was a chance. There was chance, good Lord! After a man not over strong reached 54 or 5, there were more chances than there had been earlier. After hours spent in such moods, it was not pleasant to come by accident upon Walderhurst riding his fine chestnut, erect and staid, and be saluted by the grave raising of his whip to his hat; or to return to the farm just as the Palstrey barouche turned in at the gate, with Lady Walderhurst sitting in it glowing with health, and that enjoyable interest in all things which gave her a kind of radiance of eye and colour. She came at length in a time when she did not look quite so radiant. This, it appeared, was from a reason which might be regarded as natural under the circumstances. A more ardent man than Lord Walderhurst might have felt that he could not undertake a journey to foreign lands which would separate him from a wife comparatively new. But Lord Walderhurst was not ardent, and he had married a woman who felt that he did all things well, that in fact a thing must be well because it was his choice to do it. His journey to India might, it was true, be a matter of a few months, and involve diplomatic business for which a certain unimpeachable respectability was required. A more brilliant man, who had been less respectable in the most decorous British sense, would not have served the purpose of the government. Emily's skin had lost a shade of its healthful freshness, it struck Hester when she saw her. There was a suggestion of fullness under her eyes, yet with the bright patience of her smile she defied the remote suspicion that she had shed a tear or so before leaving home. She explained the situation with an affectionately reverent dwelling upon the dignity of the mission which would temporarily bereave her of her mate. Her belief in Walderhurst's intellectual importance to the welfare of the government was a complete and touching thing. "It will not be for very long," she said, "and you and I must see a great deal of each other. I am so glad you are here. You know how one misses," breaking off with an admirable air of determined cheer, "I must not think of that." Walderhurst congratulated himself seriously during the days before his departure. She was so exactly what he liked a woman to be. She might have made difficulties, or have been sentimental. If she had been a girl, it would have been necessary to set up a sort of nursery for her. But this fine, amenable, sensible creature could take perfect care of herself. It was only necessary to express a wish, and she not only knew how to carry it out, but was ready to do so without question. As far as he was concerned, he was willing to leave all to her own taste. It was such decent taste. She had no modern ideas which might lead during his absence to any action likely to disturb or annoy him. What she would like best to do would be to stay at Palstrey and enjoy the beauty of it. She would spend her days in strolling through the gardens, talking to the gardeners who had all grown fond of her, or paying little visits to old people or young ones in the village. She would help the vicar's wife in her charities. She would appear in the manor pew at church regularly, make the necessary dull calls, and go to the unavoidable dull dinners with a faultless amiability and decorum. "As I remarked when you told me you had asked her to marry you," said Lady Maria on the occasion of his lunching with her on running up to town for a day's business, "you showed a great deal more sense than most men of your age and rank. If people will marry, they should choose the persons least likely to interfere with them.
Emily will never interfere with you. She cares a great deal more about your pleasure than her own. And as to that, she's so much like a big, healthy, good child that she would find pleasure wheresoever you dropped her." This was true, yet the healthy, childish creature had, in deep privacy, cried a little, and was pathetically glad to feel that the Osborns were to be near her, and that she would have Hester to think of and take care of during the summer. It was pathetic that she should cherish an affection so ingenuous for the Osborns, for one of them at least had no patience with her. To Captain Osborn her existence and presence in the near neighbourhood were offences. He told himself that she was of the particular type of woman he most disliked. She was a big blundering fool, he said, and her size and very good nature itself got on his nerves and irritated him. "She looks so deucedly prosperous with her first-rate clothes and her bouncing health," he said. "The tread of her big feet makes me mad when I hear it." Hester answered with a shrill little laugh. "Her big feet are in better shape than mine," she said. "I ought to hate her, and I would if I could, but I can't." "I can," muttered Osborn between his teeth, as he turned to the mantel and scratched a match to light his pipe. Chapter 12 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. When Lord Walderhurst took his departure for India, his wife began to order her daily existence as he had imagined she would. Before he had left her, she had appeared at the first drawing-room, and had spent a few weeks at the town house, where they had given several imposing and serious dinner parties, more remarkable for dignity and good taste than liveliness. The duties of social existence in town would have been unbearable for Emily without her husband. Dressed by Jane Cupp with a passion of fervour, fine folds sweeping from her small, long waist, diamonds strung round her neck, and a tiara or a big star in her full brown hair, Emily was rather superb when supported by the consciousness that Walderhurst's well-carried maturity and long accustomedness were near her. With him she could enjoy even the unlively splendour of a function, but without him she would have been very unhappy. At Palstrey she was ceasing to feel new, and had begun to realize that she belonged to the world she lived in. She was becoming accustomed to her surroundings and enjoyed them to the utmost. Her easily roused affections were warmed by the patriarchal atmosphere of village life. Most of the Palstrey villagers had touched their forelocks or curtsied to Walderhursts for generations. Emily liked to remember this, and had at once conceived a fondness for the simple folk who seemed somehow related so closely to the man she worshipped. Walderhurst had not the faintest conception of what this worship represented. He did not even reach the length of realizing its existence. He saw her ingenuous reverence for and belief in him, and was naturally rather pleased by them. He was also vaguely aware that if she had been a more brilliant woman, she would have been a more exacting one, and less easily impressed. If she had been a stupid woman or a clumsy one, he would have detested her and bitterly regretted his marriage. But she was only innocent and gratefully admiring, which qualities, combining themselves with good looks, good health, and good manners, made of a woman something he liked immensely. Really, she had looked very nice and attractive when she had bidden him good-bye, with her emotional flush and softness of expression and the dewy brightness of her eyes. There was something actually moving in the way her strong hand had wrung his at the last moment. "I only wish," she had said, "I only do so wish that there was something I could do for you while you were away, something you could leave me to do." "Keep well and enjoy yourself," he had answered. "That will really please me." Nature had not so built him that he could suspect that she went home and spent the rest of the morning in his rooms, putting away his belongings with her own hands, just for the mere passion of comfort she felt in touching the things he had worn, the books he had handled, the cushions his head had rested against. She had indeed mentioned to the housekeeper at Berkeley Square that she wished his lordship's apartments to remain untouched until she herself had looked over them. The obsession which is called love is an emotion past all explanation. The persons susceptible to its power are as things beneath a spell. They see, hear, and feel
that of which the rest of their world is unaware, and will remain unaware for ever. To the endearing and passion-inspiring qualities Emily Walderhurst saw in this more than middle-aged gentleman, an unstirred world would remain blind, deaf, and imperceptive until its end transpired. This, however, made not the slightest difference in the reality of these things as she saw and felt and was moved to her soul's centre by them. Bright youth in Agatha Norman, at present joyously girdling the globe with her bridegroom, was moved much less deeply, despite its laughter and love. A large lump swelled in Emily's throat as she walked about the comfortable, deserted apartments of her James. Large tears dropped on the breast of her dress, as they had dropped upon her linen blouse when she walked across the moor to Maundell. But she bravely smiled as she tenderly brushed away with her hand 2 drops which fell upon a tweed waistcoat she had picked up. Having done this, she suddenly stooped and kissed the rough cloth fervently, burying her face in it with a sob. "I do love him so," she whispered hysterically. "I do so love him, and I shall so miss him," with the italicised feelingness of old. The outburst was, in fact, so strongly italicised that she felt the next moment almost as if she had been a little indecent. She had never been called upon by the strenuousness of any occasion to mention baldly to Lord Walderhurst that she "loved him." It had not been necessary, and she was too little used to it not to be abashed by finding herself proclaiming the fact to his very waistcoat itself. She sat down, holding the garment in her hands, and let her tears fall. She looked about her at the room and across the corridor through the open door at his study which adjoined it. They were fine rooms, and every book and bust and chair looked singularly suggestive of his personality. The whole house was beautiful and imposing in Emily's eyes. "He has made all my life beautiful and full of comfort and happiness," she said, trembling. "He has saved me from everything I was afraid of, and there is nothing I can do. Oh," suddenly dropping a hot face on her hands, "if I were only Hester Osborn, I should be glad to suffer anything, or die in any way. I should have paid him back, just a little, if I might." For there was one thing she had learned through her yearning fervour, not through any speech of his. All the desire and pride in him would be fed full and satisfied if he could pass his name on to a creature of his own flesh and blood. All the heat his cold nature held had concentrated itself in a secret passion centred on this thing. She had begun to awaken to a suspicion of this early in their marriage, and afterwards, by processes of inclusion and exclusion, she had realized the proud intensity of his feeling despite his reserve and silence. As for her, she would have gone to the stake, or have allowed her flesh to be cut into pieces to form that which would have given him reason for exultation and pride. Such was the helpless, tragic, kindly love and yearning of her. The thing filled her with a passion of tenderness for Hester Osborn. She yearned over her too. Her spinster life had never brought her near to the mystery of birth. She was very ignorant and deeply awed by the mere thought of it. At the outset Hester had been coldly shy and reticent, but as they saw each other more, she began to melt before the unselfish warmth of the other woman's overtures of friendship. She was very lonely and totally inexperienced. As Agatha Slade had gradually fallen into intimacy of speech, so did she. She longed so desperately for companionship that the very intensity of her feelings impelled her to greater openness than she had at first intended. "I suppose men don't know," she said to herself sullenly in thinking of Osborn, who spent his days out of doors. "At any rate, they don't care." Emily cared greatly, and was so full of interest and sympathy that there was something like physical relief in talking to her. "You two have become great pals," Alex said on an afternoon when he stood at a window watching Lady Walderhurst's carriage drive away. "You spend hours together talking. What's it all about?" "She talks a good deal about her husband. It is a comfort to her to find some one to listen. She thinks he's a god. But we principally talk about me." "Don't discourage her," laughed Osborn. "Perhaps she will get so fond of you that she will not be willing to part with us, as she will be obliged to take both to keep one." "I wish she would, I wish she would," sighed Hester, tossing up her hands in a languid yet fretted gesture. The contrast between herself and this woman was very often too great to be equably borne. Even her kindness could not palliate it. The simple perfection of her country clothes, the shining skins of her horses, the smooth roll of her carriage, the automatic servants who attended her, were suggestive of that ease and completeness in all things only to be compassed by long possessed wealth. To see every day the evidences of it while one lived on charitable sufferance on the crumbs which fell from the master's table was a galling enough thing, after all. It would always have been galling. But it mattered so much more now, so much more to Hester than she had known it could matter, even in those days when as a girl she had thirstily longed for it. In those days she had not lived near enough to it all to know the full meaning and value of it, the beauty and luxury, the stateliness and good taste. To have known it in this way, to have been almost part of it and then to leave it, to go back to a hugger-mugger existence in a wretched bungalow hounded by debt, pinched and bound hard and fast by poverty, which offered no future prospect of bettering itself into decent good luck. Who could bear it? Both were thinking the same thing as their eyes met. "How are we to stand it after this?" she cried out sharply. "We can't stand it," he answered. "Confound it all, something must happen." "Nothing will," she said. "Nothing but that we shall go back worse off than before." At this period Lady Walderhurst went to London again to shop, and spent 2 entire happy days in buying beautiful things of various kinds, which were all to be sent to Mrs. Osborn at the Kennel Farm, Palstrey. She had never enjoyed herself so much in her life as she did during those 2 days, when she sat for hours at one counter after another, looking at exquisite linen and flannel and lace. The days she had spent with Lady Maria in purchasing her trousseau had not compared with these 2. She looked actually lovely as she almost fondled the fine fabrics, smiling with warm softness at the pretty things shown her. She spent, in fact, a good deal of money, and luxuriated in so doing, as she would never have luxuriated in spending it in finery for herself. Nothing indeed seemed too fairy-like in its fineness, no quantity of lace seemed in excess. Her heart positively trembled in her breast sometimes, and she found strange tears rising in her eyes. "They are so sweet," she said plaintively to the silence of her own bedroom as she looked some of her purchases over. "I don't know why they give me such a feeling. They look so little and helpless, and as if they were made to hold in one's arms. It's absurd of me, I dare say." The morning the boxes arrived at the Kennel Farm, Emily came too. She was in the big carriage, and carried with her some special final purchases she wanted to bring herself. She came because she could not have kept away. She wanted to see the things again, to be with Hester when she unpacked them, to help her, to look them all over, to touch them and hold them in her hands. She found Hester in the large, low-ceilinged room in which she slept. The big 4-post bed was already snowed over with a heaped-up drift of whiteness, and open boxes were scattered about. There was an odd expression in the girl's eyes, and she had a red spot on either cheek. "I did not expect anything like this," she said. "I thought I should have to make some plain little things myself, suited to its station," with a wry smile. "They would have been very ugly. I don't know how to sew in the least. You forget that you were not buying things for a prince or a princess, but for a little beggar." "Oh, don't!" cried Emily, taking both her hands. "Let us be happy. It was so nice to buy them. I never liked anything so much in my life." She went and stood by the bedside, taking up the things one by one, touching up frills of lace and smoothing out tucks. "Doesn't it make you happy to look at them?" she said. "You look at them," said Hester, staring at her, "as if the sight of them made you hungry, or as if you had bought them for yourself." Emily turned slightly away. She said nothing. For a few moments there was a dead silence. Hester spoke again. What in the world was it in the mere look of the tall, straight body of the woman to make her feel hot and angered? "If you had bought them for yourself," she persisted, "they would be worn by a Marquis of Walderhurst." Emily laid down the robe she had been holding. She put it on the bed and turned round to look at Hester Osborn with serious eyes. "They may be worn by a Marquis of Walderhurst, you know," she answered. "They may." She was remotely hurt and startled, because she felt in the young woman something she had felt once or twice before, something resentful in her thoughts of herself, as if for the moment she represented to her an enemy. The next moment, however, Hester Osborn fell upon her with embraces. "You are an angel to me," she cried. "You are an angel, and I can't thank you. I don't know how." Emily Walderhurst patted her shoulder as she kindly enfolded her in warm arms. "Don't thank me," she half whispered emotionally. "Don't. Just let us enjoy ourselves." Chapter 13 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being the making of a Marchioness and the methods of Lady Walderhurst. Alec Osborn rode a good deal in these days. He also walked a good deal, sometimes with a gun over his shoulder and followed by a keeper, sometimes alone. There was scarcely a square yard of the Palstrey Manor lands he had not tramped over. He had learned the whole estate by heart, its woods, its farms, its moorlands. A morbid, secret interest in its beauties and resources possessed him. He could not resist the temptation to ask apparently casual questions of keepers and farmers when he found himself with them. He managed to give his inquiries as much the air of an accident as possible, but he himself knew that they were made as a result of a certain fevered curiosity. He found that he had fallen into the habit of continually making plans connected with the place. He said to himself, "If it were mine, I would do this or that. If I owned it, I would make this change or that one. I would discharge this keeper, or put another man on such a farm." He tramped among the heather thinking these things over, and realizing to the full what the pleasure of such powers would mean to a man such as himself, a man whose vanity had never been fed, who had a desire to control and a longing for active out-of-door life. "If it were mine, if it were mine," he would say to himself. "Oh, damn it all, if it were only mine!" And there were other places as fine, and finer places he had never seen. Oswyth, Hurst, and Towers, all Walderhursts, all belonging to this one respectable elderly muff. Thus he summed up the character of his relative. As for himself, he was young, strong, and with veins swelling with the insistent longing for joyful, exultant life. The sweating, panting drudgery of existence in India was a thought of hell to him. But there it was, looming up nearer and nearer with every heavenly English day that passed. There was nothing for it but to go back, thrust one's neck into the collar again, and sweat and be galled to the end. He had no ambitions connected with his profession. He realized loathingly in these days that he had always been waiting. The big, bright-faced woman who was always hanging about Hester, doing her favours, he actually began to watch feverishly. She was such a fool. She always looked so healthy, and she was specially such a fool over Walderhurst. When she had news of him, it was to be seen shining in her face. She had a sentimental schoolgirl fancy that during his absence she would apply herself to the task of learning to ride. She had been intending to do so before he went away. They had indeed spoken of it together, and Walderhurst had given her a handsome, gentle young mare. The creature was as kind as she was beautiful. Osborn, who was celebrated for his horsemanship, had promised to undertake to give the lessons. A few days after her return from London with her purchases, she asked the husband and wife to lunch with her at Palstrey, and during the meal broached the subject. "I should like to begin soon, if you can spare the time for me," she said. "I want to be able to go out with him when he comes back. Do you think I shall be slow in learning? Perhaps I ought to be lighter to ride well." "I think you will be pretty sure to have a first-class seat," Osborn answered. "You will be likely to look particularly well." "Do you think I shall? How good you are to encourage me! How soon could I begin?" She was quite agreeably excited. In fact, she was delighted by innocent visions of herself as Walderhurst's equestrian companion. Perhaps if she sat well and learned fine control of her horse, he might be pleased, and turn to look at her as they rode side by side, with that look of approval and dawning warmth which brought such secret joy to her soul. "When may I take my first lesson?" she said quite eagerly to Captain Osborn, for whom a footman was pouring out a glass of wine. "As soon," he answered, "as I have taken out the mare 2 or 3 times myself. I want to know her thoroughly.
I would not let you mount her until I had learned her by heart." They went out to the stables after lunch and visited the mare in her loose box. She was a fine beast and seemed as gentle as a child. Captain Osborn asked questions of the head groom concerning her. She had a perfect reputation, but nevertheless she was to be taken over to the kennel stables a few days before Lady Walderhurst mounted her. "It is necessary to be more than careful," Osborn said to Hester that night. "There would be the devil and all to pay if anything went wrong." The mare was brought over the next morning. She was a shining bay, and her name was Faustine. In the afternoon Captain Osborn took her out. He rode her far and learned her thoroughly before he brought her back. She was as lively as a kitten, but as kind as a dove. Nothing could have been better tempered and safer. She would pass anything. Even the unexpected appearance of a road-mending engine turning a corner did not perceptibly disturb her. "Is she well behaved?" Hester asked at dinner time. "Yes, apparently," was his answer. "But I shall take her out once or twice again." He did take her out again, and had only praise for her on each occasion. But the riding lessons did not begin at once. In fact, he was, for a number of reasons, in a sullen and unsociable humour which did not incline him towards the task he had undertaken. He made various excuses for not beginning the lessons, and took Faustine out almost every day. But Hester had an idea that he did not enjoy his rides. He used to return from them with a resentful, sombre look, as if his reflections had not been pleasant company for him. In truth, they were not pleasant company. He was beset by thoughts he did not exactly care to be beset by, thoughts which led him farther than he really cared to go, which did not incline him to the close companionship of Lady Walderhurst. It was these thoughts which led him on his long rides. It was one of them which impelled him one morning, as he was passing a heap of broken stone piled for the mending of the ways by the roadside, to touch Faustine with heel and whip. The astonished young animal sprang aside curvetting. She did not understand, and to horse nature the uncomprehended is alarming. She was more bewildered and also more fretted when in passing the next stone heap she felt the same stinging touches. What did it mean? Was she to avoid this thing? To leap at sight of it? To do what? She tossed her delicate head and snorted in her trouble. The country road was at some distance from Palstrey and was little frequented. No one was in sight. Osborn glanced about him to make sure of this fact. A long stretch of road lay before him, with stone heaps piled at regular intervals. He had taken a big whisky and soda at the last wayside inn he had passed, and drink did not make him drunk so much as mad. He pushed the mare ahead, feeling in just the humour to try experiments with her. "Alec is very determined that you shall be safe on Faustine," Hester said to Emily. "He takes her out every day." "It is very good of him," answered Emily. Hester thought she looked a trifle nervous, and wondered why. She did not say anything about the riding lessons, and in fact had seemed of late less eager and interested. In the first place it had been Alec who had postponed. Now it was she. First one trifling thing and then another seemed to interpose. "The mare is as safe as a feather bed," Osborn said to her one afternoon when they were taking tea on the lawn at Palstrey. "You had better begin now if you wish to accomplish anything before Lord Walderhurst comes back. What do you hear from him as to his return?" Emily had heard that he was likely to be detained longer than he had expected. It seemed always to be the case that people were detained by such business. He was annoyed, but it could not be helped. There was a rather tired look in her eyes, and she was paler than usual. "I'm going up to town to-morrow," she said. "The riding lesson might begin after I come back." "Are you anxious about anything?" Hester asked her as she was preparing for the drive back to the Kennel Farm. "No, no," Emily answered. "Only—" "Only what?" "I should be so glad if he were not away." Hester gazed reflectively at her suddenly quivering face. "I don't think I ever saw a woman so fond of a man," she said. Emily stood still. She was quite silent. Her eyes slowly filled. She had never been able to say much about what she felt for Walderhurst. Hers was a large, dumb, primitive affection. She sat at her open bedroom window a long time that evening. She rested her chin upon her hand and looked up at the deeps of blue powdered with the diamond dust of stars. It seemed to her that she had never looked up and seen such myriads of stars before. She felt far away from earthly things and tremulously uplifted.
During the last 2 weeks she had lived in a tumult of mind, of amazement, of awe, of hope and fear. No wonder that she looked pale and that her face was full of anxious yearning. There were such wonders in the world, and she, Emily Fox Seton, no, Emily Walderhurst, seemed to have become part of them. She clasped her hands tight together and leaned forward into the night with her face turned upwards. Very large drops began to roll fast down her cheeks, one after the other. The argument of scientific observation might have said she was hysterical, and whether with or without reason is immaterial. She did not try to check her tears or wipe them away, because she did not know that she was crying. She began to pray, and heard herself saying the Lord's Prayer like a child. "Our Father who art in heaven, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name," she murmured imploringly. She said the prayer to the end, and then began it over again. She said it 3 or 4 times, and her appeal for daily bread and the forgiveness of trespasses expressed what her inarticulate nature could not have put into words. Beneath the entire vault of heaven's dark blue that night there was nowhere lifted to the unknown a prayer more humbly passionful and gratefully imploring than her final whisper: "For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Amen." When she left her seat at the window and turned towards the room again, Jane Cupp, who was preparing for the morrow's journey and was just entering with a dress over her arm, found herself restraining a start at sight of her. I hope you are quite well, my lady," she faltered. "Yes," Lady Walderhurst answered. "I think I am very well, Jane. You will be quite ready for the early train to-morrow morning?" "Yes, my lady, quite." "I have been thinking," said Emily gently, almost in a tone of reverie, "that if your uncle had not wanted your mother so much, it would have been nice to have her here with us. She is such an experienced person, and so kind. I never forget how kind she was to me when I had the little room in Mortimer Street." "Oh, my lady, you was kind to us!" cried Jane. She recalled afterwards with tears how her ladyship moved nearer to her and took her hand with what Jane called a wonderful good look, which always brought a lump to her throat. "But I always count on you, Jane," she said. "I count on you so much." "Oh, my lady!" Jane cried again. "It's my comfort to believe it. I'd lay down my life for your ladyship, I would indeed." Emily sat down, and on her face there was a soft, uplifted smile. "Yes," she said, and Jane Cupp saw that she was reflective again, and the words were not addressed exactly to herself. One would be quite ready to lay down one's life for the person one loved. It seems even a little thing, doesn't it? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being the Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Lady Walderhurst remained in town a week, and Jane Cupp remained with her in the house in Berkeley Square, which threw open its doors to receive them on their arrival quite as if they had never left it. The servants' hall brightened temporarily in its hope that livelier doings might begin to stir the establishment, but Jane Cupp was able to inform inquirers that the visit was only to be a brief one. "We are going back to Palstrey next Monday," she explained. "My lady prefers the country, and she's very fond of Palstrey, and no wonder. It doesn't seem at all likely she'll come to stay in London until his lordship gets back." "We hear," said the head housemaid, "that her ladyship is very kind to Captain Osborn and his wife, and that Mrs. Osborn's in a delicate state of health." "It would be a fine thing for us if it was in our family," remarked an under housemaid who was pert. Jane Cupp looked extremely reserved. "Is it true," the pert housemaid persisted, "that the Osborns can't abide her?" "It's true," said Jane severely, "that she's goodness itself to them, and they ought to adore her." "We hear they don't," put in the tallest footman, "and who wonders? If she was an angel there's just a chance that she may give Captain Osborn a wipe in the eye, though she is in her 30s. "It's not for us," said Jane stiffly, "to discuss 30s or 40s or 50s either, which are no business of ours.
There's one gentleman, and him a marquis, as chose her over the heads of 2 beauties in their teens at least." "Well, for the matter of that," admitted the tall footman, "I'd have chose her myself, for she's a fine woman."
Lady Maria was just on the point of leaving South Audley Street to make some visits in the north, but she came and lunched with Emily, and was in great form. She had her own opinion of a number of matters, some of which she discussed, some of which she kept to herself. She lifted her gold lorgnette and looked Emily well over. "Upon my word, Emily," she said, "I am proud of you. You are one of my successes. Your looks are actually improving. There's something rather etherealised about your face to-day. I quite agree with Walderhurst in all the sentimental things he says about you." She said this last partly because she liked Emily, and knew it would please her to hear that her husband went to the length of dwelling on her charms in his conversation with other people, partly because it entertained her to see the large creature's eyelids flutter and a big blush sweep her cheek. "He really was in great luck when he discovered you," her ladyship went on briskly. "As for that, I was in luck myself. Suppose you had been a girl who could not have been left. As Walderhurst is short of female relatives, it would have fallen to me to decently dry nurse you, and there would have been the complications arising from a girl being baby enough to want to dance about to places, and married enough to feel herself entitled to defy her chaperone. She couldn't have been trusted to chaperone herself. As it is, Walderhurst can go where duty calls, etc., and I can make my visits and run about, and you, dear thing, are quite happy at Palstrey playing Lady Bountiful and helping the little half-breed woman to expect her baby. I dare say you sit and make dolly shirts and christening robes hand in hand." "We enjoy it all very much," Emily answered, adding imploringly, "Please don't call her a little half-breed woman. She's such a dear little thing, Lady Maria." Lady Maria indulged in the familiar chuckle and put up her lorgnette to examine her again. "There's a certain kind of early Victorian saintliness about you, Emily Walderhurst, which makes my joy," she said. "You remind me of Lady Castlewood, Helen Pendennis, and Amelia Sedley, with the spitefulness and priggishness and catty ways left out. You are as nice as Thackeray thought they were, poor mistaken man. I am not going to suffuse you with blushes by explaining to you that there is what my nephew would call a jolly good reason why, if you were not an early Victorian, an improved Thackerayan saint, you would not be best pleased at finding yourself called upon to assist at this interesting occasion. Another kind of woman would probably feel like a cat towards the little Osborn. But even the mere reason itself, as a reason, has not once risen in your benign and pellucid mind. You have a pellucid mind, Emily. I should be rather proud of the word if I had invented it myself to describe you, but I didn't. It was Walderhurst. You have actually wakened up the man's intellects, such as they are." She evidently had a number of opinions of the Osborns. She liked neither of them, but it was Captain Osborn she especially disliked. "He is really an underbred person," she explained, "and he hasn't the sharpness to know that is the reason Walderhurst detests him. He had vulgar, cheap sort of affairs, and nearly got into the kind of trouble people don't forgive. What a fool a creature in his position is to offend the taste of the man he may inherit from, and who, if he were not antagonistic to him, would regard him as a sort of duty. It wasn't his immorality particularly. Nobody is either moral or immoral in these days, but penniless persons must be decent. It's all a matter of taste and manners. I haven't any morals myself, my dear, but I have beautiful manners. A woman can have the kind of manners which keep her from breaking the commandments. As to the commandments, they are awfully easy things not to break. Who wants to break them? Good Lord! Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit, etc. Thou shalt not bear false witness. That's simply gossip and lying, and they are bad manners. If you have good manners, you don't." She chatted on in her pungent little worldly good-humoured way through the making of a very excellent lunch, after which she settled her smart bonnet with clever touches, kissed Emily on both cheeks, and getting into her brougham rolled off smiling and nodding. Emily stood at the drawing-room window and watched her equipage roll round the square and into Charles Street, and then turned away into the big, stately, empty room, sighing without intending to do so while she smiled herself. "She's so witty and so amusing," she said, "but one would no more think of telling her anything than one would think of catching a butterfly and holding it while one made it listen. She would be so bored if she was confided in." Which was most true. Never in her life had her ladyship allowed herself the indiscretion of appearing a person in whom confidences might be reposed. She had always had confidences enough of her own to take care of, without sharing those of other people. "Good heavens!" she had exclaimed once, "I should as soon think of assuming another woman's wrinkles." On the first visit Lady Walderhurst made to the Kennel Farm the morning after her return to Palstrey, when Alec Osborn helped her from her carriage, he was not elated by the fact that he had never seen her look so beautifully alive and blooming during his knowledge of her. There was a fine rose on her cheek, and her eyes were large and happily illumined. "How well you look!" broke from him with an involuntariness he was alarmed to realize as almost spiteful. The words were an actual exclamation which he had not meant to utter, and Emily Walderhurst even started a trifle and looked at him with a moment's question. "But you look well too," she answered. "Palstrey agrees with both of us. You have such a colour." "I've been riding," he replied. "I told you I meant to know Faustine thoroughly before I let you mount her. She's ready for you now. Can you take your first lesson tomorrow?" I don't quite know," she hesitated. "I will tell you a little later. Where is Hester?" Hester was in the drawing room. She was lying on a sofa before an open window and looking rather haggard and miserable. She had, in fact, just had a curious talk with Alec, which had ended in something like a scene. As Hester's health grew more frail, her temper became more fierce, and of late there had been times when a certain savagery, concealed with difficulty in her husband's moods, affected her horribly. This morning she felt a new character in Emily's manner. She was timid and shy and a little awkward. Her childlike openness of speech and humour seemed obscured. She had less to say than usual, and at the same time there was a suggestion of restless unease about her. Hester Osborn, after a few minutes, began to have an odd feeling that the woman's eyes held a question or a desire in them. She had brought some superb roses from the Manor gardens, and she moved about arranging them for Hester in vases. "It is beautiful to come back to the country," she said. "When I get into the carriage at the station and drive through the sweet air, I always feel as if I were beginning to live again, and as if in London I had not been quite alive. It seemed so heavenly in the rose garden at Palstrey to-day, to walk about among those thousands of blooming, lovely things, breathing scent and nodding their heavy, darling heads." "The roads are in a beautiful condition for riding," Hester said, "and Alex says that Faustine is perfect. You ought to begin tomorrow morning. Shall you?" She spoke the words somewhat slowly, and her face did not look happy. But then it never was a really happy face. The days of her youth had been too full of the ironies of disappointment. There was a second's silence, and then she said again, "Shall you, if it continues fine?" Emily's hands were full of roses, both hands, and Hester saw both hands and roses tremble. She turned round slowly and came towards her. She looked nervous, awkward, abashed, and as if for that moment she was a big girl of 16, appealing to her and overwhelmed with queer feelings, and yet the depths of her eyes held a kind of trembling, ecstatic light. She came and stood before her, holding the trembling roses as if she had been called up for confession. I mustn't," she half whispered. The corners of her lips drooped and quivered, and her voice was so low that Hester could scarcely hear it. But she started and half sat up. "You mustn't?" she gasped. Yes, really, it was gasped. Emily's hand trembled so that the roses began to fall one by one, scattering a rain of petals as they dropped. "I mustn't," she repeated low and shakily. "I had reason. I went to town to see somebody. I saw Sir Samuel Brent, and he told me I must not. He is quite sure." She tried to calm herself and smile, but the smile quivered and ended in a pathetic contortion of her face. In the hope of gaining decent self-control, she bent down to pick up the dropped roses. Before she had picked up two, she let all the rest fall and sank kneeling among them, her face in her hands. "Oh, Hester, Hester!" she panted, with sweet, stupid unconsciousness of the other woman's heaving chest and glaring eyes. "It has come to me too, actually, after all." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton being the Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The Palstrey Manor carriage had just rolled away carrying Lady Walderhurst home. The big, low-ceilinged, oak-beamed farmhouse parlour was full of the deep golden sunlight of the late afternoon. The air was heavy with the scent of roses and sweet peas and mignonette, the adorable fragrance of English country house rooms. Captain Osborn inhaled it at each breath as he stood and looked out of the diamond-paned window, watching the landau out of sight. He felt the scent and the golden glow of the sunset light as intensely as he felt the dead silence which reigned between himself and Hester, almost with the effect of a physical presence. Hester was lying upon the sofa again, and he knew she was staring at his back with that sardonic widening of her long eyes, a thing he hated, and which always foreboded things not pleasant to face. He did not turn to face them until the footman's cockade had disappeared finally behind the tall hedge, and the tramp of the horse's feet was deadening itself in the lane. When he ceased watching and listening, he wheeled round suddenly. "What does it all mean?" he demanded. "Hang her foolish airs and graces, why won't she ride? For she evidently does not intend to." Hester laughed, a hard, short, savage little unmirthful sound it was. "No, she doesn't intend to," she answered, "for many a long day, at least for many a month. She has Sir Samuel Brent's orders to take the greatest care of herself." "Brent's? Brent's?" Hester struck her lean little hands together and laughed this time with a hint at hysteric shrillness. "I told you so! I told you so!" she cried. "I knew it would be so! I knew it! By the time she reaches her 36th birthday there will be a new Marquis of Walderhurst, and he won't be either you or yours." And as she finished she rolled over on the sofa and bit the cushions with her teeth as she lay face downwards on them. "He won't be you or belong to you," she reiterated, and then she struck the cushions with her clenched fist. He rushed over to her and, seizing her by the shoulders, shook her to and fro. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said. "You don't know what you're saying." "I do, I do, I do!" she screamed under her breath, and beat the cushions at every word. "It's true, it's true! She's drivelling about it, drivelling!" Alec Osborn threw back his head, drawing in a hard breath which was almost a snort of fury. "By God!" he cried. "If she went out on Faustine now, she would not come back." His rage had made him so far beside himself that he had said more than he intended, far more than he would have felt safe. But the girl was as far beside herself as he was, and she took him up. "Serve her right!" she cried. "I shouldn't care. I hate her! I hate her! I told you once I couldn't, but I do. She's the biggest fool that ever lived. She knew nothing of what I felt. I believe she thought I would rejoice with her. I didn't know whether I should shriek in her face or scream out laughing. Her eyes were as big as saucers, and she looked at me as if she felt like the Virgin Mary after the Annunciation. Oh, the stupid, inhuman fool!" Her words rushed forth faster and faster. She caught her breath with gasps, and her voice grew more shrill at every sentence. Osborn shook her again. "Keep quiet," he ordered her. "You're going into hysterics, and it won't do. Get hold of yourself." "Go for Ameerah," she gasped, "or I'm afraid I can't. She knows what to do." He went for Ameerah, and the silently gliding creature came bringing her remedies with her. She looked at her mistress with stealthy, questioning, but affectionate eyes, and sat down on the floor rubbing her hands and feet in a sort of soothing massage. Osborn went out of the room, and the two women were left together. Ameerah knew many ways of calming her mistress's nerves, and perhaps one of the chief ones was to lead her by subtle powers to talk out her rages and anxieties. Hester never knew that she was revealing herself and her moods until after her interviews with the Ayah were over. Sometimes an hour or so had passed before she began to realize that she had let out things which she had meant to keep secret. It was never Ameerah who talked, and Hester was never conscious that she talked very much herself, but afterwards she saw that the few sentences she had uttered were such as would satisfy curiosity if the Ayah felt it. Also she was not, on the whole, at all sure that the woman felt it. She showed no outward sign of any interest other than the interest of a deep affection. She loved her young mistress to-day as passionately as she had loved her as a child when she had held her in her bosom as if she had been her own. By the time Emily Walderhurst had reached Palstrey, Ameerah knew many things. She understood that her mistress was as one who, standing upon the brink of a precipice, was being slowly but surely pushed over its edge, pushed by fate. This was the thing imaged in her mind when she shut herself up in her room and stood alone in the midst of the chamber, clenching her dark hands high above her white veiled head, and uttering curses which were spells, and spells which were curses. Emily was glad that she had elected to be alone as much as possible, and had not invited people to come and stay with her. She had not invited people, in honest truth, because she felt shy of the responsibility of entertainment while Walderhurst was not with her. It would have been proper to invite his friends, and his friends were all people she was too much in awe of, and too desirous to please, to be able to enjoy frankly as society. She had told herself that when she had been married a few years she would be braver. And now her gladness was so devout that it was pure rejoicing. How could she have been calm, how could she have been conversational, while through her whole being there surged but one thought? She was sure that while she talked to people she would have been guilty of looking as if she was thinking of something not in the least connected with themselves. If she had been less romantically sentimental in her desire to avoid all semblance of burdening her husband, she would have ordered him home at once, and demanded as a right the protection of his dignity and presence. If she had been less humble, she would have felt the importance of her position and the gravity of the claims it gave her to his consideration, instead of being lost in prayerful gratitude to heaven. She had been rather stupidly mistaken in not making a confidante of Lady Maria Bayne, but she had been, in her big girl shyness, entirely like herself. In some remote part of her nature she had shrunk from a certain look of delighted amusement which she had known would have betrayed itself, despite her ladyship's good intentions, in the eyes assisted by the smart gold lorgnette. She knew she was inclined to be hyper-emotional on this subject, and she felt that if she had seen the humour trying to conceal itself behind the eyeglasses, she might have been hysterical enough to cry even while she tried to laugh, and pass off her feeling lightly. Oh no, somehow she knew that at such a moment, for some fantastic if subtle reason, Lady Maria would only see her as Emily Fox Seton, that she would have actually figured before her for an instant as poor Emily Fox Seton making an odd confession. She could not have endured it without doing something foolish. She felt that she would not, indeed. So Lady Maria went gaily away to make her round of visits and be the amusing old life and soul of house party after house party, suspecting nothing of a possibility which would actually have sobered her for a moment. Emily passed her days at Palstrey in a state of happy exaltation. For a week or so they were spent in wondering whether or not she should write a letter to Lord Walderhurst, which should convey the information to him which even Lady Maria would have regarded as important. But the more she argued the question with herself, the less she wavered from her first intention. Lady Maria's frank congratulation of herself and Lord Walderhurst in his wife's entire unexactingness had indeed been the outcome of a half-formed intention to dissipate amiably even the vaguest inclination to verge on expecting things from people. While she thought Emily unlikely to allow herself to deteriorate into an encumbrance, her ladyship had seen women in her position before, whose marriages had made perfect fools of them through causing them to lose their heads completely and require concessions and attentions from their newly acquired relations which bored everybody. So she had lightly patted and praised Emily for the course of action she preferred to keep her up to. "She's the kind of woman ideas sink into if they're well put," she had remarked in times gone by. "She's not sharp enough to see that things are being suggested to her, but a suggestion acts upon her delightfully." Her suggestions acted upon Emily as she walked about the gardens at Palstrey, pondering in the sunshine and soothed by the flower scents of the warmed borders. Such a letter written to Walderhurst might change his cherished plans, concerning which she knew he held certain ambitions. He had been so far absorbed in them that he had gone to India at a time of the year which was not usually chosen for the journey. He had become further interested and absorbed after he had reached the country, and he was evidently likely to prolong his stay, as he had not thought of prolonging it. He wrote regularly, though not frequently, and Emily had gathered from the tone of his letters that he was more interested than he had ever been in his life before. "I would not interfere with his work for anything in the world," she said. "He cares more for it than he usually cares for things. I care for everything. I have that kind of mind. An intellectual person is different. I am perfectly well and happy here, and it will be so nice to look forward." She was not aware how Lady Maria's suggestions had sunk in. She would probably have reached the same conclusion without their having been made, but since they had been made they had assisted her. There was one thing of all others she felt she could not possibly bear, which was to realize that she herself could bring to her James's face an expression she had once or twice seen others bring there, Captain Osborn notably, an expression of silent boredom on the verge of irritation. Even radiant domestic joy might not be able to overrule this, if just at this particular juncture he found himself placed in the position of a man whom decency compelled to take the next steamer to England. If she had felt tenderly towards Hester Osborn before, the feeling was now increased tenfold. She went to see her oftener. She began to try to persuade her to come and stay at Palstrey. She was all the more kind because Hester seemed less well and was in desperate ill spirits. Her small face had grown thin and yellow. She had dark rings under her eyes, and her little hands were hot and looked like birds' claws. She did not sleep and had lost her appetite. "You must come and stay at Palstrey for a few days," Emily said to her. "The mere change from one house to another may make you sleep better." But Hester was not inclined to avail herself of the invitation. She made obstacles and delayed acceptance for one reason and another. She was, in fact, all the more reluctant because her husband wished her to make the visit. Their opposed opinions had resulted in one of their scenes. "I won't go," she had said at first. "I tell you I won't." "You will," he answered. "It will be better for you." "Will it be worse for me if I don't?" she laughed feverishly. "And how will it be better for you if I do? I know you're in it." He lost his temper and was indiscreet, as his temper continually betrayed him into being. "Yes, I am in it," he said through his teeth, "as you might have the sense to see. Everything is the better for us that throws us with them and makes them familiar with the thought of us and our rights." "Our rights!" The words were a shrill taunt. "What rights have you, likely to be recognised unless you kill her? Are you going to kill her?" He had a moment of insanity. "I'd kill her and you too if it was safe to do it. You both deserve it." He flung across the room, having lost his wits as well as his temper. But a second later both came back to him as in a revulsion feeling. "I talk like a melodramatic fool," he cried. "Oh, Hester, forgive me." He knelt on the floor by her side, caressing her imploringly. "We both take fire in the same way. We're both driven crazy by this damned blow. We're beaten. We may as well own it and take what we can get. She's a fool, but she's better than that pompous, stiff brute Walderhurst, and she has a lot of pull over him he knows nothing about. The smug animal is falling in love with her in his way. She can make him do the decent thing. Let us keep friends with her." "The decent thing would be 1,000 a year," wailed Hester, giving in to his contrition in spite of herself, because she had once been in love with him and because she was utterly helpless. 500 a year wouldn't be indecent." "Let us keep on her good side," he said, fondling her with a relieved countenance. "Tell her you will come and that she's an angel, and that you are sure a visit to the Manor will save your life." They went to Palstrey a few days later. Ameerah accompanied them in attendance upon her mistress, and the three settled down into a life so regular that it scarcely seemed to wear the aspect of a visit. The Osborns were given some of the most beautiful and convenient rooms in the house. No other visitors were impending, and the whole big place was at their disposal. Hester's boudoir overlooked the most perfect nooks of garden, and its sweet chintz draperies and cushions and books and flowers made it a luxurious abode of peace. "What shall I do?" she said on the first evening in it, as she sat in a soft chair by the window, looking out at the twilight and talking to Emily. "What shall I do when I must go away? I don't mean only from here. I mean away from England to loathly India." "Do you dislike it so?" Emily asked, roused to a new conception of her feeling by her tone. "I could never describe to you how much," fiercely. "It is like going to the place which is the opposite of heaven." "I did not know that," pityingly. "Perhaps I wonder if something might not be done. I must talk to my husband." Ameerah seemed to develop an odd fancy for the society of Jane Cupp, which Jane was obliged to confess to her mistress had a tendency to produce in her system the creeps. "You must try to overcome it, Jane," Lady Walderhurst said. "I'm afraid it's because of her colour. I've felt a little silly and shy about her myself, but it isn't nice of us. You ought to read Uncle Tom's Cabin, and all about that poor religious Uncle Tom and Legree, and Eliza crossing the river on the blocks of ice." "I have read it twice, your ladyship," was Jane's earnestly regretful response. "And most awful it is, and made me and mother cry beyond words. And I suppose it is the poor creature's colour that's against her, and I'm trying to be kind to her, but I must own that she makes me nervous. She asks me such a lot of questions in her queer way, and stares at me so quiet. She actually asked me quite sudden the other day if I loved the big Mem Sahib. I didn't know what she could mean at first, but after a while I found it was her Indian way of meaning your ladyship. And she didn't intend disrespect, because she spoke of you most humble afterwards and called his lordship the heaven born." "Be as kind as you can to her, Jane," instructed her mistress, "and take her a nice walk occasionally. I dare say she feels very homesick here." What Ameerah said to her mistress was that these English servant women were pigs and devils, and could conceal nothing from those who chose to find out things from them. If Jane had known that the Ayah could have told her of every movement she made during the day or night, of her up-gettings and down-lyings, of the hour and moment of every service done for the big Mem Sahib, of why and how and when and where each thing was done, she would have been frightened indeed. One day, it is true, she came into Lady Walderhurst's sleeping apartment to find Ameerah standing in the middle of it looking round its contents with restless, timid, bewildered eyes. She wore, indeed, the manner of an alarmed creature who did not know how she had got there. "What are you doing here?" demanded Jane. "You have no right in this part of the house. You're taking a great liberty, and your mistress will be angry." "My Mem Sahib asked me for a book." The Ayah quite shivered in her alarmed confusion. "Your Mem Sahib said it was here. They did not order me, but I thought I would come to you. I did not know it was forbidden." "What was the book?" inquired Jane severely. "I will take it to her ladyship." But Ameerah was so frightened that she had forgotten the name, and when Jane knocked at the door of Mrs. Osborn's boudoir, it was empty, both the ladies having gone into the garden. But Ameerah's story was quite true, Lady Walderhurst said in the evening when Jane spoke of the matter as she dressed for dinner. They had been speaking of a book containing records of certain historical Walderhursts. It was one Emily had taken from the library to read in her bedroom. "We did not ask her to go for it. In fact, I did not know the woman was within hearing. She moves about so noiselessly one frequently does not know when she's near. Of course she meant very well, but she does not know our English ways." "No, my lady, she does not," said Jane respectfully but firmly. "I took the liberty of telling her that she must keep to her own part of the house unless required by your ladyship." "You mustn't frighten the poor creature," laughed her mistress. She was rather touched indeed by the slavish desire to please and do service swiftly, which the Ayah's blunder seemed to indicate. She had wished to save her mistress even the trouble of giving the order. That was her Oriental way, Emily thought, and it was very affectionate and childlike. Being reminded of the book again, she carried it down herself into the drawing-room. It was a volume she was fond of, because it recorded romantic stories of certain noble dames of Walderhurst lineage. Her special predilection was a Dame Eleanor, who, being left with but few servitors in attendance during her lord's absence from his castle on a foraging journey into an enemy's country, had defended the stronghold boldly against the attack of a second enemy, who had adroitly seized the opportunity to forage for himself. In the cellars had been hidden treasure recently acquired by the usual means, and knowing this, Dame Eleanor had done splendid deeds, marshalling her small forces in such way as deceived the attacking party, and showing herself in scorn upon the battlements, a fierce, beauteous woman about to give her lord an heir, yet fearing naught, and only made more fierce and full of courage by this fact. The son, born but 3 weeks later, had been the most splendid and savage fighter of his name, and a giant in build and strength. "I suppose," Emily said when they discussed the legend after dinner, "I suppose she felt that she could do anything," with her italics. "I dare say nothing could make her afraid, but the thought that something might go wrong while her husband was away, and strength was given her." She was so thrilled that she got up and walked across the room with quite a fine sweep of heroic movement in her momentary excitement. She held her head up and smiled with widening eyes. But she saw Captain Osborn drag at his black moustache to hide an unattractive grin, and she was at once abashed into feeling silly and shy. She sat down again with awkward self-consciousness. "I'm afraid I'm making you laugh at me," she apologised, "but that story always gives me such a romantic feeling. I like her so." "Oh, not at all, not at all," said Osborne. "I was not laughing really, oh no." But he had been, and had been secretly calling her a sentimental, ramping idiot. It was a great day for Jane Cupp when her mother arrived at Palstrey Manor. It was a great day for Mrs. Cupp also. When she descended from the train at the little country station, warm and somewhat flushed by her emotions and the bugled splendours of her best bonnet and black silk mantle, the sight of Jane standing neatly upon the platform almost overcame her. Being led to his lordship's own private bus, and seeing her trunk surrounded by the attentions of an obsequious station master and a liveried young man, she was conscious of concealing a flutter with dignified reserve. "My word, Jane!" she exclaimed after they had taken their seats in the vehicle. "My word, you look as accustomed to it as if you'd been born in the family." But it was when, after she had been introduced to the society in the servants' hall, she was settled in her comfortable room next to Jane's own, that she realized to the full that there were features of her position which marked it with importance almost startling. As Jane talked to her, the heat of the genteel bonnet and beaded mantle had nothing whatever to do with the warmth which moistened her brow. "I thought I'd keep it till I saw you, mother," said the girl decorously. "I know what her ladyship feels about being talked over. If I was a lady myself, I shouldn't like it. And I know how deep you'll feel it, that when the doctor advised her to get an experienced married person to be at hand, she said in that dear way of hers, 'Jane, if your uncle could spare your mother, how I should like to have her. I've never forgot her kindness in Mortimer Street.'" Mrs. Cupp fanned her face with a handkerchief of notable freshness. "If she was Her Majesty," she said, "she couldn't be more sacred to me, nor me more happy to be allowed the privilege." Jane had begun to put her mother's belongings away. She was folding and patting a skirt on the bed. She fussed about a little nervously and then lifted a rather embarrassed face. "I'm glad you are here, mother," she said. "I'm thankful to have you." Mrs. Cupp ceased fanning and stared at her with a change of expression. She found herself involuntarily asking her next question in a half whisper. "Why, Jane, what is it?" Jane came nearer. "I don't know," she answered, and her voice also was low. "Perhaps I'm silly and over anxious, because I am so fond of her. But that Ameerah, I actually dream about her." "What, the black woman?" "If I was to say a word, or if you did, and we was wrong, how should we feel? I've kept my nerves to myself till I've nearly screamed sometimes. And my lady would be so hurt if she knew. But, well," in a hurried outburst, "I do wish his lordship was here, and I do wish the Osborns wasn't. I do wish it, I tell you that." "Good Lord!" cried Mrs. Cupp, and after staring with alarmed eyes a second or so, she wiped a slight dampness from her upper lip. She was of the order of female likely to take a somewhat melodramatic view of any case offering her an opening in that direction. "Jane," she gasped faintly, "do you think they'd try to take her life?" "Goodness, no!" ejaculated Jane with even a trifle of impatience. "People like them daren't. But suppose they was to try to upset her in some way, what a thing for them that would be!" After which the two women talked together for some time in whispers, Jane bringing a chair to place opposite her mother's. They sat knee to knee, and now and then Jane shed a tear from pure nervousness. She was so appalled by the fear of making a mistake which, being revealed by some chance, would bring confusion upon and pain of mind to her lady. "At all events," was Mrs. Cupp's weighty observation when their conference was at an end, "here we both are, and two pairs of eyes and ears and hands and legs is a fat lot better than one, where there's things to be looked out for." Her training in the matter of subtlety had not been such as Ameerah's, and it may not be regarded as altogether improbable that her observation of the ayah was at times not too adroitly concealed. But if the native woman knew that she was being remarked, she gave no sign of her knowledge. She performed her duties faithfully and silently, she gave no trouble, and showed a gentle subservience and humbleness towards the white servants, which won immense approbation. Her manner towards Mrs. Cupp's self was marked indeed by something like a tinge of awed deference, which, it must be confessed, mollified the good woman, and awakened in her a desire to be just and lenient even to the dark of skin and alien of birth. "She knows her betters when she sees them, and has pretty enough manners for a black," the object of her respectful obeisances remarked. "I wonder if she's ever heard of her Maker.
and if a little brown Testament with good print wouldn't be a good thing to give her." This boon was, in fact, bestowed upon her as a gift. Mrs. Cupp bought it for £1 at a small shop in the village. A mirror, in whose dusky being was incorporated the occult faith of lost centuries, and whose gods had been gods through mystic ages, received the fat little brown book, with down-dropped lids and grateful obeisance. These were her words to her mistress: "The fat old woman with protruding eyes bestowed it upon me. She says it is the book of her God. She has but one. She wishes me to worship him. Am I a babe to worship such a God as would please her? She is old and has lost her mind." Lady Walderhurst's health continued all that could be desired. She arose smiling in the morning, and bore her smile about with her all day. She walked much in the gardens, and spent long happy hours sewing in her favourite sitting room. Work which she might have paid other women to do, she did with her own hands for the mere sentimental bliss of it. Sometimes she sat with Hester and sewed, and Hester lay on a sofa and stared at her moving hands. "You know how to do it, don't you?" she once said. "I was obliged to sew for myself when I was so poor, and this is delightful," was Emily's answer. "But you could buy it all and save yourself the trouble." Emily stroked her bit of cambric and looked awkward. "I'd rather not," she said. Well as she was, she began to think she did not sleep quite so soundly as had been habitual with her. She started up in bed now and again as if she had been disturbed by some noise, but when she waited and listened she heard nothing. At least this happened on 2 or 3 occasions, and then one night, having been lying folded in profound sweet sleep, she sprang up in the black darkness, wakened by an actual physical reality of sensation, the soft laying of a hand upon her naked side. That and nothing else. "What is that? Who is there?" she cried. "Some one is in the room." Yes, some one was there. A few feet from her bed she heard a sobbing sigh, then a rustle, then followed silence. She struck a match and, getting up, lighted candles. Her hand shook, but she remembered that she must be firm with herself. "I must not be nervous," she said, and looked the room over from end to end. But it contained no living creature, nor any sign that living creature had entered it since she had lain down to rest. Gradually the fast beating of her heart had slackened, and she passed her hand over her face in bewilderment. "It wasn't like a dream at all," she murmured. "It really wasn't. I felt it." Still, as absolutely nothing was to be found, the sense of reality diminished somewhat, and being so healthy a creature, she regained her composure, and on going back to bed slept well until Jane brought her early tea. Under the influence of fresh morning air and sunlight, of ordinary breakfast and breakfast talk with the Osborns, her first convictions receded so far that she laughed a little as she related the incident. "I never had such a real dream in my life," she said, "but it must have been a dream." "One's dreams are very real sometimes," said Hester. "Perhaps it was the Palstrey ghost," Osborn laughed. "It came to you because you ignore it." He broke off with a slight sudden start and stared at her a second questioningly. "Did you say it put its hand on your side?" he asked. "Don't tell her silly things that will frighten her. How ridiculous of you!" exclaimed Hester sharply. "It's not proper." Emily looked at both of them wonderingly. "What do you mean?" she said. "I don't believe in ghosts. It won't frighten me, Hester. I have never even heard of a Palstrey ghost." "Then I am not going to tell you of one," said Captain Osborn a little brusquely, and he left his chair and went to the sideboard to cut cold beef. He kept his back towards them, and his shoulders looked uncommunicative and slightly obstinate. Hester's face was sullen. Emily thought it sweet of her to care so much, and turned upon her with grateful eyes. "I was only frightened for a few minutes, Hester," she said. "My dreams are not vivid at all, usually." But howsoever bravely she ignored the shock she had received, it was not without its effect, which was that occasionally there drifted into her mind a recollection of the suggestion that Palstrey had a ghost. She had never heard of it, and was in fact of an orthodoxy so ingenuously entire as to make her feel that belief in the existence of such things was a sort of defiance of ecclesiastical laws. Still, such stories were often told in connection with old places, and it was natural to wonder what features marked this particular legend. Did it lay hands on people's sides when they were asleep? Captain Osborn had asked his question as if with a sudden sense of recognition. But she would not let herself think of the matter, and she would not make inquiries. The result was that she did not sleep well for several nights. She was annoyed at herself because she found that she kept lying awake as if listening or waiting,
and it was not a good thing to lose one's sleep when one wanted particularly to keep strong. Jane Cupp during this week was, to use her own words, given quite a turn by an incident which, though a small matter, might have proved untoward in its results. The house at Palstrey, despite its age, was in a wonderful state of preservation, the carved oak balustrades of the stairways being considered particularly fine. "What but Providence," said Jane piously, in speaking to her mother the next morning, "made me look down the staircase as I passed through the upper landing just before my lady was going down to dinner. What but Providence, I couldn't say. It certainly wasn't because I've done it before that I remember, but just that one evening I was obliged to cross the landing for something, and my eye just lowered itself by accident, and there it was, just where it would have tripped her up. Good Lord, it makes my heart turn over to hear you tell it. How big a bit of carving was it?" Mrs. Cupp's opulent chest trimmings heaved. "Only a small piece that had broken off from old age and worm-eatenness, I suppose, but it had dropped to just where she wouldn't have caught sight of it, and 10 to 1 she would have stepped on it and turned her ankle and been thrown from the top to the bottom of the old flight. Suppose I hadn't seen it in time to pick it up before she went down. Oh dear, mother!" "I should say so." Mrs. Cupp's manner approached the devout. This incident it was which probably added to Jane's nervous sense of responsibility. She began to watch her mistress's movements with hypersensitive anxiety. She fell into the habit of going over her bedroom 2 or 3 times a day, giving a sort of examination to its contents. "Perhaps I'm so fond of her that it's making me downright silly," she said to her mother. "But it seems as if I can't help it. I feel as if I'd like to know everything she does, and go over the ground to make sure of it before she goes anywhere. I'm so proud of her, mother. I'm just as proud as if I was some connection of the family instead of just her maid. It will be such a splendid thing if she keeps well and everything goes as it should. Even people like us can say what it means to be a gentleman that can go back 900 years. If I was Lady Maria Bayne, I'd be here and never leave her. I tell you, nothing could drive me from her." "You are well taken care of," Hester had said. "That girl is devoted to you. In her lady's maid's way she'd fight for your life." "I think she is as faithful to me as Ameerah is to you," Emily answered. "I feel sure Ameerah would fight for you." Ameerah's devotion in these days took the form of a deep-seated hatred of the woman whom she regarded as her mistress's enemy. "It is an evil thing that she should take this place," she said. "She is an old woman. What right hath she to think she may bear a son? Ill luck will come of it. She deserves any ill fortune which may befall her." "Sometimes," Lady Walderhurst once said to Osborne, "I feel as if Ameerah disliked me. She looks at me in such a curious, stealthy way." "She's admiring you," was his answer. "She thinks you're something a little supernatural, because you're so tall and have such a fresh colour." There was in the park at Palstrey Manor a large ornamental pool of water, deep and dark and beautiful because of the age and hugeness of the trees which closed around it, and the water plants which encircled and floated upon it. White and yellow flags and brown velvet rushes grew thick about its edge, and water lilies opened and shut upon its surface. An avenue of wonderful limes led down to a flight of mossy steps, by which in times gone by people had descended to the boat which rocked idly in the soft green gloom. There was an island on it, on which roses had been planted and left to run wild. Early in the year daffodils and other spring flowers burst up through the grass and waved scented heads. Lady Walderhurst had discovered the place during her honeymoon, and had loved it fondly ever since. The avenue leading to it was her favourite walk, a certain seat under a tree on the island her favourite resting place. "It is so still there," she had said to the Osborns. "No one ever goes there but myself. When I have crossed the little old bridge and sit down among the greenness with my book or work, I feel as if there was no world at all. There is no sound but the rustle of the leaves and the splash of the moorhens who come to swim about. They don't seem to be afraid of me, neither do the thrushes and robins. They know I shall only sit still and watch them. Sometimes they come quite near." She used, in fact, to take her letter writing and sewing to the sweet secluded place, and spend hours of pure restful bliss. It seemed to her that her life became more lovely day by day. Hester did not like the pool. She thought it too lonely and silent. She preferred her beflowered boudoir or the sunny garden. Sometimes in these days she feared to follow her own thoughts. She was being pushed towards the edge of her precipice, and it was only the working of nature that she should lose her breath and snatch at strange things to stay herself. Between herself and her husband a sort of silence had grown. There were subjects of which they never spoke, and yet each knew that the other's mind was given up to thought of them day and night. There were black midnight hours when Hester, lying awake in her bed, knew that Alec lay awake in his also. She had heard him many a time turn over with a caught breath and a smothered curse. She did not ask herself what he was thinking of. She knew. She knew because she was thinking of the same things herself, of big, fresh, kind Emily Walderhurst, lost in her dreams of exultant happiness which never ceased to be amazed and grateful to prayerfulness, of the broad lands and great comfortable houses, of all it implied to be the Marquis of Walderhurst or his son, of the long, sickening voyage back to India, of the hopeless muddle of life in an ill-kept bungalow, of wretched native servants at once servile and stubborn and given to lies and thefts. More than once she was forced to turn on her face that she might smother her frenzied sobs in her pillow. It was on such a night, she had awakened from her sleep to notice such stillness in Osborn's adjoining room that she thought him profoundly asleep, that she arose from her bed to go and sit at her open window. She had not been seated there many minutes before she became singularly conscious, she did not know how, of some presence near her among the bushes in the garden below. It had indeed scarcely seemed to be sound or movement which had attracted her attention, and yet it must have been one or both, for she involuntarily turned to a particular spot. Yes, someone was standing in a corner hidden by shrubbery. It was the middle of the night, and people were meeting. She sat still and almost breathless. She could hear nothing, and saw nothing but between the leafage a dim gleam of white. Only a mirror wore white. After a few seconds' waiting she began to think a strange thing, though she presently realized that, taking all things into consideration, it was not strange at all. She got up very noiselessly and stole into her husband's room. He was not there. The bed was empty, though he had slept there earlier in the night. She went back to her own bed and got into it again. In 10 minutes' time Captain Osborn crept upstairs and returned to bed also. Hester made no sign and did not ask any questions. She knew he would have told her nothing, and also she did not wish to hear. She had seen him speaking to Ameerah in the lane a few days before, and now that he was meeting her in the night, she knew that she need not ask herself what the subject of their consultation might be. But she looked haggard in the morning. Lady Walderhurst herself did not look well. For the last 2 or 3 nights she had been starting from her sleep again with that eerie feeling of being wakened by some one at her bedside, though she had found no one when she had examined the room on getting up. "I am sorry to say I am afraid I am getting a little nervous," she had said to Jane Cupp. "I will begin to take valerian, though it is really very nasty." Jane herself had a somewhat harried expression of countenance. She did not mention to her mistress that for some days she had been faithfully following a line of conduct she had begun to mark out for herself. She had obtained a pair of list slippers, and had been learning to go about softly. She had sat up late and risen from her bed early, though she had not been rewarded by any particularly marked discoveries. She had thought, however, that she observed that Ameerah did not look at her as much as had been her habit, and she imagined she rather avoided her. All she said to Lady Walderhurst was: "Yes, my lady, mother thinks a great deal of valerian to quiet the nerves. Will you have a light left in your room tonight, my lady?" "I'm afraid I could not sleep with a light," her mistress answered. "I'm not used to one." She continued to sleep disturbedly some nights in the dark. She was not aware that on some of the nights Jane Cupp either slept or laid awake in the room nearest to her. Jane's own bedroom was in another part of the house, but in her quiet goings about in the list shoes, she now and then saw things which made her nervously determined to be within immediate call. "I don't say it isn't nerves, mother," she said, "and that I ain't silly to feel so suspicious of all sorts of little things, but there's nights when I couldn't stand it not to be quite near her." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. The Lime Avenue was a dim, if lovely place at twilight. When the sun was setting, broad lances of gold slanted through the branches and glorified the green spaces with mellow depths of light. But later, when the night was drawing in, the lines of grey tree trunks, shadowed and canopied by boughs, suggested to the mind the pillars of some ruined cathedral, desolate and ghostly. Jane Cupp, facing the gloom of it during her lady's dinner hour, and glancing furtively from side to side as she went, would have been awed by the grey stillness, even if she had not been in a timorous mood to begin with. In the first place, the Lime Avenue, which was her ladyship's own special and favourite walk, was not the usual promenade of serving maids. Even the gardeners seldom set foot in it unless to sweep away dead leaves and fallen wood. Jane herself had never been here before. This evening she had gone absolutely because she was following Ameerah. She was following Ameerah because during the afternoon tea hour in the servants' hall she had caught a sentence or so in the midst of a gossiping story which had made her feel that she should be unhappy if she did not go down the walk and to the waterside, see the water, the boat, the steps, everything. "My word, mother," she had said, "it's a queer business for a respectable girl that's a maid in a great place to be feeling as if she had to watch black people, same as if she was in the police, and not daring to say a word. For if I did say a word, Captain Osborne's clever enough to have me sent away from here in a jiffy. And the worst of it is," twisting her hands together, "there mayn't be anything going on, really. If they were as innocent as lambs they couldn't act any different, and just the same things might have happened by accident." "That's the worst of it," was Mrs. Cupp's fretted rejoinder. "Any old piece of carving might have dropped out of a balustrade, and any lady that wasn't well might have nightmares and be disturbed in her sleep." "Yes," admitted Jane anxiously, "that is the worst of it. Sometimes I feel so foolish I'm all upset with myself." The gossip in servants' halls embraces many topics. In country houses there is naturally much to be said of village incidents, of the scandals of cottages and the tragedies of farms. This afternoon, at one end of the table, the talk had been of a cottage scandal which had verged on tragedy. A handsome, bouncing, flaunting village girl had got into that "trouble" which had been anticipated for her by both friends and enemies for some time. Being the girl she was, much venomous village social stir had resulted. It had been predicted that she would "go up to London," or that she would drown herself, having an impudent high spirit which brought upon her much scornful and derisive flouting on her evil day. The manor servants knew a good deal of her, because she had been for a while a servant at the Kennel Farm, and had had a great fancy for Ameerah, whom it had pleased her to make friends with. When she fell suddenly ill, and for days lay at the point of death, there was a stealthy general opinion that Ameerah, with her love spells and potions, could have said much which might have been enlightening if she had chosen. The girl had been in appalling danger. The village doctor, who had been hastily called in, had at one moment declared that life had left her body. It was, in fact, only Ameerah who had insisted that she was not dead. After a period of prostration, during which she seemed a corpse, she had slowly come back to earthly existence. The graphic descriptions of the scenes by her bedside, of her apparent death, her cold and bloodless body, her lagging and ghastly revival to consciousness, aroused in the servants' hall a fevered interest. Ameerah was asked questions, and gave such answers as satisfied herself, if not her interlocutors. She was perfectly aware of the opinions of her fellow servitors. She knew all about them while they knew nothing whatsoever about her. Her limited English could be used as a means of baffling them. She smiled and fell into Hindustani when she was pressed. Jane Cupp heard both questions and answers. Ameerah professed to know nothing but such things as the whole village knew. Towards the end of the discussion, however, in a mixture of broken English and Hindustani, she conveyed that she had believed that the girl would drown herself. Asked why, she shook her head, then said that she had seen her by the Mem Sahib's lake at the end of the trees. She had asked if the water was deep enough near the bridge to drown. Ameerah had answered that she did not know. There was a general exclamation. They all knew it was deep there. The women shuddered as they remembered how deep they had been told it was at that particular spot. It was said that there was no bottom to it. Everybody rather revelled in the gruesomeness of the idea of a bottomless piece of water. Someone remembered that there was a story about it.
As much as 90 years ago, 2 young labourers on the place had quarrelled about a young woman. One day, in the heat of jealous rage, one had seized the other and literally thrown him into the pond. He had never been found. No drags could reach his body. He had sunk into the blackness for ever. Ameerah sat at the table with downcast eyes. She had a habit of sitting silent with dropped eyes which Jane could not bear. As she drank her tea she watched her in spite of herself. After a few moments had passed, her appetite for bread and butter deserted her. She got up and left the hall, looking pale. The mental phases through which she went during the afternoon ended in her determination to go down the avenue and to the water's side this evening. It could be done while her ladyship and her guests were at dinner. This evening the vicar and his wife and daughter were dining at the Manor. Jane took in emotionally all the mysterious silence and dimness of the long, tree-pillared aisle, and felt a tremor as she walked down it, trying to hold herself in hand by practical reflections half whispered. "I'm just going to have a look to make sure," she said. "Silly or not, I've got upset through not being able to help watching that woman, and the way to steady my nerves is to make sure I'm just giving in to foolishness." She walked as fast as she could towards the water. She could see its gleam in the dim light, but she must pass a certain tree before she could see the little bridge itself. "My goodness, what's that?" she said suddenly. It was something white which rose up as if from the ground, as if from the rushes growing at the water's edge. Just a second Jane stood and choked, and then suddenly darted forward, running as fast as she could. The white figure merely moved slowly away among the trees. It did not run or seem startled, and as Jane ran she caught it by its white drapery, and found herself, as she had known she would, dragging at the garments of Ameerah. But Ameerah only turned round and greeted her with a welcoming smile, mild enough to damp any excitement. "What are you doing here?" Jane demanded. "Why do you come to this place?" Ameerah answered her with simple fluency in Hindustani, with the manner of not realizing that she was speaking to a foreigner who could not understand her. What she explained was that, having heard that Jane's Memsahib came here to meditate on account of the stillness, she herself had formed the habit of coming to indulge in prayer and meditation when the place was deserted for the day. She commended the place to Jane and to Jane's mother, whom she believed to be holy persons given to devotional exercises. Jane shook her. "I don't understand a word you say," she cried. "You know I don't speak in English." Ameerah shook her head slowly and smiled again with patience. She endeavoured to explain in English, which Jane was sure was worse than she had ever heard her use before. Was it forbidden that a servant should come to the water? She was far too much for Jane, who was so unnerved that she burst into tears. "You're up to some wickedness," she sobbed. "I know you are. You're past bearing. I'm going to write to people that's got the right to do what I dare. I'm going back to that bridge." Ameerah looked at her with a puzzled amiability for a few seconds. She entered into further apologies and explanations in Hindustani. In the midst of them her narrow eyes faintly gleamed, and she raised a hand. "They come to us. It is your Memsahib and her people. Hear them?" She spoke truly. Jane had miscalculated as to her hour, or the time spent at the dinner table had been shorter than usual. In fact, Lady Walderhurst had brought her guests to see the young moon peer through the lime trees, as she sometimes did when the evening was warm. Jane Cupp fled precipitately. Ameerah disappeared also, but without precipitation or any sign of embarrassment. "You look as if you had not slept well, Jane," Lady Walderhurst remarked in the morning as her hair was being brushed. She had glanced into the glass and saw that it reflected a pale face above her own, and that the pale face had red rims to its eyes. "I have been a bit troubled by a headache, my lady," Jane answered. "I have something like a headache myself." Lady Walderhurst's voice had not its usual cheerful ring. Her own eyes looked heavy. "I did not rest well. I have not rested well for a week. That habit of starting from my sleep feeling that some sound has disturbed me is growing on me. Last night I dreamed again that some one touched my side. I think I shall be obliged to send for Sir Samuel Brent." "My lady!" exclaimed Jane feverishly. "If you would! If you would!" Lady Walderhurst's look at her was nervous and disturbed. "Does your mother think I am not as well as I should be, Jane?" she said. Jane's hands were actually trembling. "Oh no, my lady, oh no. But if Sir Samuel could be sent for, or Lady Maria Bayne, or his lordship."
The disturbed expression of Lady Walderhurst's face changed to something verging on alarm. It was true that she began to be horribly frightened. She turned upon Jane, pallor creeping over her skin. "Oh!" she cried, a sound of almost childlike fear and entreaty in her voice. "I'm sure you think I'm ill. I'm sure you do. What is it?" She leaned forward suddenly and rested her forehead on her hands, her elbows supported by the dressing table. She was overcome by a shock of dread. "Oh, if anything should go wrong!" in a faint half wail. "If anything could happen!" She could not bear the mere thought. It would break her heart. She had been so happy. God had been so good. Jane was inwardly convulsed with contrition commingled with anger at her own blundering folly. Now it was she herself who had upset her ladyship, given her a fright that made her pale and trembling. What did she not deserve for being such a thoughtless fool? She might have known. She poured forth respectfully affectionate protestations. "Indeed, I beg your pardon, my lady. Indeed, it's only my silliness. Mother was saying yesterday that she had never seen a lady so well and in as good spirits. I have no right to be here if I make such mistakes. Please, my lady. Oh, might mother be allowed to step in a minute to speak to you?" Emily's colour came back gradually. When Jane went to her mother, Mrs. Cupp almost boxed her ears. "That's just the way with girls," she said. "No more sense than a pack of cats. If you can't keep quiet, you'd better just give up. Of course she'd think you meant they was to be sent for because we was certain she was a dying woman. Oh my, Jane Cupp, get away." She enjoyed her little interview with Lady Walderhurst greatly. A woman whose opinion was of value at such a time had the soundest reasons for enjoying herself. When she returned to her room, she sat and fanned herself with a pocket handkerchief and dealt judicially with Jane. "What we've got to do," she said, "is to think, and think we will. Tell her things outright we must not until we've got something sure and proved. Then we can call on them that's got the power in their hands. We can't call on them till we can show them a thing no one can't deny. As to that bridge, it's old enough to be easy managed and look accidental if it broke. You say she ain't going there to-day. Well, this very night, as soon as it's dark enough, you and me will go down and have a look at it. And what's more, we'll take a man with us. Judd could be trusted. Worst comes to worst, we're only taking the liberty of making sure it's safe because we know it is old and we're over careful." As Jane had gathered from her, by careful and apparently incidental inquiry, Emily had had no intention of visiting her retreat. In the morning she had in fact not felt quite well enough. Her nightmare had shaken her far more in its second occurring. The stealthy hand had seemed not merely to touch, but to grip at her side, and she had been physically unable to rise for some minutes after her awakening. This experience had its physical and mental effects on her. She did not see Hester until luncheon, and after luncheon she found her to be in one of her strange humours. She was often in these strange humours at this time. She wore a nervous and strained look, and frequently seemed to have been crying. She had new lines on her forehead between the eyebrows. Emily had tried in vain to rouse and cheer her with sympathetic feminine talk. There were days when she felt that for some reason Hester did not care to see her. She felt it this afternoon, and not being herself at the high water mark of cheerfulness, she was conscious of a certain degree of discouragement. She had liked her so much. She had wanted to be friends with her and to make her life an easier thing, and yet she appeared somehow to have failed. It was because she was so far from being a clever woman. Perhaps she might fail in other things because she was not clever. Perhaps she was never able to give to people what they wanted and what they needed. A brilliant woman had such power to gain and hold love. After an hour or so spent in trying to raise the mental temperature of Mrs. Osborn's beflowered boudoir, she rose and picked up her little work-basket. "Perhaps you would take a nap if I left you," she said. "I think I will stroll down to the lake." She quietly stole away, leaving Hester on her cushions. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Emily Fox Seton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. Emily Fox Seton, being The Making of a Marchioness and the Methods of Lady Walderhurst, by Frances Hodgson Burnett. A few minutes later a knock at the door being replied to by Hester's curt "Come in," produced the modest entry of Jane Cupp, who had come to make a necessary inquiry of her mistress. "Her ladyship is not here. She has gone out." Jane made an altogether involuntary step forward. Her face became the colour of her clean white apron. "Out?" she gasped. Hester turned sharply round. "To the lake," she said. "What do you mean by staring in that way?" Jane did not tell her what she meant. She incontinently ran from the room without any shadow of a pretence at a lady's maid's decorum. She fled through the rooms to make a short cut to the door opening on to the gardens. Through that she darted and flew across paths and flower beds towards the avenue of limes. "She shan't get to the bridge before me," she panted. "She shan't, I won't let her. Oh, if my breath will only hold out!" She did not reflect that gardeners would naturally think she had gone mad. She thought of nothing whatever but the look in Amira's downcast eyes when the servants had talked of the bottomless water, the eerie, satisfied, sly look. Of that and of the rising of the white figure from the ground last night she thought, and she clutched her neat side as she ran. The lime avenue seemed a mile long, and yet when she was running down it she saw Lady Walderhurst walking slowly under the trees carrying her touching little basket of sewing in her hand. She was close to the bridge. "My lady! My lady!" she gasped out as soon as she dared. She could not run screaming all the way. "Oh, my lady, if you please!" Emily heard her and turned round. Never had she been much more amazed in her life. Her maid, her well-bred Jane Cupp, who had not drawn an indecorous breath since assuming her duties, was running after her, calling out to her, waving her hands, her face distorted, her voice hysteric. Emily had just been on the point of stepping on to the bridge. Her hand had been outstretched towards the rail. She drew back a step in alarm, and stood staring. How strange everything seemed to-day. She began to feel choked and trembling. A few seconds and Jane was upon her, clutching at her dress. She had so lost her breath that she was almost speechless. "My lady," she panted, "don't set foot on it. Don't, till we're sure." On what? Then Jane realised how mad she looked, how insane the whole scene was, and she gave way to her emotions. Partly through physical exhaustion and breathlessness, and partly through helpless terror, she fell on her knees. "The bridge," she said. "I don't care what happens to me, so that no harm comes to you. There's things being plotted and planned that looks like accidents. The bridge would look like an accident if part of it broke. There's no bottom to the water. They were saying so yesterday, and she sat listening. I found her here last night." She? Her? Emily felt as if she was passing through another nightmare. "Amira!" wailed poor Jane. "White ones have no chance against black. Oh, my lady!" Her sense of the possibility that she might be making a fool of herself after all was nearly killing her. "I believe she would drive you to your death if she could do it. Think what you will of me." The little basket of needlework shook in Lady Walderhurst's hand. She swallowed hard, and without warning sat down on the roots of a fallen tree, her cheeks blanching slowly. "Oh, Jane," she said in simple woe and bewilderment, "I don't understand any of it. How could they want to hurt me?" Her innocence was so fatuous that she thought that because she had been kind to them, they could not hate or wish to injure her. But something for the first time made her begin to quail. She sat and tried to recover herself. She put out a shaking hand to the basket of sewing. She could scarcely see it, because suddenly tears had filled her eyes. "Bring one of the men here," she said after a few moments. "Tell him that I am a little uncertain about the safety of the bridge." She sat quite still while Jane was absent in search of the man. She held her basket on her knee, her hand resting on it. Her kindly, slow-working mind was wakening to strange thoughts. To her they seemed inhuman and uncanny. Was it because good, faithful, ignorant Jane had been rather nervous about Amira that she herself had of late got into a habit of feeling as if the Ayah was watching and following her? She had been startled more than once by finding her near when she had not been aware of her presence. She had of course heard Hester say that native servants often startled one by their silent, stealthy-seeming ways, but the woman's eyes had frightened her, and she had heard the story about the village girl. She sat and thought and thought. Her eyes were fixed upon the moss-covered ground, and her breath came quickly and irregularly several times. "I don't know what to do," she said. "I'm sure, if it is true, I don't know what to do." The under gardener's heavy step and Jane's lighter one roused her. She lifted her eyes to watch the pair as they came. He was a big young man, with a simple rustic face and big shoulders and hands. "The bridge is so slight and old," she said to him, "that it has just occurred to me that it might not be quite safe. Examine it carefully to make sure." The young man touched his forehead and began to look the supports over. Jane watched him with bated breath when he rose to his feet. "They're all right on this side, my lady," he said. "I shall have to get in the boat to make sure of them that rest on the island." He stamped upon the end nearest it, and it remained firm. "Look at the railing well," said Lady Walderhurst. "I often stand and lean on it and watch the sunset." She faltered at this point, because she had suddenly remembered that this was a habit of hers, and that she had often spoken of it to the Osborns. There was a point on the bridge at which, through a gap in the trees, a beautiful sunset was always particularly beautiful. It was the right-hand rail facing these special trees she rested on when she watched the evening sky. The big young gardener looked at the left-hand rail and shook it with his strong hands. "That's safe enough," he said to Jane. "Try the other one," said Jane. He tried the other. Something had happened to it. It broke in his big grasp. His sunburnt skin changed colour by at least 3 shades. "Lord A'mighty!" Jane heard him gasp under his breath. He touched his cap and looked blankly at Lady Walderhurst. Jane's heart seemed to herself to roll over. She scarcely dared look at her mistress, but when she took courage to do so, she found her so white that she hurried to her side. "Thank you, Jane," she said rather faintly. "The sky is so lovely this afternoon that I meant to stop and look at it. I should have fallen into the water, which they say has no bottom. No one would have seen or heard me if you had not come." She caught Jane's hand and held it hard. Her eyes wandered over the avenue of big trees, which no one but herself came near at this hour. It would have been so lonely, so lonely. The gardener went away, still looking less ruddy than he had looked when he arrived on the spot. Lady Walderhurst rose from her seat on the mossy tree trunk. She rose quite slowly. "Don't speak to me yet, Jane," she said, and with Jane following her at a respectful distance, she returned to the house and went to her room to lie down. There was nothing to prove that the whole thing was not mere chance. Mere chance. It was this which turned her cold. It was all impossible. The little bridge had been entirely unused for so long a time. It had been so slight a structure from the first. It was old, and she remembered now that Walderhurst had once said that it must be examined and strengthened if it was to be used. She had leaned upon the rail often lately. One evening she had wondered if it seemed quite as steady as usual. What could she say? Whom could she accuse because a piece of rotten wood had given away? She started on her pillow. It was a piece of rotten wood which had fallen from the balustrade upon the stairs, to be seen and picked up by Jane just before she would have passed down on her way to dinner. And yet what would she appear to her husband, to Lady Maria, to any one in the decorous world, if she told them that she believed that in a dignified English household an English gentleman, even a deposed heir presumptive, was working out a subtle plot against her such as might adorn a melodrama? She held her head in her hands as her mind depicted to her Lord Walderhurst's countenance Lady Maria's dubious, amused smile. "She would think I was hysterical," she cried under her breath. "He would think I was vulgar and stupid, that I was a fussy woman with foolish ideas, which made him ridiculous. Captain Osborn is of his family. I should be accusing him of being a criminal. And yet I might have been in the bottomless pond, in the bottomless pond, and no one would have known." If it all had not seemed so incredible to her, if she could have felt certain herself, she would not have been overwhelmed with this sense of being baffled, bewildered, lost. The Ayah who so loved Hester might hate her rival. A jealous native woman might be capable of playing stealthy tricks which to her strange mind might seem to serve a proper end. Captain Osborn might not know. She breathed again as this thought came to her. He could not know. It would be too insane, too dangerous, too wicked. And yet, if she had been flung headlong down the staircase, if the fall had killed her, where would have been the danger for the man who would only have deplored a fatal accident? If she had leaned upon the rail and fallen into the black depths of water below, what could have been blamed but a piece of rotten wood? She touched her forehead with her handkerchief because it felt cold and damp. There was no way out. Her teeth chattered. "They may be as innocent as I am, and they may be murderers in their hearts. I can prove nothing. I can prevent nothing. Oh, do come home." There was but one thought which remained clear in her mind. She must keep herself safe. She must keep herself safe. In the anguish of her trouble she confessed, by putting it into words, a thing which she had not confessed before, and even as she spoke she did not realize that her words contained confession. "If I were to die now," she said with a touching gravity, "he would care very much." A few moments later she said, "It does not matter what happens to me, how ridiculous or vulgar or foolish I seem, if I can keep myself safe until after. I will write to him now and ask him to try to come back." It was the letter she wrote after this decision which Osborn saw among others awaiting postal, and which he stopped to examine. Chapter 18.